Well, I'd like to welcome everybody to once again another episode of Crypt Ricks I've Been Thinking. I want to thank you all for joining me again. Having a great time, as I say every time I do one of these. I have a great time interviewing people. Something I really much enjoy doing, and it's something I enjoy doing on a lot of different topics. And as you all know, people who've been watching my channel, there's one topic that I really enjoy discussing. It's a topic that I've been following for years, and that is the David Crowley murder suicide. But let's be fair, some are saying that he did do it, and there's definitely a side saying that he didn't do it. And to be honest, I'm still in the middle. I've been researching this now, taking people's advice, saying go look at the evidence yourself, read all the police reports yourself, read the journals, and that's what I've been doing, to be fair. And I'm still in the middle. I mean, one day I'm bouncing one way, next day I'm bouncing the next, and it's basically document to document. It's making me jump back and forth, but there's a lot of questions in this case that I need answered. A lot of things I'm wondering what were done, what wasn't done. So I figured I wanted to reach out to somebody that has been researching this case from the very start. And they are the creator of the Facebook page, the Justice for David Crowley and Family. And I wanted to reach out to them. So I want to welcome my guest. Let's bring him in here. There he is. Welcome, Dan Henning. Welcome to my crypt. How are you doing today, my friend?
Doing very good, very good. Well, doing well. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I want to thank you for taking the time to come and actually speak with me. As I was saying in my little bit of an intro there, I didn't want to make a big intro because I wanted to get to talking to you, and I want to thank you for taking the time to do this because, as I was saying, I definitely found out after doing a couple interviews that there is definitely two groups, two sides to this camp. And I think a lot of people like me that are in the middle, but there is definitely two camps. There is the camp that says David is guilty, the evidence proves it, and then there's another side that's saying he is not guilty, and that there's a lot of evidence that proves that he did not do this. And so, I mean, it's for people that don't know about this case, it's a big case to get into if you want to look into the evidence. So I want to start off by asking you, Dan, how did you find this case, and what made you look into it and decide that you think that David Crowley did not do the what they say he did?
Well, it's interesting. It's a good question because there's two reasons that I got into the case. Number one, the story happened 30 minutes from where I live, and so I'm in Minnesota. The case happened in Minnesota, and before moving to where I live now, I lived in Apple Valley, about a half a mile from where the incident took place, raising my daughters there. And so it very much hit home physically. It hit home. I knew exactly where the area was, and this whole thing, exploded. And so that's one reason I followed the case. The other reason it came pretty much on the heels of the Philip Marshall family murder case in California. I was investigating that case, looking into that. There was a case where Philip Marshall, a retired airline captain, but a 9/11 truther, was coming out with a new book. It was only in transcript form. It didn't get published, and he was found murdered along with his two children and family dog. Everyone had a single gunshot wound to the head. The police blamed it on a double murder suicide, and then he killed himself because of the debt he was in and problems he was facing. We started a justice page for that to start doing some interviews on that case, and quickly found out that that was a professional hit, professional hit that killed Philip, his teenage daughter, and his teenage son, and the family dog, all killed. It was quickly wrapped up, quickly rushed to judgment, and nothing really mentioned since. And I was able to conduct interviews with his sister and members of the family and members of the community to show that, that he did not do that. He was not in debt. He was making a good monthly payment, a good monthly income coming in on his retirement and whatnot. So the stories that all led to that was we're able to see propaganda feed into the story, and propaganda feeding into the news. Uh, the morning that I was introduced to this case, a friend emailed me the link and said, "Looks like the same thing happened in Minnesota, except they didn't kill the dog."
Okay. There
I
is
get
the
this link.
similarities are crazy. I have to admit,
It
that's
was it
crazy.
was exactly the same, and I said, "Oh, this looks like a professional hit. I'll look into the family." I didn't know David Crowley. I didn't know his wife. I didn't know the daughter. I didn't know what his project, the Gray State, even was. And I'm a truther. I'm out there uh, following true conspiracies, essentially, not the false ones, but the true
Hmm.
ones. David Crowley, living right in Minnesota. I didn't know the man. I didn't know his name. wasn't familiar with the project at all. But I looked into it thinking it was a government hit, a government assassination, and whatnot. Quickly, the first thing I found by looking into it that it was a happy family, the family that got together. They were successful. They were doing things. Things were happening on a positive note. And folks jump forward right away and say that he's not a suicidal guy. He's not crazy. And so I jumped on that right away and thought this is another one of these deals. And the first story I heard on the news said it was a double murder followed by a suicide. And it seemed to me there was a rush to judgment. It was quickly closed, and the police were off. Crime scene tape removed. Everything was back to normal. Done deal. So that was raised the antenna for me that something was up. So I created the Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook page just to research it and gather the information as it started coming out. All the news reports, once again, were very similar. They all had the same narrative. There wasn't any reports that said, maybe they were murdered. Maybe all
Right.
three were murdered. All of them were kind of flowing the same narrative. So to me, that landed into that propaganda zone that something didn't seem right, something seemed fishy, something seemed off. And I created the page, and we started getting members and folks following. We didn't have an answer as to what happened. We just figured that David more than likely didn't kill himself, and started the page and started getting people that were sympathetic to the case without really coming up with too many theories as to what happened. We just knew something seemed off. And
Right.
so
Right.
I created it 2 days after the bodies were discovered on Monday, January 19th is when I created the page.
That's amazing. That I didn't even know about the story that you just talked about. How there was another case, and it's basically identical except they didn't murder the dog. And that's a part of the case that I just something in the back of my head that I always thought about is okay. I know David from what I can tell really loved that dog, and he leaves the dog alive. I don't like if he did do this. I don't understand why he would take his daughter's life, his wife's life, his life, and then leave the dog there for to fend for itself. I just found that just something odd. I thought about one of the many things I find odd in this case, and I want to warn people that if you haven't and you're just tuning in and you haven't heard about Gray State and you start looking at the David Crowley case, you're going to go down a lot of rabbit holes and you're going to hear a lot of things. It's not as cut as dry as I think a lot of people on one side think that it is, at least in my opinion. And I'm doing what everybody said to look at the evidence myself, look at the pictures myself, read everything, and that's what I'm doing. Now, definitely read his journal. Have you read his journal already?
I've skipped through it fairly quickly.
Right, and but from what I can tell in his journal, yes, he was having some issues, and he was. I think he, in his own way, he was. Though I don't think he was ever diagnosed with PTSD. I do think he was treating it, some form of it, but trying to treat it himself. From what I can tell in the journal, this is just my opinion from what I read. Anybody can interpret it their own way. But I don't think like a lot of people are saying he snapped and that he was in a dark place and all of that. And I don't see it in the journals as much as other people do. I see a man struggling with certain issues and doing that. But what did you find any of in your research that he was going off the rails or he was depressed or so bad that he would or anything that would lead to what happened that day? Like, do you think that he was just a normal guy like I think and just going through normal day stuff?
Well, here's what I would answer to that is, as a young father and husband, him and his wife were going through some struggles.
Hmm.
They were new parents. They had a young 5-year-old daughter. They were going through some struggling. I don't think there was any depression there. I don't think anyone was mentally ill. Uh, David did serve his country in the war, so he was over there in Afghanistan. Came back. He did see some things that were awful, and he may very well have had PTSD, suffered from some sort of things. He did he did see things over there in the Middle East that made him disillusioned with what was really going on in the world. So no doubt things like that did exist. Did they drink? I think a little bit, not a lot. Did they do drugs? Yes. They did drugs, not a lot, but they did them. And I think a lot of people following the case, they start seeing the low hanging fruit,
Right. I
per
agree.
se, the
Agreed.
PTSD, marijuana, drugs, mushrooms, whatever things like that they were doing. Conspiracy kind of a guy, and they quickly jump to the conclusion that it's more than likely he did this. He was a loose cannon and had issues and all that came to a head. Those things are certainly uh, topics to discuss. Certainly things certainly topics to discuss. They were happy and a successful family, but that's not to say that they had their struggles either.
Right, agreed. Like everyone else. Well, I mean, it's just especially. I totally agree. It's a young family. It's a young family. They're finding their way, and what I find very that supports that is after the police went through all of the terabytes of data, like information they had on his hard drives and stuff like that. Even the police themselves couldn't find any motive for David doing this, and that I think that speaks volumes. Like out of all of the information they looked at for a year, they couldn't find any motive for David. I think that really speaks volumes that this wasn't something that was like gradually happening or anything like that. Like it just really, to me, it just speaks volumes.
I think that's true. A lot of people who follow the case, David was a screenwriter, and I would call him a gifted screenwriter
I
with
agree.
a very high IQ, very intelligent, and a lot of things growing up in life I think bored him, and he wasn't really challenged a lot, and so his IQ was up there, very bright guy, and then he finally got something that he liked to be able to get his arms around this project called the Gray State, and went with it. But
Hmm.
also as a screenwriter and a very artistic guy, he documented everything. He wrote a lot of things down. He opened up, talked about things that were difficult to talk about, and many things most people wouldn't talk about. He videoed a lot of things. He audio recorded a lot of things. He jotted a lot of things down. He always had a big. He was documenting basically his life. So yes, when the case did come up, and the Apple Valley Police Department had the gargantuan task of going through all these terabytes of data. There
Right.
was lots to go through. Now, the first thing you'd go through with a case like this, and the first thing that I wanted to look at is with such an extreme event, such as a suicide homicide, a double homicide followed by a suicide. That's a pretty tall order. That's a lot going on there. And with someone who writes so much and documents so much, my first thing I was interested in was the suicide note. And so, what was that? What was that like? What did it look like? How did he pour out and open up his heart to describe to his family left behind what he was dealing with? And so, the first thing that I thought of, and those of us following the case, is we need to see the suicide note. There's got to be a note. There's got to be something.
Hmm.
And we warned others just to have a heads up that make sure we get something handwritten. Suicide note typically dated, signed, and handwritten. Once you start seeing it done digitally or a note typed, that leaves open the possibility of someone else doing it, forging it, uh, planting the scene,
Exactly.
staging the scene.
Hmm.
And so our first thing was to wait for more reports to come out to see what happened, but mainly get that suicide note to see what the thinking was in his mind and what was going on. And lo and behold, you get the suicide note typed, a one single sentence typed on his laptop in WordPad, I think, or a text document,
Hmm.
Microsoft Word file. And that was really it. And anyone could have typed that. So the antenna was really raised at that point that something seemed off for a guy that documented his whole life. How he couldn't take the time to write out a meaningful suicide note or what the reason was for all this. And so there really wasn't any. It almost seemed staged. And some of the things that we were expecting to see on some of these other cases that I've followed all seem to now all of a sudden fall into place of, blueprints of things that happen in a staged or a hit professional hit, an assassination, a murder. Not stuff that comes up in a murder suicide. So it seemed off from the get go.
Right, and there, yeah, and I totally agree that there's a lot, and so much with this case when you start diving into it, to things that don't make sense, and that's why I keep jumping back and forth because sometimes I'll find an answer or a question, and I've even went to the point where I've talked to a vet because I wanted to find out about Paleo the dog and if he could do what this dog did and what the vet thought. So I am going to be doing a video. I keep saying I will, but I will shortly about what the vet told me, which some of it surprised me, some of it didn't. Now, what was some of the evidence when you first started looking into it where the red flags really started going up? Like when you started diving into this case, no suicide note for one, which is I agree with you, which is seems for David's flair for writing and documenting everything, not to have some type of note to his family or something. I found strange too, and I have thought of that, so that makes sense that you thought of it. What are some of the other evidence that really started getting your antennas going up when you started diving in?
Well, for me, it was waiting for the police reports and waiting for more information from the police, and that wasn't really forthcoming. There wasn't anything those first couple days. There were small blurbs. There's only one to this day. There's only one mention in a news report ever that it was a potential triple homicide,
Mm-hmm. You're right.
and so that was odd because everything has since gone to double murder followed by a suicide of a crazed individual, done deal. And so in Apple Valley, the police did come forward with a public statement that they did put some time into, saying the police and the community is not, yeah, should not be in fear. There's no murderers or killers running around. David did this. The community is not in danger. So they went out of their way to make that statement to push the stress off of the killers on the loose.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was odd because we still didn't know the answers of what was going on, but they were very quick to get that out there. Now, while I was waiting for reports and we're gaining members of the group that were friends and family and friends of the Crowley family, we saw another thing take place. We saw the social media was the big indicator for me. David was working in a group with the project with 5 or 6 close friends and individuals. And if you went to their personal Facebook pages, they all kind of mentioned that they were grieving the loss of their close friend.
Right.
They need time to grieve the loss of their close friend. But right the same day I set up that Facebook group page, I started getting requests to shut it down and to take it down or to hand over rights to someone who knows the case. And I thought that was interesting.
That is interesting, actually.
In my mind, I thought if you're so busy grieving, how do you have time to worry about what someone else? They didn't know who I was at the time. I didn't know who they were. Why would they be interested or concerned with a no name creating a justice page just looking for what happened in this case? That would certainly be the last thing they'd be spending their time with.
Mm-hmm.
And then we got inundated with everyone from the Gray State group, David's alleged friends, trying to wrestle administrative rights for me to say, you know what, hand off. You created the page. You now have the rights to give administrative rights to be a moderator for your page. They weren't interested in just posting, which anyone could do. It's an open group. But they're interested in the administrative rights to be able to lock, block, delete content.
Wow, I didn't know
And
that. I didn't know that, Dan. That's crazy.
they were right. That was the very first day that I had this thing set up. So I had maybe 200-300 members at the time, and people were just, they wanted the rights. They wanted to take the page down or shut it down because I didn't know the story. Therefore, I should not be presenting ideas to the public.
Mm-hmm.
And that I took very odd. So I didn't give administrative rights to anybody. And then I started seeing the target go on my back by not playing nice with the individuals, that they now deemed me an enemy combatant, a bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I just thought there was nothing here. I'm just presenting. I'm posting links to various articles that came out about the case, posting links to different things, and just kind of having a one-stop shop for all things related to this case because there really wasn't much in the media about it, but there was a lot of little things going on. We're also following at this time David's personal Facebook page.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's allegedly dead. Going back months and months and finding out, how happy he was in the marriage, how happy that his career was going, a new project that he wound up, landing a big contract for a Hollywood movie. And so more people wanted to get links to that. They said, that really interests me. I want to see that. And so the next day I go to that page, and those comments are all deleted, scrubbed off David Crowley's personal Facebook page.
Wow.
Not all the comments, certain comments. Not all the pictures, certain pictures. Not all the remarks that he made on other articles, but certain. So something was being censored on David Crowley's personal Facebook page.
Which is
Now, if David Crowley's
that's
dead,
very strange. Yeah, that's
if
very
David Crowley's
strange.
dead, who's making posts on his Facebook page? If people are busy grieving, too busy to be doing other things, is someone on his page monitoring, deleting, editing, censoring things? And if so, why? If he did it, there'd be nothing to cover up, nothing to hide. And so we saw a bunch of these things removed. Now, being that I was following this other case in California, I knew right away to start screenshotting things just to have as evidence. And luckily enough, I screenshotted these things of David on his own personal page saying, I'm happy. We got a new contract. We got a deal to make a Hollywood movie about my project. This is my dream come true. I have the screenshot with the timestamp on it. Now you go to it and it's gone. Why would someone feel the need to do that? The better question yet is, who had access to David Crowley's personal Facebook page?
Right.
Now, they also had a Facebook page for the group and for the project. And some things were edited and changed there. That didn't raise too much of a fuss with me because multiple people had rights to make changes or to edit those group pages. I didn't worry about that. But it really concerned me that David Crowley's personal Facebook page was edited after his death. And so there was at that time a number of people coming forward saying, I think this was a faked death. David's really alive.
I've heard that too. Yeah.
And are these just fake bodies? Are they mannequins? The first thing that the neighbor saw when they saw the bodies, he used the phrase mannequins. Now, a lot of people, when they see bodies for the first time that have been sitting there for a while, do describe them as mannequins. So that doesn't really raise too much of a alarm bell. But the fact that they said they saw mannequins, the folks thought, are the Apple Valley police in on a cover-up, on a conspiracy, because there were no real bodies, and the Crowley family is living on an island somewhere in the Pacific, enjoying life. So once again, we kept those plausible theories out there because they may have been true. I was more concerned on why is someone editing David's Facebook page. So as the creator of the Justice page, we wanted to really look out for the victim here. We wanted to make sure someone's looking out for the victim and victims. So when I created the page, it was for the family. And that was sometimes taken the wrong way as well. The reason I created the Justice for David Crowley and Family was to have a spot that we could honor David, Kamel, and Rani, or Rania, the daughter. This had nothing to do with David's family, meaning his extended family, his blood relatives, things like that. And people thought that we're doing it kind of for them, but it was mainly just for those three individuals, David's immediate family. But there was a lot of theories coming up too, and people thought it was a professional hit, and that was still in the mix as well. With professional hits and things like that done undercover, you do see articles swept away, deleted from the web, articles removed, history and contents of persons' lives wiped away, swept away. And so there's something bigger going on there when you see things like that. Here, there was nothing cleaned up as far as articles and things being swept away, but there was just edits being done. So the question was, who was on David Crowley's Facebook page? Who had his login credentials? Who had his password and username? Someone's making changes, and we didn't think it was the Gray State Project guys because they had all gone on record to say that they were spending all this time grieving, and they don't have time to do things. But that raised a question because I had now a target on my back. They're coming after me to shut the page down, or at least to grant them administrative rights so they can get the true story out there. And I said, well, we don't know what the true story is.
Yeah, exactly.
If you're still interested in getting the story out there, what if it's a narrative that you want to get out and it's true, then it makes me look bad. So I said, I'll run the show. I'll run the site. I can use some gladly use some assistance and some help, but I don't want other people having administrative rights to my page.
Right. And that's totally understandable. I wouldn't want people having rights to my page either. So, and it's very suspicious that because somebody obviously did have his credentials to go in and delete stuff like that. I did hear about that, and I've also heard exactly what you said. I've heard that some people think that he's still alive. Him and his family are still alive, and there's some people I've talked to that still believe that this was all um, something set up, and I have trouble with that theory in a lot of ways. I mean, I do understand what David was investigating is a very touchy subject, and he was doing the Gray State movie and the trailer and stuff like that. But to be fair, there's a lot of people that do content about the subjects he was covering. They don't end up dead. So that's why I have trouble with that one. I do understand that government hits happen. I fully believe that, and I know they happen. But I just don't understand. And I'm kind of like maybe that's where you were too. Is I just don't see why they would do it to David. I mean, he wasn't doing anything that I can bring up YouTube videos where they talk about FEMA camps and they talk about everything he was covering, not maybe all in one movie or subject, but they're definitely covering it. So I have trouble believing that, unless there's some other thing I don't know about that was going on in his life, and that's why this could have happened. But from what I can research, he was just a movie creator, and I don't think that's a reason to kill him and his whole family and that. So I've had trouble with that one, but I do agree. I've heard that he's away on an island, and then I've also heard that some people think it's a government hit, which I don't see that either. I'm kind of like in your boat that it's a little bit too messy for me. Like, I mean, they didn't take any of his data. They left everything there. And if they were trying to shut this movie down and that, you would think they would do that or burn the house down or do something. I mean, to get rid of it. So I definitely feel that we're on the same page with a lot of this so far. Now, what evidence is, like some of the evidence that really makes me wonder is the door. Everybody's saying it couldn't be murder because there was no break and enter. And I'm like, okay, it's a straw man argument because the back door was open a little bit. So I mean, you don't need a break and enter for a murder to happen. It could have been somebody that he let in, or they could have come through the door. What is your thoughts on some of the evidence uh, that they're trying to link towards him doing it? I see a lot of holes in a lot of it, to be honest.
And the first thing, and one of the things was the articles that came out from the Napa Valley Police Department all mentioned murder suicide. Um, a guy went off the deep end and murdered his family.
Right, and very
But
quickly they came to this conclusion within a couple
they,
hours.
they quickly came to the conclusion, but nothing in the police report mentioned anything about the rear slider door being left open.
Mm-hmm.
So someone on our group went and downloaded the audio tape of the police reporting that very same day when they responded. And the first officer around the back, you can see, says, you can hear it goes, rear slider door open, unlocked, slightly ajar.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was an authentic tape, not audio, not filtered or faked or anything. So we know the back door was open, but we weren't wondering why the police were commenting that on their press releases that the rear slider was open. Remember, this is January 2015 in Minnesota. Your rear sliders are never open in the state of Minnesota in January.
Right,
it's way too cold outside.
Yep.
Way too cold. And so once we found out that the rear slider was open, then there was more allegations and things of why was the dog left behind? Couldn't the dog get out if the door was open?
I
And
thought
so we
that
didn't
too.
get the actual answer from the police as far as how far it was left open. It was open like a quarter of an inch. Folks thought the dog could have got a snout in there, opened it up, and ran off if he was hungry. Uh, but the police first came out and said that there was no breaking and entering, which was true. There wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
But they really pushed the fact that there was no breaking and entering. Well, what I thought right off the bat is if someone got in, you've got the rear slider open, whether it was a hit or not, or someone came in that they knew. And so right away, it was flimsy to begin with.
Right.
It was a flimsy deal. And so the murder that took place that I think is as a triple homicide was by someone that the family knew. Someone that they knew. The perpetrators were someone that they knew. They let them in, or something happened to allow them to come in. I don't know if the back rear slider had anything to do with the killings, the murders at all. this, when we started to get the information that came out, wasn't clean. A professional hit like the Marshall case, everyone had a single gunshot to the head, very clean, gone, perpetrator's gone, done deal. Here, there was all this other noise going on in the background. And then we get the information that Comel was shot 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Rania was shot 1 time. David was shot 1 time. The dog wasn't shot at all. And so we get this varying set of circumstances that led me to believe far less that there was a government hit at all or a professional hit at all. And to this day, I don't believe that is the case, but I left that open.
Right, you got to leave it open, right? Because you never know with new evidence it could come to that. But I am in the same boat as you. I don't think it's very stagey and messy to me. I've always said that. Like it's just I don't see. I think professionals go in, they get the job done, and they leave, and that's it. Like, and they're not concerned about all this staging. Now I'm not sure. I haven't looked at a ton of cases that are professional hits, but I don't think they would spend the time. And for me, that's what's always bothered me about this case is it seems very staged. It really does. Like they really went overboard. And I mean I've had people say to me that David, because he was into writing scripts and all that, he would want to be this theatric when he did this. And I have trouble with that. What do you think?
Well, like I said with the suicide note, someone that's very artistic and creative like David and likes to jot things down, there would be a big, I would suspect, a 2-page letter written behind on all the reasons and the pros and cons of why he was doing this
Exactly.
if he did it. And there wasn't anything left. But we have a door left open in January. We got the dog still alive, and the police now come out and say that it's a 40 caliber handgun with no silencer. They're saying it's a Springfield automatic handgun, no silencer.
Right.
Now, I lived in that neighborhood. I drove by through that area. Those houses are fairly close together. It's in January. It's calm outside. Number one, my biggest thing was how many neighbors heard these gunshots?
Right.
The answer was none. And
I've
so
had
not
trouble
just
with that too.
and not just one shot each, 3 gunshots. They're still going to hear that. That's going to sound like a cannon going off in the backyard in a small residential neighborhood like that. And then they said there were 6 shots fired, and Comel was shot 2 to 3 times. So once again, professional hit. That doesn't sound like the case. It would be a silencer or something involved. This would have been really loud. The dog stayed alive, but the only time the neighbors heard the dog barking was the day the bodies were discovered.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, I've grown up with dogs. That dog would be barking a long time, I think, many days.
Right.
Up at the window, trying to get attention, trying to get out, make awareness. And so they allegedly said that the bodies were there up to 3 weeks. That's 21 days of the dog being alone with 3 dead bodies. I think that the barking would have been obnoxious
Right.
for the neighbors. And we don't get that. We don't get any testimony from the neighbors saying the dog was annoying. We do hear from the police that it's 6 gunshots. It was a 40 caliber handgun. The rear sliders open, the front door is locked. None of this even makes sense. So what we got at that point was a lot of theories coming into play on our justice page that the bodies were dealt with at a secondary crime scene and then dumped here. They were killed elsewhere and dumped here. The other thing we first saw with the results that came in from the police is that there's very little blood at the scene.
Right. I noticed that too.
And shots to the head, there'd be blood everywhere. There'd be blood spatter everywhere. There'd be blood spatter on the walls, blood spatter on the ceilings, blood spatter on the floor, and pooling of blood as well.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't see any of that. And so there was very little blood. So many people thought whether it was a hit or a triple homicide, there was a secondary crime scene. That could still be the case, who knows? But if they were killed there, in my mind, there had to have been a silencer used. Those houses are too close together for a 40 caliber handgun for no one to hear in the dead of winter. 6 gunshots.
I agree. That's what when I was doing my research, even now, I keep going back to that. How did nobody hear 6 guns going? I would have sounded. I agree with you. It sounds like a cannon. It would sound like a cannon. I've heard those guns go off. They're very loud, and you have 6 of them, and nobody notices the flashing and stuff. If it happened at night, flash going off or anything. And I also agree with the dog, and I did bring that up with my vet, and he thought that was very strange that nobody heard the dog. I know my neighbors have dogs, and if they're gone to work too long, you'll hear the dogs in the evening start barking and causing a little bit of a fuss. So to think Paleo was there for 3 weeks and then he didn't make any noise till the day that they discovered the bodies, I find that really that's a big stretch for me, just to be fair.
And so what the other thing with the dog Paleo was a mid-sized, medium-sized beagle mix, maybe 25 pounds. And when police did the report, they came back and found that Comel, the wife, didn't have any hands. Her hands were gone. Her hands were
Yep.
missing. David's right hand was missing, and Ranya's entire right arm was gone. And so what they said and what they did was this. They said it's been 3 weeks. They kept trying to push this 3 weeks thing, and I don't know how accurate that even is. But they said for 3 weeks, once the dog's food is gone, the dog needs something to eat. So the dog went to the hands, the dog went to the arm, and the dog went to various parts of the face. There wasn't much of the head left to eat. Well, right away, we started getting folks with dogs and people with veterinary backgrounds and things like that jumping on our page to say, well, a dog, if it needs something to eat, is going to go to a fleshy part of the body, the side, the stomach, the back, the thigh, somewhere to get food to eat.
Right.
Would not
Right.
go for hands, would not go for an arm. Now, one thing that we didn't get from the police is the answer, which you still don't have, if the dog allegedly did this. Where are the bones? The dog would have eaten the meat or the skin or the flesh, the muscles, the ligaments, those types of things if the dog was that hungry. And maybe even some of the smaller bones in the fingers. But when I met with Detective Gummert at the Apple Valley Police Department back in May of 2017, I believe it was, I asked him directly, I said, where's Ranya's arm? We have a radius and an ulna,
Mm-hmm.
big arm, 5-year-old girl, not a big bone,
Right.
but big enough that it's going to be laying somewhere in the home. I asked Detective Gummert, I said, where's the arm? He said, I think the dog ate it. I said, where's the upper section? Where's the forearm? The dog ate it. Where's the fingers? Where's all the bones in the hand? The dog must have eaten it all. Because the police report clearly states that no other body parts were found in the home. There was some next to the crime scene, some small pieces of skull and some small fragments of someone's skull, but nowhere did it say that there was fingers and arms laying around the house.
Right.
Now, that posed two questions because number one, I thought by hearing Detective Gummert give his answer that he never really thought through the logistics of a dog eating a full-size forearm of a 5-year-old girl.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it crossed his mind. He just assumed the dog ate it and devoured the whole thing. So there would be feces that need to be tested all throughout the house, and that was never done.
Never
If the
done.
dog did grind up and eat small bone fragments of fingers and things like that, realistically, could the dog have eaten those and digested those? Yes, but they'd still have to come out. Where's all the teeth? Where's David and Comel's teeth? There was no mouth left. Where are the individual teeth of David and Comel? Wouldn't it come out in the dog's feces or something? They're not found in the house. Now we get a neighbor of one of the individuals that was on the Gray State Project that showed photos on a phone. Said, check this out. I was a friend of David's. You got to see these photos. Here's one right here, he said, of a hand, a human hand laying in the basement. She said, wow, that's nasty. How about this? There's fingers and arms. They're all in the basement. We say, time out. Where did you see these photos? It was on his phone.
Wow.
Well, how would he have photos of his phone? We have every single photo for the police report that they sent. There's no photos of that. Well, we had people jump on and correct us. Remember, we only got the censored version of the photos that came out from the police department. They would not give us, the general public, the bloody, meaty, gruesome photos.
Right.
Right? Now, how would this person have a photo of a hand? Would they have gotten it directly from the police? If so, that's an ongoing case. The police wouldn't be forwarding photos of anything. Now, so we went back and looked at the police reports all together and read them top to bottom. Nowhere does it mention body parts, much less in the basement, much less a human hand. So the question now is, are there photos floating around out there that people have of a human hand in the basement of the Crowley house that wasn't eaten by the dog? How would that photo exist? Well, the only way the photo would exist is if someone, the perpetrator, took the photo from their phone while on the scene,
Mm-hmm.
if it indeed did even take place. Now, I still am one to believe that the murderers, typically in a case like this, would want to take a trophy, take something home, take something as a trophy from this case. I think that Ranya's arm is somewhere to this day. There's no
Really?
way the dog ate it. We know that. It wasn't left at the scene. Someone's got the arm, someone's got possibly the hands, someone's got possibly the teeth. All those things never showed up at the scene. So we start leading us forward down this path of a triple murder, nasty murder suicide slang, but where the dogs was the dog alone with the bodies for 3 weeks anyway. 3 weeks, the dog would have gotten hungry. Yes. So my goal then was, we had all the photos from the crime scene. Granted, the gruesome photos were excluded, but I said, let's go to every room in that house and look for the water bowls. Where's the dog's water dish?
Mm-hmm.
Where's the dog's food dishes? There may have been in my home, there's a dog dish upstairs, there's a dog dish downstairs, there's a water dish upstairs, a water dish downstairs. There's going to be multiple water dishes. We had our team of volunteers on the justice page not find a single water dish in that house. No dog dish. Well, dog drinks
that's strange.
water out of a dish, right? So did the perpetrator take the water dish? Where's the dog bowls, the food bowls? None. Now there's dog food there. One of the photos does show a 40-pound bag of Purina dog food, whatever it was.
Yep.
Still there. Well, if a dog was 3 weeks without food, probably would have torn into, ripped that bag open, ripped it all apart, and would have eaten. But the police kept saying, and the Gray State people in the membership of the group, David's alleged buddies, kept saying the dog was so hungry he had to start eating the bodies of the flesh of the people there.
Right.
Okay, I can agree with that. I don't buy it, but I can agree with it. It makes sense at least. But the real question is, where's the dog's water bowl? Where's the dog's water dish? Where's the dog's food bowl? They were gone. They were taken. So obviously things were taken from the house that weren't, police never looked and said, hey, you know what? I guess you're right. We looked at all the photos. Where's the water dish? Where's the food dish? They're gone. But then we also heard stories of things that allegedly were there that were never there. We heard stories of the Gray State buddies and friends saying, you know, we had to get inside that house and start removing some of the things. So criminals wouldn't get in that house, you know, removing the TVs, the flat screens, and all those kinds of things. They were valuable. Someone could have broke in and took them. We went back and busted them again by saying, here's the crime scene photos taken the day the bodies were discovered. There's not a TV in that house. These two didn't watch television. There was not a TV in the house. There was no big screen. There was no flat screen. So now our focus shifts over to the Gray State guys that are left living and saying, why are you inserting information into the story that's wrong? And so we started to take a look at that side. Were you guys involved with editing David Crowley's Facebook page? You know, what's all behind this? Why are you looking at me to take my page down? Why do you want administrative rights on my page, on my Facebook page? There was no TVs in the house. Then the question came down to, how good of friends were you? And so we started getting somewhere when we found out that David was not good friends with any of these folks. He was co-workers, co-employees with them, worked with them on the team, worked on the project with them. Some he was better friends with, some he was less friends with, but none were really his close friend. And so they kind of got stumped there by saying that they're how close of a family they were. Well, Comel was David's best friend. Everything he did, everything he thought, everything he did was with Comel, best friends. Mm-hmm. The group of the Gray State guys he was not that close with. He was close, but he kept it at arm's length from a business perspective. Now, these are the guys, all the men, by the way, these are the guys continually pushing this story, funneling this story of the dog eating everything, the bodies there for 3 weeks, David committing the crimes, and how sad and grieving they were. Well, the next thing comes is this funeral, the funeral for David. I posted, I'm interested in going. I'd like to see how things turn out. I'd like to see the reaction. I'd like to see if the casket's open, closed, what the family does, the interactions of everybody. And then I get a threat to say, you better not show up at that memorial service at all.
Wow.
So I'm like, well, I don't even know the guy. What do you care if I show up to memorial or not? Well, they didn't let me go. I wasn't interested in going anywhere. I didn't go. But we get a comment from one of the David Crowley's cousins who says, Dan, I want to add something to the justice page. I never saw a more group of happy, flippant, happy-go-lucky guys at a memorial than I did at David's funeral. She said no one was grieving. They were cracking jokes. They had looked to me, they said, the cousin said, like 100-pound weight had been lifted from their back. They looked relieved that he was dead. And I said, that's more of a direction I want to go in and pursue. That's no way to be saying you're grieving and then you're spending time on my Facebook page. The very day that my Facebook page was created, you're trying to take it down. And David's stuff is deleted off his Facebook page. I don't think anyone's grieving in this case. So she confirmed it, and the cousin said that, no, there was jokes, there was smiles on the faces.
Wow.
So we had to go back into the whole motive thing. And so what would be the motive for the Gray State guys to kill their own best friend, their buddy? And so it comes back all to this motion picture, this deal that David got. He signed a deal with some Hollywood producers for a $30 million budget film to make it. Now, that had not gone forward yet.
Right.
All David had was this script that he pitched, and they ended up biting on it. 30 million. So one could actually argue that the script itself on paper was really valued at $30 million. With David out of the way, could the remaining guys benefit from moving forward with the script? That's the only thing I could think of as a motive. But we had to entertain that. We had to look into that. And what we found when we discovered the legal aspect of it and the correspondence going back from David's attorney back and forth is David wanted to get rid of two of his business buddies, one with a business that he sold and resold, refurbished, and used police equipment.
Right.
Bullet Exchange. He had a buddy named Mitch Heil that he ran a company called Bullet Exchange. A lot of people use it for props and things like that. He asked him to release his rights to move forward to moving with the Gray State. He wants to not work with these other folks. He asked him to sign away his rights. He sold the business, had a garage sale. That was done. The other guy he owned a business with was the script that he's writing with Danny August Mason.
Mm-hmm.
Danny August Mason was one in August of 2014, also received that letter saying, I don't want anything to do with you for this film. I'm going to move forward myself. You may have a role as an actor in this movie, but I'm moving forward without you as a business partner.
Right.
Danny August Mason refused to sign that, and it took several months until the bodies were found. He never did sign that. That was the wedge that was being drawn. David and Danny August Mason were very close in creating this script, very close in opening up the minds of people, red pilling them to the conspiracies, the true ones that were going on, and they wanted to make this movie together. David wanted to move ahead without him and said, I want to produce this thing. It was later found out that David wouldn't have been the producer or the director at all. They would have gotten someone else in there. But he needed to release his rights from being a co-business decision with Danny August Mason, and Danny didn't respond back. And when he did bug him a couple months later, he said that I'm going to have my attorney look at it, and I'll get back to you later. It never ended up getting done. So the friction was there. Danny says, look, here's my buddy that I kind of took under my wing to teach him the ways, red pill him to waking up to the real deal, and now he wants to leave me behind and disband me on a $30 million deal. I think that's where the anger and whatnot came in. So he wasn't going to sign that. And so that all erupted. It was 7 years ago this month, 7 years ago. He was going to get him away from the business dealings in August, September, and October. And finally, November came, 2014, 7 years ago. He says, Danny, you need to, we got the emails. You need to sign that legal document so we can move forward. My production with the movie, the Gray State movie, the $30 million production is on, it's tabled. It's tabled. We can't, they pressed pause. We can't do anything until this document is signed and returned so I can move forward without you. He refused to sign it. And so in the third week of November, right about where we are now, in the middle of November 7 years ago, as things really came to a head, is when David Crowley gave him an ultimatum. It says, look, I'm giving you a deadline. December 16th, I'm moving ahead without you, whether you sign it or not. I'm going to make this movie. December 16th. And so we find out in the emails later that came to light with the FOIA requests that Danny August Mason did write back on December 16th and says, yo, bro, give me a call. We need to talk this out. Let's get this thing resolved. David says, nope, I'm not interested. You had the deadline. You had all these months to figure it out, and you didn't want to do it. That's why it's interesting that in less than a week later, the bodies are all found. It had something to do with that script, a motive to get that script in their hands. Remember, valued at $30 million. Now, the other thing with a professional hit, I'm going to jump back a step. You're going to get the person taken out, David Crowley taken out. You don't need, if David's waking up too much of the public, waking up and red pilling the population, there's no need for Kamel to die. There's no need for Rania to die. But what's the only reason you need to have all three killed is who's the heir to that script. If David owns the script and it's in his name and he owns it 100%, if you kill him, it's not going to do you guys any good. It's going to land in Kamel's lap. If Kamel's killed, it's going to land in Rania's lap. The only way they're going to get that script which they wanted and they ultimately took is if they kill all three. So they kill all three, it lands into the Crowley family estate, basically. The father, who's not a good guy in my mind. David Crowley's brother, who's not a good guy in my mind. David Crowley's sister, who doesn't have an impact in this case at all, I don't think. So you got to look at, was there anyone communicating with David's father or his brother to help get that script? And the answer is yes. They were all buddies with Dan Sr., Dan Jr., the brother, and connected with the father. And so it was right away after the bodies were found, the murders were done. 3 months later, Danny August Mason, if you look hard enough and deep enough into not the crime itself, but into the motive. And what we found was that Danny August Mason had an attorney and filed for trademark and copyrights to the name the Gray State Universe. Created a company called Gray State Universe LLC. Created a Facebook group. Remember, he had to change the name. It wasn't Gray State. He had to put Universe on the end and make it an LLC. But he was getting the copyrights done with an attorney to start having all this so they could start going out and releasing this movie and revising the script and pitching it to new people. In my mind, if they knew it was worth $30 million and that they now had it and David was out of the way, they could pitch it to any number of Hollywood executives and maybe even get $15 million deal out. David was a perfectionist. He wanted to keep the content the way it was. He pitched it to many producers and they said, we like the concept, but we're going to change how this ends and change how this begins and change the characters and change some of the thought processes. And David says, no, not interested. I'm going to keep it the way it is because this is the way it's going to work. And everyone said no. And he said, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. He finally found a group that wanted to keep it as is, albeit bring in their own director and producer and director. David said, that's fine. I don't have to. I can step back. You guys take it and run, but I want to keep it in its form, the way it is now.
Right.
I think the Gray State guys on the project, there's 4 or 5 or 6 of them that weren't really, number one, friends with David, were not close friends with David, did not have David's interest at heart. And I think they wanted that to land in their lap for the hard work that they did to take it over and to somehow get that script in their hands and move forward and then make a movie. Now, I don't think these guys would have worried too much if the Hollywood producers would have said, we're going to scrap this and alter this and change this. They would have said, fine, we're going to cash in. Keep in mind, the guys on the Gray State project team, one was unemployed, two of them didn't have a job. One was working as a part-time model actor. One was a photographer. None of these guys had a source of income. None, any substantial income. So they were riding David's coattails. They knew he was the next, the next big director. Hollywood was looking at him. A lot of movie productions were looking at him to possibly hire him. I had mentioned in my interview with one of the newspapers that came out that I kind of viewed him as maybe like a next Steven Spielberg kind of a guy, a next big name. So I think they purposely didn't have jobs. They held back and said, let's ride this thing out with David Crowley. Let's use him. Let's ride his coattails. And when he becomes famous, we all subsequently will make money. And then we can go do whatever we want to do. But we have to get this movie out there. And I think that's why the movie never made it, because they needed to kill him off, have the script land in their lap. And it did. It went to Dan Crowley Sr., the dad, and the son. And right away, they started working with communication with Danny August Mason to put this into motion, to make it. And so this is evidence also of the motive and how it was worth it to kill, because it also explains why all three needed to die. If the government hit was done on David Crowley, they would have done it on David Crowley. It would have been a clean hit, assassination, hands wash, done deal. So what we get later is a year after the bodies were discovered, the Apple Valley police come out and say, you know what, we found out more about the case. There was a Muslim angle to the case. There was blood writing on the wall. And there was a note that says, open the Quran. And there's a Quran laying on the floor. There's a message about the Quran. And on the wall, there is, God is great. God is the greatest. Allah Akbar. Written on the wall in blood. So once again, a professional hit would not have gone to these extremes. Now it almost comes off as amateurish, so to say, because it's trying to push too many angles now. And so that's when we kind of led ourselves down the path of it looks like it's an amateur triple homicide done by more than one person. But the true, correct definition of the word conspiracy, two or more people coming together to plan a crime. That's a conspiracy. So in my mind, this probably triple homicide in Apple Valley, Minnesota was a conspiracy. It wasn't carried out by one person. It was carried out by more than one person, people. And it wasn't a government hit. And it certainly wasn't a double murder suicide. So now we got things are more coming into focus, right? After this takes place, we start monitoring, the volunteers on our page started monitoring the good, close friends of David Crowley. And one by one, they all started moving out of state. They all moved out of state. They all left. I think that the heat was getting too strong and had to leave. I think there's only one or two of them even left in the state.
Yeah, that's really weird.
They all left. And so what we think happened is there was a divide or a split with the group, and that broke them into half. And then half the group said, screw it. The other half says, we're going to make this and go and make the movie. Well, one of the volunteers on our page says the rights to that script go all the way through the year 2019, that no one can take the use of that script because he had it registered with the Screen Actors Guild. That script was registered. And now we already have the trademark by Danny August Mason, the legal team, and the business is being created in the state of Minnesota to create Gray State Universe LLC using that script. Now, we also know at the same time, those guys, or the bad guys, are monitoring our page for information. They're monitoring our group, our justice page for information. Well, we've already exposed the fact that they can't do anything with that script until the year 2019, June of 2019. We've got the actual screenshot of the Screen Actors Guild certificate that David owns that. And then we see Gray State Universe go dormant. Nothing happens with it. Danny August Mason then moves himself and leaves and moves to Austin, Texas. I think at that point he knew he could do nothing with the script.
Yeah, well, that was kind of smart of David to actually have it locked in, right, till 2019. He was definitely thinking ahead.
Well, it was It was 2015 when the bodies were discovered. So he had that rights to that script for four more years. I'm not sure how all that works and the legality of it, but he was a member of the Screen Actors Guild, had the script registered. So Danny August Mason, if he would have pursued it and made a movie off it, he could have been later potentially sued by the estate or something because of that, the legality of the whole thing. So we see that all diminish and that goes away. Danny August Mason now goes back into his acting career. Sean Wright stays in town. Joseph Seaton moves out. Some other guys move out. It all seems to be, very goofy on how things all come about. And then what we see in the recent year or two here is opposing justice pages popping up on Facebook that are only out to attack our group, not to bring new information, not to bring light to the subject, not to, but more of a propaganda group created to dismiss and discredit us. And so our main 4 volunteers on our page, we all take a big hit from this other group that's, and they're not going after a group as a whole, but individually to discredit us.
Right.
Dan Hennon, he's an idiot, he's a loser. John Doe is an idiot, he's a loser. Jane Doe is an idiot, she's a loser. And so we're like, why would they be going out to try to discredit us? And so that's when this other group started to come in and really try to do what they could to shut us down, because they knew they couldn't shut us down. The only way now is to discredit our group. Now we're up to 3,900 members on our page. And once the movie,
it may be 4,000 now, Dan. I think it broke 4,000.
I think did it just go over to 4,000?
It did.
And I want to say also a big thanks, a shout out to the group running our page. I've taken a step back in monitoring it. We have such a good group of volunteers manning the page, taking on new members, focusing on getting the information out there, that our membership is actually increasing. And so every time someone sees that movie on Netflix, it's called The Gray State. People watch the movie, they see it, and I think 80% of the people watch it and say, okay, no big deal. The guy's a nutcase, David Crowley did it, and they move on. The remaining 20% feel something's not right. Something in their head says, I feel like I just been hoodwinked into something. It didn't seem, it was trying to lead me down a road to believe something rather than just provide evidence. And so that's what that documentary did. And we get a lot of people from our page that join up that have an uneasy feeling after watching that documentary, that they just feel they've been blindsided or hoodwinked or propagandized into believing something that actually did not take place. So we've got a large membership base, but the fighting is still going on with these other groups that are trying to take us
for sure, right? Like I was telling you earlier, I did a few interviews already with some of the members of the group, just because I wanted to. And I always say this just to make it clear that I'm willing to hear both sides. I really do want to hear both sides, and I'm willing to talk to either side, because I believe that I want to stay down the middle and actually hear what both sides think and what their evidence is. But to be fair, as soon as I did a video, I never got so many comments in my comment section after I did an interview with Catherine. Like, they lit me up, like it was crazy. So I definitely found out that there is, like, as you're saying, they are going after people who are trying to say that David didn't do this. It's not me just saying that, that's just the facts.
So you have to ask yourself, why would there be a group out there that's spending so much of their time doing this? What do they have to gain? It's all volunteer work, or is it? They're not making money on this, or are they?
Mm-hmm.
But the amount of time and energy dedicated to making us look bad is an indicator itself of something that doesn't add up. It's more propaganda they're pushing to try to pull people from the real justice group onto their group, because they think that we are conspiracy theorists, tinfoil wearing hats, or what have you. But all our page does is present facts and files and documents of the evidence itself,
right?
Of the evidence. And so there's not much room for Is it right? Is it wrong? I mean, the evidence is there. And so
But
when
that's
we receive,
what's funny though, Dan, is that's what the other group says though, because they said I should watch their videos on YouTube, and I said I'll take that challenge. I will watch your videos. I mean, I'm trying to find the truth. I'll look at both sides. I believe you have to look at both sides if you want to be fair, and that's what they're using against the people that say that the people that say David is innocent. They're using that, and they're saying the police evidence proves that David did it. And even after I've looked at all the evidence, I don't see all of it that way. There's a lot of holes in what these police did in their investigation. It's shoddy police work at best and a cover up at worst. I mean, and that's from looking at the files that I found presented. That's from the police, from the all the different organizations, and it's not as cut as dry as I think they want it to people to believe it is. What do you think?
well, the best answer to that is this book written by Greg Fernandez Jr.
Okay.
Greg Fernandez Jr. is a member of our group and a good friend of mine. He wrote a book called The Gray Stage, and it's out there. You can get it. It came out in 2019. It does not bring any theories into play at all. It just goes one by one into the actions that we were told and then the police report response that we were given on every single topic. It goes down. It just lays it all out. And you can tell the conclusion after reading this book is what you just said. At best, it's shoddy police work. At worst, it's a cover up by the police.
Mm-hmm.
There's no in between. There's zero way a detective that covers homicides would come to any of these conclusions. And receiving the volumes of information we got from doing the FOIA requests from the city of Apple Valley have all come back. Everything that you could get a FOIA request on, members from our group have sent, and we've received them back. And so we've looked at it and ticked and tied, and things don't add up. Things don't mesh. It looks like a cover up by police. It looks like a staged event, or it looks like the detectives are imbeciles. That's their only way you can conclude it.
Exactly.
So being right, wrong, or indifferent, it doesn't matter. It doesn't add up. So the question is, we have the evidence from police. It's shoddy at best.
Mm-hmm.
Now, having said that, now this book answers is everything already because it goes through every detail. The opposing groups that are out there trying to make us look bad have decided to come up with a different angle by saying, you know what, you guys haven't received everything.
To be fair, I've heard that.
There's stuff that you guys don't have that we do. Remember the first phrase, the first plan of attack to take us down is the evidence from the police show everybody that reads it that David did it. Well, we got the evidence. It doesn't show, there's no evidence of anything.
Mm-hmm.
It gives their answers to things and their photos of the crime scene and what happened and some of the research they did, but it doesn't give a reason. The police themselves say there is no motive for David Crowley to do this. There's no motive. This is out of their own mouths.
Exactly.
So our group is in the business of fighting those guys back and forth. And now we see them let that go and say, you know what, the police evidence alone doesn't work. But we see them come up with a new tactic by saying, you guys don't have it all. There's stuff out there that we have that you guys don't have, and we're going to start presenting it. Well, this summer, we start seeing evidence of documents floating around that they start posting and doing videos on their website saying, here's what happens, here's the photo of the living room floor, and the gun's laying right next to David's hand. We're like, well, that doesn't exist. There is no photo of the gun next to David's hand. We have all the photos.
Right.
I said, well, you don't have that one. We have it. He said, well, we've got all the photos that were not gruesome. There's nothing gruesome about a weapon. Why would that one be censored? Well, then we get this information from the other group that says, well, David was using drugs and was not in his right mind, and they were using recreational drugs, and they were taking hallucinogens and all this. And they said, we've got the police document to prove it. So now it's out there. There's a big police document signed by Sheriff Detective Klokonos. Klokonos worked on the electronic crimes unit of this, as far as looking at the computer forensics, the hard drives of all these hard
Right,
drives,
right.
the Microsoft Surface Pro, the laptop, and all their cell phones. And it shows that he said that they were on drugs, hallucinogens, and whatever. Well, we get our volunteers together and scour all the police reports and say, I don't see this police report ever. I've never seen this ever in my life. Where did it come from? We hear back from the other group. They said, we have it. We have all this information that you don't have. You guys just weren't lucky enough to get the police reports. We get a file. We file this to the Apple Valley Police Department saying, is this something you produced? The actual paperwork from the opposing team's group. Shane Klokonos, the detective, writes an affidavit to get included into the paperwork of this murder case file with the Apple Valley city attorney that says, I have never seen this. I've never produced this. This is a fake. And someone forged this official looking document with my name on it. This is not mine. He signs an affidavit, a legitimate affidavit. Remember, the Apple Valley group, the actual police department doesn't like either of our groups.
Oh, okay.
But they know that we're the truth tellers and we're being honest and upfront and everything and transparent with everything. The other guys look like morons. Well, this now has tipped the iceberg and moved things in a different direction. Klokonos took it personally that someone was modifying fraudulently a actual police report from a triple homicide and put his name on it. He's got the affidavit in there. There may be a reason to reopen this investigation, this case, because it is a crime to create a forged document from a police detective in a case. It is a crime to do so. So the question is, who forged it and why? And why would they go to such extremes and such lengths to create a forged document, place it on the internet, put it in a public forum, and place it out there? You know, there's one school of thought that's, you know, let's kind of push the envelope a little bit. Let's do some dirty tricks to see what the other group is going to do, if they bite on it or not. But to actually create a forged document and state it's from the Apple Valley Police Department case number XYZ that this case was, from Detective Klokonos, he came back and says, never have I ever seen this document. I didn't create it, and I certainly didn't publish it. And he signed it. It's got a notary stamp right there. So now the question is, what may be perking up the ears to others in this case is the extremes that others will go to bring our group down.
Right.
And would a normal person, would a reasonable person who's got time on their hands create a falsified document just to make another group look bad? More than likely not. Unless they're being paid, unless there's propaganda out there, unless there's agents out there to try to bring us down. I don't know the answer to that, but I know in my mind that a reasonable person would never do such a thing.
Right. And they would need to do such a thing if the police evidence, like they claim, shows that he's guilty beyond a doubt. And that's just look at the evidence. Why would you create it? Why would you need a fake document to try to push your narrative in a certain direction if they say it themselves? Look at the evidence and it's going to prove it to you. Why would you need that document?
So all of this leads into the common sense of we can start throwing out things that are not true. A professional hit, I don't think someone behind a professional hit would go out of the way to make a fraudulent document.
Agreed.
And so if David did this, who would be on the side creating fraudulent documents if David committed the crimes? Nobody. If David committed the crimes, there would be no interest, no motivation to delete posts on his personal Facebook page. So all you can do is really ask yourselves, why would things like these keep coming up? In January is a 7-year anniversary of this event. 7 years this has been going on and on and on, and there's been hundreds of posts and thousands of comments and articles written, documents, videos made, all to show, but law enforcement is not interested in reopening this case. Maybe now, with an affidavit signed by an actual police officer in Apple Valley, it may be enough to wake people up by saying, what would the motivation be to do something criminal? Remember, if they find who created this document, that's a crime this person could be charged with.
Correct.
And it's not a light one either. It's forging a police document of a murder case. It's not a little small matter either.
That sounds
it's
serious
pretty
to me.
serious.
Right.
So the question is, it was forged. We've got proof now that it was forged. Now, anytime we're going back and forth, battling with these other groups, it's time not spent on the case, right?
Right.
So what I tell the folks in our group is don't worry about what they're doing. Their whole intent is to make us sidetracked, send us on a wild goose chase. And so they've been somewhat successful with that, with folks focusing on what they're doing and monitoring their stuff because of this. But it also may be the thing that ends up getting this murder case reopened in Dakota County. The city attorney is involved, is in with this now. Not just the police department, whether the police department's corrupt or not. The city attorney, who's above that,
right,
is now witness to all this shenanigans. So hopefully, in a weird turn of karma, it may end up opening up this case. Many of us, including myself, have thought that this case will never be reopened ever. There's just no way they'll reopen this case. But with the turn of events that are going on, they're throwing Shane Klokonos under the table. And that's a very personal thing. People can point at the Apple Valley Police Department and saying they missed it, they're part of a cover-up, they don't know what they're doing, they're imbeciles. That's easy. Anyone can sit and point fingers all day long. But when you start pointing a finger at an individual person and putting this person's name on a document that's been forged, and now you're taking it to a whole nother level. So that's what we're dealing with kind of here in the now and the current, coming up on the 7-year anniversary.
Wow. Yeah, that document, I do remember seeing that, and I was like, that was the first thing I thought too, is what benefit, why this document? Why would you risk everything to forge this document if all the evidence you need is in the police reports? And I told you, I look into the police reports. I'm reading them. I'm reading the autopsy reports. I read the journal, and a lot of the evidence, I don't like I was saying, I don't understand why they would risk it for this document unless they're trying to distract or they have nothing really to stand on. I don't understand the logic, I guess, because I'm not thinking that way. I don't understand the logic of the document that you're talking about, what it serves to benefit them. It's going to make them look worse in the long run, especially now that it's been proven that it's a forgery. But a lot of the evidence as I'm going through the case, Dan, is what's really troubling. Like I agree. We were speaking about Paleo the dog. I don't understand why they didn't test the dog feces to see if there was bone in there. And I asked the vet if they could do that. And he said absolutely, they could have tested it. They would have found bone. So I find that really disturbing. And a lot of people. Now, I want to talk about the bullet that they found a month later. And I've talked to people about this, and a lot of people don't put a lot of weight. Like, I don't think they realize how serious that is that this bullet that supposedly killed David shows up magically a month later after all these people that were in the investigation missed it. And then all of a sudden somebody walks in and they look up and they see it. Do you find that that's a huge deal, right? That they found it a month later?
Well, that's the backbreaker of this case in my mind.
Yes.
It's the backbreaker because what they did, the police, right, wrong, or indifferent, once again, saw 3 dead bodies at the scene, removed the bodies, and saw 3 bullets, bullet fragments. And so they said, oh, there's one for each, problem solved. There was one in the basement floor, one that was shot down that went into the basement and stuck in a wall that wasn't mushroomed out because it hit something. And so they find 3, and these are hollow point bullets, by the way, from a .40 caliber handgun. They're going to mushroom out. They're meant to kill. This is like,
for sure,
gangster weapons. This is not just someone having a gun at home to protect themselves. The hollow points is what were used. And so they found 3 of the bullet fragments. They found 3 bodies. They shipped them out as a done deal. It was 2 days later, the very same day I created my justice page, the cleaning crew was in and rolled up a rug in the living room to start cleaning the floor, and a bullet fragment fell out of the rug. That was shot into the ground. We find out later it was through Comel's back of her head, and had her blood and brain matter on that bullet. So that she was shot twice. And then we find another bullet that they do the testing on, which they thought was David's, and that was Comel's also.
Correct.
So there's evidence, whether people believe it or not, that she was shot 3 times. We know she was shot twice. 2 or 3 times had bullets mushroomed out of gunshots in the back of her head, blowing her head away, that she was shot 2 or 3 times. Now, we already can take a professional hit out. That's going to be a one shot. Professional hit, assassin, a hitman. 2 or 3 times, now you got emotion involved. You got some kind of emotion and overkill. So that's wrong. The problem is they do the test and find out they're all from Comel.
All 3.
The other one's from Rania.
Yep.
Rania. Well, there's no bullet from David at this point. Now, allegedly, he shot himself with his right hand in his head, but the gun was laying next to his left hand, and his right hand was missing. Did the dog eat it? Was it chopped off? Was it cut off? We don't know. The hand was missing. He couldn't have shot himself unless something happened later, but his hand was missing. There's no bullet. So the cleaners are there the 19th. They're rolling up the carpet. This thing falls out. They call the cops. They come back, and they say, yes, we're going to take this into evidence, introduce this into the case, and put this in the case. Thanks for doing this. Now continue on with your cleaning. February rolls around, and they get to talking to a guy that says, why were you there on the 19th when a 911 call was made to the home? 19th. Same day my justice page was created, same day the cleaners were there, a neighbor calls 911 to say there's suspicious activity at that house. There should be no one in the house except the cleaners.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they find out there's no one there, but a couple people were moving some stuff and doing some things inside the home. What?
That's crazy.
Getting some things ready, moving some things, cleaning, organizing up. Why would anyone be in that house? Well, it turns out they said this Chris Klein was in the house, and it was his truck that was seen driving away. They interview Chris Klein, and he says, well, this February 18th, a month later, he calls police and says, I was in the house because we're investigating the bullet that was in the ceiling. Detectives say, what bullet in the ceiling? They say, oh, in the living room, right where the killings took place, David must have shot himself like this, and it went up into the ceiling and bounced around, and it's in the attic. That's what we're looking for. And they're saying, we couldn't believe that you guys missed this. How could you miss the most important bullet there was? They said, we didn't know there was a bullet until now. But the bigger question is, how did you know that we didn't know? So the conclusion is, or the hypothesis is, and this is a well-oiled hypothesis, is that the gun shot into the ceiling was done after the fact, possibly on the 19th, by the perpetrators, because they realized they had not left a body, the bullet that killed David Crowley in the house. You need to have the bullet before you can close the crime. Well, Apple Valley already closed up the crime scene, shut everything down. David did it. They never had the bullet that killed David. So now it's found later in the attic. They send it to testing for forensics, and they say that the DNA, touch only, is on him of the body of David. David's touch DNA, meaning he may have loaded that bullet into the cartridge. But we look again and say, but it should have his blood. Blood should be on it, and brain matter. Nope, we went back to the lab reports, lab testing. No blood, no brain matter on a hollow point bullet that killed the killer.
Mm-hmm. No hair.
No. So there was no hair, no cells, no blood, no brain matter, no tissue, no skin, nothing. But there was touch DNA, much like a
right.
I touch a pen or a pencil, and I leave some skin behind. You can't see it to the public, to the naked eye, but there's skin pieces left behind. So they found that on the bullet. That reason alone are people who believe that David did it, because they said they found the bullet that killed David and his DNA was on it. Case closed. We said, but that could have been him loading the bullet, touching or handling the bullet.
Exactly.
The bullet fragment, mushroomed, because it's a hollow point. When it goes through the skull, it mushrooms up and collects and screws through up into the ceiling and collects and takes the brain matter up with it, with blood, tissue, everything is going to be lodged into that thing. Well, some say it was fired so fast it all must have fallen off. It went through the ceiling roof. The sheetrock, it must have come off.
I've heard that.
Bounced around in the attic and was laying on top of the insulation in the attic. Somehow it must have come off. Well, police go there February 19th. You get a search warrant to go back into the house with the search warrant to check the attic. They go up and they find it. They bring it back and find it. They said, once again, we got to add this to evidence, bring this into the case and submit it for forensic testing and whatnot. So this took, before everything was said and done, it was a year before all the analysis and everything was done. So the answer is this. There's no bullet that killed David in that house. The bullet that did kill David has never been recovered. The bullet that killed David, whoever did it, hitman, amateur, assassin, whatever, I'm guessing also has that as a trophy. It was picked up and taken from the scene, much like Rania's arm and the hands. Now, the dog wouldn't have eaten the bullet. The dog wouldn't have eaten the arm. And there's no bullet that killed David until one that was introduced later to the crime scene.
Yeah.
That now is a tampered crime scene. The crime scene has now been tampered because it's not been secured the entire time. Meaning, if this was a court case and David was still alive and he was tried for the murder of these two individuals, this case would be, that bullet would be not admissible.
Exactly.
Found a month later. So the case would be thrown out. There's no way David, if he would have been alive and survived the killing and was charged for this, that he would even be found guilty of any of this because there's no evidence to support he did anything. Remember the handgun, no fingerprints. David Crowley's fingerprints are not on the handgun. The bigger question is nobody's fingerprints are on the handgun.
That's what I thought.
Well, fingerprints would be all over a handgun, from the purchaser, the seller, from the salesman at the store to people using it, handling it, testing it. So it's been wiped down. Why would a gun be wiped down if it was used in a commission of a suicide?
Right.
So number one, nothing adds up. And so there's 3 dead bodies. Comel shot 3 times. You got overkill. Rania shot once. Her arm is missing. David shot once. His right hand is missing. He was right-handed. And some say the only way to do the test that he fired that gun would be a gunshot residue.
Yep. GSR.
Gunshot.
Yeah. GSR.
GSR test, because there would be residue on his hand that fired the weapon. Therefore, whoever did the perpetration of the crimes removed the hand so they could never tie it back. Now, he wasn't left-handed, but the gun was laid by his left hand. So you have to look at the mistakes made along the way by the perpetrators. Government hit.
Sorry, go ahead.
No mistakes. A amateur killing, a lot of mistakes, a lot of overkill.
Mm-hmm.
Someone must have had some issue with Comel to be shot 3 times. And we know by looking at the wall, Allah Akbar, a Quran on the floor, and a message saying, open the Quran and follow the Quran, Islam.
Right.
And so we already know that there was someone who committed all these other staging. The Muslim angle staging of the scene was probably the one that killed Comel by shooting her 3 times. Someone had a very big hatred to Islam that was tied to this. David didn't have an anti-Islam slant. Comel, whether she was still Muslim or was she's Christian or converted or whatever, there was no. It was made to look like an honor killing, is what many people think. Mm-hmm. And so that also was staged because people of the Islamic faith would say you would still never do these things.
Right.
Allah Akbar written on the wall in blood, kind of like a Charlie Manson kind of a thing, would still be written. Never in English would you write that Allah Akbar in the English language. It would be the Arabic writing, right? Mm-hmm. So not to say that the killers were idiots, but the killers made enough mistakes in that home that one can easily come to the conclusion that someone did it. So now you just have to look at means, motive, and opportunity. Those are 3 things to solve a crime. The Gray State guys had the means. They had the weapons. They had access to the house. They were friends with these guys. They probably got let in. Who knows? They had the means, the motive, and the opportunity to do so. They were doing nothing else. These guys don't work. and they needed the money. The script is what they got, and the script is what they needed. But the only way to get the script is to get David and, most importantly, and his remaining heirs out of the way to have that script land in their lap to be able to move forward with it. $30 million
Right.
for people looking to make some money. That felt shafted by David being too, taking the ball and running with it. And
For
they
sure.
felt he was too selfish. So they added. So you got the means, motive, and opportunity. A very elementary detective crew could probably solve this crime. The folks on our justice page are all volunteers. We all come from different backgrounds. None of us are police detectives.
Mhm.
And I think we've solved it. So the problem is, does Apple Valley Police not want to reopen it because it's going to make them look bad? Are they going to look embarrassed because they just got done telling the community that the killers are not at large, when in fact for 7 years they have been and still are?
That's a good point. That's a good point. And
Showing photos to neighbors of the bodies. I mean, now you're getting a little out there. And so the only thing that comes all this together is that these guys are so forward and so brash with everything. It almost leads one to believe that they feel that they're never going to get into trouble for this, which means that there must be some complicity on the police department side. There must be some complicity somewhere that someone's got their backs. And so it has come raise the possibility of, are some of these guys confidential informants? Are they working with the feds? Are they federal agents? Were some people hired by the feds to infiltrate David's group and ended up killing the family because they knew nothing would ever come of it? And they went rogue. That's the considerations we're thinking of here, because you wouldn't be that brash if there's a chance you'd get busted. But you also wouldn't care if you knew someone would have your back and you would never get busted for it. Even if the case was reopened, you'd never get busted. That's the problem we're at right now. It does seem that there's federal agents, there's bad guys, there's corrupt, and there's federal informants into this mix somehow,
right.
that are keeping this whole thing under the surface, is what it seems like. Now that's the kind of the conspiracy guy in me coming out, but that's the only plausible reason I can think of that people would be that brash and talking about it, and coming after me. You're making threats. We've received threats on this case. If David did it, why would there be a need to threaten anyone in a case like this?
Right. And I have talked to a few people, and I found that quite shocking, actually, when I started doing interviews, that the people I interviewed said that they had been getting threats. And I was like, you're actually getting threats for just asking questions and researching a case? And they're like, yeah, we get threats all the time. So I found that very shocking. And I just like the way you brought it up, because I was trying to, when you were saying like for means and motive and stuff, and I was thinking, why would the police be in on this blocking? Like, why? Like, I don't, that's one question I've had all along, is why would the police be protecting anybody? And you really made a good point when you said, what if they're informants? Or what if there was some, agencies informing David's little group there because of the project he was doing? And then that kind of clicked. It made sense. Like, that would be a good reason why the police are keeping this case shut and why they're protecting people. That actually does make a lot of sense the way you laid it out like that.
Yeah. And the thing we've been seeing in society recently, and it started out with, the Occupy movement was real big, and they started off clean and doing the right thing. And then it got spun when infiltrators got involved with it. The Occupy movement, the Black Lives Matter movement actually was very clean when that started too, but then that got infiltrators instigators and infiltrators that are paid to just cause disruption. And that whole thing went by the wayside. And so the Gray State project, the Gray State team that David was on, certainly would have been something that people would have been paid for, to place informants in there to kind of get some listening, hear what's going on, and see where this project is headed, and being paid for it. These guys never had cash. They didn't have jobs, but they're at all the events, all the meetings, all the filmings, all the documentaries without having jobs. So you have to ask yourselves, what was their source of income? What was their source of income? And there wasn't it. So if you are an informant, and if you're paid under the table in the form of cash or something, you're going to have cash on you. You're not going to have a job, but you're also not going to be cashing checks because you're going to be living on cash. So these guys all seem to have cash and money with them. and on them, but they never were wealthy and they never had jobs. And so some have speculated, including myself, that a number of these folks were federal informants to begin with. Now, if their federal informants got into trouble, who would come in? Their boss would come into the Apple Valley Police Department, a small little local police department, and say, you know what, brush this case away. There's stuff that involves us, and we are going to look bad if it comes out, so shove it aside. That could easily be done if the Apple Valley police chief was compromised in such a way that got a talking to, a tap on the shoulder by someone at the federal level to say, make this case go away. Officer Reitzagel, would be one to say, sounds good, I'll do that. That's how the chain of command works. The job isn't to, hey, let's solve the crime, because I am a civil servant and I work for the city of Apple Valley. The job is always, if someone higher up tells me something above my pay grade, I'll do it. It's a chain of command, much like the military.
Yeah.
And once I found that out from police, and I'm like, yeah, but you still take an oath. That's different. Well, the oath goes out the window if you get told to do something from above. So
exactly,
feds came in and told the department heads to squash the case. There could very well be good-meaning detectives on the case doing what they thought was good. They wouldn't be told, hey, we're supposed to squash this case. That would be only to very few people would be limited to be hearing that information. And the underlings certainly wouldn't.
Well, that's what I was telling people too, because I've had people say the same thing to me. They're like, so you're telling me that everybody in the investigation is corrupt and they all know what's going on? And I said, no, that's not the way it works. It only takes somebody higher above you to come in and say, this is what's going to go down, this is what you're going to say, and then they will go along with it, because as you said, chain of command. Now, do I think that everybody in the Apple Valley Police Department is in on this and covering it up like willingly? No, I don't think that at all. I actually do try to kind of believe that some of them probably agree that this is not a murder-suicide and that something happened and this was made to look that way. But when you have your pension on the line, your job on the line, you want to take care of your family, you got bills to pay, you have a higher up come along and say, this is what I want you to write down, this is what I want you to say, this is the narrative I want you to push, you're going to do it. It's just the truth.
Unfortunately, it's the sad, ugly truth that is the way it happens. And if you were to, if one was to ask me, I would say that there's two, maybe no more than three people in the Apple Valley Police Department that know the true deal with this case, not the true case of what actually happened, but to know that someone up above said, squash this thing, shut it down. I also believe that there's good, hardworking people down below the chain doing their jobs. Now, in this case, it may have been bad.
Right.
I'm not saying they did a good job. I'm saying they did a bad job, but it may still have been a well-meaning. They may have put their best foot forward. The city of Apple Valley averages one homicide a year. Wow. One. So these guys are chasing down traffic tickets and speeders and drugs and assaults and domestics. They're not used to handling murders or dead bodies even, but they're not handling murders and homicides. Now to land a scene with a triple homicide in one house, they're obviously over their heads. And so the first question would be, typically you ask for assistance, a neighboring department, the county department, the state, someone to help you out. And Apple Valley quickly says, no, we'll handle this ourselves.
Right.
That was another indicator to me that they were told, I think, from the very beginning to make this go away.
Right, and which would also make sense why they said in 2 hours.
Whether everyone's involved or two people involved, Apple Valley Police Department is involved in a cover-up, if you ask me.
Right, and it does make sense why they pushed the narrative after 2 hours that it was a murder-suicide. And I've had also people say they didn't just say that in 2 hours. They took a whole year to look at evidence and come to that conclusion. But I've read reports where they were saying that within a couple hours, there's reports of the police saying that it looks like a murder-suicide. It's not just people saying that. Well,
here's where it got confusing, because I've done the same research. They concluded that it was a double murder suicide.
Mm-hmm.
After a year's, they came out officially and said that, but they were operating under the assumption from the very beginning that it was a double murder suicide.
Exactly.
My question is, for any, and the research that I've done in the last 6 years here is, every homicide detector goes into a case assuming that it is a murder. And then you got to start backing in the answers to prove that it's a suicide, because many suicides are staged to look like murders. Your goal is to treat it as a suicide, as a homicide, right? Until the evidence comes in that supports that possibly it was a suicide. Even if they're told it looks like a suicide, your detective, you come in, the blinders are not on.
Right,
These
right.
guys had blinders on from the beginning, and that backed into the evidence that supported David did it, and they thought they had enough, and they closed the case, done deal. But they should have said, thanks for letting us know that you think it's a suicide, but we'll investigate this as a homicide until the evidence proves otherwise. And they unknowingly, they didn't do that. They did treat it right off the bat that David did it. Imagine going into that basement and seeing tons of ammunition and police coats, police vests, ammunition, guns, weapons. That they thought this guy was a nutcase.
Right.
But he just shut down that business that he was selling used equipment, and had a garage sale in September of 2014 to sell, I think, $5,000 worth of goods. And what he had left was in the basement, and he still hadn't gotten rid of that yet. But he looked like a nut job to the average Joe. They found marijuana in the house. They said this guy was probably just a nutcase.
Right. And they go with that narrative. And if you have the blinders on, if you think that after a couple hours, you're not really looking at all the evidence and trying to look at all of it. I find it even strange that I found that there's like a lot of samples that have never been tested. Like they tested, I think there was like 38 samples taken. I'm not sure the exact number. I've read a lot of documents in the last couple of weeks, but I do know that there's less than half that have been tested. A lot of the blood samples were never tested. And that's another thing that really bothers me, Dan, is that blood that was on the recliner is nowhere near like somebody who put it there. And they never tested the blood on the recliner. There's so many things in this case that don't make sense why they didn't test it. I still don't get it.
Well, that's a very good point. And the folks following it, there's a recliner in the living room that with the arm will bend it back, and the seat will come up and then recline and go back down, fold back down. But there's a big wet spot of blood soaked. It looked like it had been sitting there for hours.
Yep.
Was never tested. There was no body by it. So we already knew the body or bodies were moved. At least one of them was moved. I don't know who that was, but it would have been nice to get testing done. Now we do see the reports, the emails going back and forth with the lab saying, we've got the completion done of the handwriting analysis. Would you like us to do further? And Apple Valley writing back saying, no, that's all we need at this time. We have no interest in taking a deeper dive. The ballistics, would you like us to take the next level, deep dive into the ballistics? No, we have what we need. So many times on the correspondence, we see them declining or saying no to follow up on the forensics. When the other investigation, when the other agency is asking, would you like it? We'll provide it to you. No, we're good. So that to me raised a big red flag because you would, in a case like this, a triple homicide in your small town. Apple Valley has 40,000 people. It's not a small town, but it's not a big city either. I would have said, you're going to test everything and we're going to exhaust every resource to find out who did this.
Right.
And right away, the first week, we see them saying, no, we have what we need, that we're good. And so I think that is, once again, either the report being squashed from above to say we don't want further stuff, or we're going to try to save some money. These things are expensive to do, or we're not interested in the truth. We're just going to go through the motions of getting what we need to close this case, put a big bow on it, and consider it done.
Right. And that's true. And then another part of the investigation I find strange is that when they are testing some of the samples, there is another major contributor that is found in the blood, and they never hunted that down. I think that's really, I don't get it. I don't understand when there's another contributor. From what I'm understanding, I hope I'm reading that right.
You're reading it right, because
that makes
when they do
no sense.
When they do the analysis, remember there's 3 people in the house,
yep.
According to the official narrative, 3 people in the house, and they get the blood back and they do the blood work and say that it's not this person, it's not this person, but it is this person and another person. But they've ruled out Rania and Komel. We think it's David, but the blood also contains DNA from another individual. Well, that to me would be a huge red flag if I was a detective. Exactly. Or the sergeant of the detective unit, or the police chief of Apple Valley. I would say, well, by God, whose is it?
Right, right.
That's the answer.
And
Why
then
is there a source of blood from someone else not in that home anyway? There wouldn't be. So they've already got themselves painted into a corner with all of these things. And these are all facts that we've pointed out. It's not us making things up.
yeah, you can read. I'm just going by what I've read on the
You
reports.
can read it. So why wouldn't they want to reopen the case? I can see, why it's going to be embarrassing. It's going to be expensive, and they've probably been told that's not going to happen to begin with. So they were careless in some of those items.
Right.
This case will never be reopened. Our only hope in this entire case is as people from the Apple Valley Police Department retire, quit, leave, move agencies, go somewhere else and retire, and they're no longer affiliated with them, is for them to come forward and do interviews like this, even if it's anonymous. You don't have to give your name, just to say, you know what, I worked in the case and things were fishy. I worked in the case and things didn't add up. You can certainly come forward from that perspective. If there's a federal person involved pushing all this down, I don't think you'll get anyone to come forward.
Right.
And that's what we're seeing right now. No one, not a soul, has come forward in this case, which leads me to believe there's some federal interference in here at some level from the feds.
Right. And now this is a question I wanted to definitely ask you too. Have you I know you've interviewed a lot of people with this case and spoke. Have you ever spoke to anybody in David's family about this and what they think, or Kamel's family? Like, who have you spoke to any of these people, like, and just got their what they think? Do they think he did it? Do they believe the narrative? Do they have doubts? I'm just no, you don't hear much about David's side of the family talking about it.
One thing that was odd for us in this whole case was the lack of a media statement or a press release from the
Right.
family. Now, David's parents are divorced. Um, and so police had to meet with David's father on one hand and then the mother on the other hand because they were not together. They're still on good terms, but they were separated, so it caused kind of a tough thing to do. So we haven't heard anything. Now, I was able to speak with Comel's father, her dad, and talk to him on the phone. And the mother has since died. She was suffering from cancer for many years and subsequently died. But they were going through this whole issue when she was still in hospice care, and the attention was focused on that. But the father did tell me directly that if I did have extra money sitting around and I wasn't at my wife's bedside, I would hire an investigator to look into the discrepancies in this case. And he didn't have the wherewithal to do that. Maybe he will now, I don't know. I talked to the sister. She now subsequently thinks that David did do it. But I think there's pressure there to say that as well.
Right.
And so, she had been one that was kind of on the fence, and then she made a trip to Minnesota and ended up meeting with all the Gray State guys, the whole team, and then came away and flew back home and landed in Texas. And every comment since then has been that David did it, is all we hear from her. So I think they got to her at some point to believe now that he did do it. But it's goofy. I haven't talked to David's father. I am inclined to believe that he is direct or indirectly related to this killing itself, I think. I've been on record saying that, and I do believe that David's older brother, Dan Jr., is directly or indirectly involved with this murder as well. Wow. So when you get family members involved with the murder, remember, they were the ones closest, they had the most to gain from this, and they also had the most to lose. And so we don't hear anything from him because if they open up their mouths, only bad things can happen. So they're not going to talk. I don't believe the sister has anything to do with anything. She's living in another state. But it's David's father and son that were in on that strange $50,000 cash withdrawal at a bank in October of 2014 that came from the father's trust account. And so we were able to access, my background is accounting, and I'm have an accounting degree. So I'm looking at this case from a financial aspect, who can gain, who can lose. And so therefore I went after that $30 million contract. That was all fuzzy. And I interviewed the producer directly, and he confirmed that they did have a contract.
Oh, okay.
On record, it was. And they said, no, it was canceled. He walked away from it. There was no truth to that. We've got that on a YouTube video confirming that did took place. And then we got from the Wells Fargo Bank records that the father had a joint trust account for the kids. So when he dies, in the event that he dies, it's a POD account, that the money in this account, $200,000 or $300,000 in this account, would be split evenly among the kids when he dies. It was a payable on death account only, meaning no one could touch the account unless the father was dead. Well, the father's alive and still alive, but we see a withdrawal taken in October of 2014 for a straight even $50,000 cash, not a cashier's check, not a traveler's check, not a check, but cash. So someone had to walk into that bank, walk into that branch location in October and say, I want some cash. And a teller filled it out and gave it to him. Now, the only problem we have with this is that David's father is an engineer and travels a lot for business. He testified to police that the entire month of October that year, he was in Germany on business. Okay. This withdrawal was taken from a local bank branch in Minnesota in October. So either the father's lying or someone else took out the money instead. Now, Dan Jr., the older brother of David, that's his name, is Daniel Crowley Jr.
Right.
But that's his name. If he went into that bank and showed identification and said, I want to make a withdrawal and get it, he could have gotten it. The problem with that, if you set that aside, what's 50,000 got to do with it? Who cares? Well, the thing that pops into my mind is if you're talking on a typical hit assassination, maybe $10,000 to $15,000 a hit is what it costs. 50,000 would fall right in line with a triple homicide for what it would cost to pay a hitman, right?
Right.
So I let that go, no big deal. I start looking for the financials for that money to come back in, meaning the son needed it, one of the daughters needed it, another family member needed the money quickly, and then when dad got home from October, made a deposit and put it back in. Well, the subsequent records for the next 3 months show no deposit of 50,000 coming back in.
Okay.
So someone needed 50,000 for something in the months leading up to a triple homicide that we can't account for. Now, did the Apple Valley Police Department investigate why there's $50,000 missing from a bank account from the old man who's in Germany, but the bank withdrawal was done at a branch office for $50,000 cash in Minnesota? Now, the signed signature looks like, to me, and we did the handwriting analysis, it looks like Dan Crowley Jr. forged his father's name on the slip to get the money. His name is there. His signature is on the slip that we have. It lines up with other signatures that Dan Jr. has made. It does not resemble a signature from Dan Sr. Makes sense. Dan Sr. was out of the country. He couldn't have done that withdrawal.
Right.
The question is, why is Dan Crowley Jr. withdrawing $50,000 for anything? He wasn't running a business. He wasn't buying a house. He wasn't buying a car. He wasn't starting up his own business. There was no, I don't know why $50,000 would need to be taken out, but it certainly piques my interest when 2 months later, 3 bodies are dead, including Dan Jr.'s script landing in his lap, the one who took out the $50,000 because the remaining heirs are killed. Was he involved in getting that money to hire the folks to do the killing? Maybe so, maybe not, but it hasn't been explained satisfactorily by anybody where this money went. Now, if Dan Sr. comes home from Germany, finds out there's money missing, and his son is now killed 3 months later, is he going to bring up his other son to authorities to say, you know what, I think he committed forgery on a bank statement?
Right.
He may think, well, I already lost one son. If I charge my other son, he'll be in prison for a long time. How about I just let it all go by the wayside and just keep it quiet and not say anything about it to save at least one of my sons? That's the thinking that most people have in our group, that Dan Sr., the father, knows more about the case and won't let on. Because if he does let on, he's only going to hurt himself and his own family more. If it comes out that the own brother was involved in the killing, do you know how that's going to look to the family and all these family and friends and relatives in the state of Minnesota and the Apple Valley Police, that the brother was involved in killing a 5-year-old niece?
Exactly.
So we've got a whole scenario of bad layers going down a hill, snowball, that I think Dan Sr. stepped back and says, you know what, I'm going to end it right here, not say anything to anyone, and just let it go with David did it. and let it just go down that avenue. So I think he pushed it off as saying he did it, although he himself knows David probably did not.
Right. Yeah, no, I've always wondered that, like, because I did. That's why I asked you about if I've ever heard, if you've ever talked to anybody in the family, because they're very silent. Like, at least from what I can tell, I've never seen a video where they've got an interview and talked to people about what's going on. And the the last part that I wanted to bring up, the lack, when I look at the crime scene photos, which strikes me as odd, when I first started looking at them, and you kind of hit it on it at the beginning, is where's all the blood? Like, isn't there, like, for the damage to these bodies? You think there would be blood everywhere, and I mean, I've never been in a murder scene. I don't know what they look like. But I'm just logically thinking, where is all this blood that they wrote on the wall with? And the only blood I can really see is some droplets. There is some blood around a little bit, but no big pools of blood around the bodies. There's no blood around the head areas. There's like, where does don't you find that strange? Like, what is your guys' thought on that?
Well, I find that extremely strange. And like you pointed out earlier, the most blood I can see in that living room is on the cushion of the recliner. No,
Exactly.
no one's up against that. No one's head is leaning up against that. There's no body leaning up against that. That's the most blood I see. Now, the speculation is that the dog was thirsty with no water in the house and lapped up all the blood, or it soaked into that living room carpeting. It soaked in to the carpet, all that blood, and it went away. Well, maybe true or not, I would still expect to see large pools of blood with a violent killing in that fashion done in that home.
Hmm.
Uh, a 40 caliber gun, you're going to see splatter on the ceiling,
For sure.
on
Right.
the walls, everywhere. And what we do see is a little bit of blood spatter, but it appears to be medium velocity blood spatter in different directions, as if someone was beat or tortured or hit with an instrument, a bat, a hammer, a tire iron, something like that. It looks like medium velocity, not high velocity. If a weapon was used as a gun to kill all these people, all you should see, if you were the Apple Valley police detectives, you should have evidence of high velocity blood spatter throughout that house.
Right.
There is no high velocity. There's a little bit of blood spatter, but it's medium velocity, meaning someone was alive when you were beating the hell out of them or something on the floor in that living room. So a torture or something did take place in that living room, but we don't know if the murders took place in that living room because, like you said, the amount of blood. Now, the blood writing on the wall, they did test, and that was Comel's. So once again, whoever did this, the hatred of Islam, Muslim, Comel, overkill 3 times, blood on the wall, Quran opened, and that's, I think, where the perpetrators made their mistake. If they would have just shot everyone evenly, left the bodies, it would have been probably an open and shut case. I wouldn't even be here 7 years later talking about it. But it's because of the mistakes that the perpetrators made is why I'm here.
Right, and that is funny. That, like, that's why I think that when we talk about it being staged, that's what I first, when I first started looking into the case. That's the one thing my brain kept going to, is like, why is it so staged looking? Like, it just, to me, they threw everything at they could at the wall to see what would stick. They're like, we're gonna put writing on the wall. We're gonna leave a little note on the computer. We're gonna have the music playing in the background, like the playlist going on the computer, which I think is weird in itself again, and all of this stuff. And then there, a little bit of, like, there was blood in the, from what I can understand from the crime scene photos, there was some blood droplets in the kitchen area that were never tested. I don't, to me, I'm like, well, okay, like, why did you not test that blood in there? That could be from the killer, or even it could be from David or someone else, to prove it either way. And to me, I just find it very staged, even with the marijuana. Like, I do smoke marijuana, and I have a grinder, and I've never ground up marijuana and had it like a pile in the grinder sitting on a table like that. To me, it looks very staged. And that's just where my brain went right from the start.
Now, it was set up to make it look like David was the bad guy. I think
Right,
with all
right.
that gear in the basement, the marijuana, the goofy books that he had, and the things that he was researching, and the things that he read. David was a very well-read man, including religions and everything. So, and but the one thing they point out is, oh, the book Satanic Verses was on the shelf, so therefore maybe he did this. Well, he was very into Salman Rushdie and some of the teachings and things that he
Right.
had done, and well researched. Very intelligent guy, so he had books of all sorts of religions. But he
Right.
didn't have he wasn't for or against anything as far as I know. He was a very open guy. He was raised Christian, raised Lutheran. But the other strange thing about this whole case, before we leave, is I wanted to talk to David's mother, is
Right.
who I would have, the only one that I felt interested in talking with. In reading the reports, she's the only one in the 94-page police report that says, I can't believe my son did this. I can't, unless it was some kind of a pact or
I've
something.
heard that theory
I
too, a
can't.
pack
She's
theory.
the only one to doubt it. But that August of that same year, her body was found dead outside of her home in her back patio with no real reasons given for that. And if she was having an inkling as to something wasn't sitting right, and it may have taken place with my own family members, she would have been one to come forward with it. Now
Right.
she's conveniently dead. They buried her with no real uh, fanfare. And so there's 4 members of the Crowley family dead to this day.
Wow.
Sad.
It is. That's what I want to end with. It is. It's a sad story all the way around. Whether David did it or didn't do it, like I've said that in a lot of times in other interviews, that whether he did it or didn't do it, it's definitely a very evil act that took place, and uh, a child lost their life. It's very sad. Like, it really is. And when I look into this case, it's really hard because it's very disturbing. And whether he, and as I keep saying, whether he did it or not, that's for people to decide on their own when they look at the evidence. But it was just a very sad case, and I think it was, in my opinion, I don't understand why they didn't do certain things in this investigation and that. And I kind of agree with you that I don't think it's ever going to get answered unless somebody that's done it came forward, which I don't think is going to happen, and say we did it, and unless they can get it open some other way. But I really do hope it does get open someday again and looked at again, and the other evidence that they have tested, like they will get it tested because they do have other samples, and I think that would maybe answer a lot, in my opinion. Just me, Dan. I mean, it's a big case. It really is, and I want to thank you for taking the time and coming and speaking with me. I've been wanting to speak with you for a while. And do you want to let anyone know if you where they can get a hold of you, or do you have a podcast they can go to, or anything like that? It's all yours.
On Twitter, my handle is DM Hennon, DM Hennon, Hennen. On Twitter, I'm out there. Also, Dan Hennon on Facebook. I've got my account out there that I'm very active on. Also, the best place is probably the Justice page. To jump on there, leave a comment, join the group. If you're hesitant to joining, you can still post and leave comments without being an actual member. But like I said, we're at 4,000 members. Our purpose there is to get the word out and to raise the awareness of this story. Whether or not it gets reopened, people get sent to jail, prison, it doesn't matter. We need to raise awareness for this poor family.
Right, I totally agree, Dan, and I can agree. Like, you can go right to the that Facebook page. You can find all the documents, and you guys definitely post the evidence that you guys have. At least that's where I find all of it, and I've been reading the reports and everything, so it's very accessible. And people should definitely, I would assume you would agree with me that people should do their own research and start looking into it if they want to read the reports themselves and everything. I think that's great advice, because you can't just take information from one person or one source. I try to think that read the reports yourself, and I really think that people, when they start reading it, they're going to find out how where we're sitting, where a lot of it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. The one thing that it's very open when you see a page, especially like ours, a justice group that's out there on Facebook, is to make your own conclusions. We're not here to be a salesman. We're not here to do a sales pitch. I'm not, none of us are benefiting what you believe or not. It doesn't benefit us. But if we can post, there's a section called files. Under that, we upload every time we've got some evidence, not hearsay, not theoretical things, but if there's actual evidence that is out there, we post that in the file section. So it's a one-stop shop for all things. If you want to come to that location, that page, to do your own research, come to your own conclusions, and certainly if things come up, ask questions.
Exactly.
Everyone is out there is loves to answer questions, and we always like the new interest that comes out there. But with 4,000 members, we're just trying to raise awareness and get the word out there about this case.
Perfect. You're doing a great job, Dan. I mean, that's how I first started learning about this, was through you. So I do want to thank you once again for taking the time to come and speak with us. You're always welcome to come back. if you want to talk again about some parts of the case, you've always got an open invitation. And I want to really thank you for taking the time this afternoon to sit with me and answer some questions.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
You're very welcome. Take care, Dan, and have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
There we go. Another great interview wrapped up. And what a great interview that was. I really enjoyed speaking with Dan, somebody that's been looking at this case for many, many years, as you heard. And it's really it was really cool to sit and talk to him just now and get his thoughts on it and have him here. And I definitely want to speak with other people. And I've said this in other videos. If you're on the opposing side and you want to discuss how you think David is guilty and you want to discuss the evidence, I'm not hard to get a hold of. I give my email at the end of every interview I do. Just send me an email, binthinkingpodcast at gmail.com. That's simple. Binthinkingpodcast at gmail.com. And let me just double think that because the last time I first interview, I said the address wrong. So, yeah, been thinking. Okay, so that is the correct one. And send me an email if you want to come on the show and discuss whether you think David is guilty or if you think he's innocent. I want to hear from the people that actually do think that he's guilty and that he did do this. I think that'd be a great discussion as well. And as I keep saying at the end of a lot of these interviews, is there's so much into this case when you start looking into it that it goes on and I mean, but I do agree with what Dan said and I've said many times that you have to do your own research. I fully believe that. I think that you can't just watch a few videos by one or two people or read a few posts and then come to the conclusion, accurately or with a lot of confidence. I think you should look at all the evidence, look at all the videos you can find, read all the documents. The journal is very helpful, I found, to give you a little bit of insight how the David mind worked and stuff. And I think it's a great. I think just look at the evidence yourself is what I'm saying. Like, don't take anybody's word for it. And that was the greatest advice I took from a lot of people was don't actually, get in there and start reading the documents. And some parts I have trouble understanding. I'm not a lab tech. I'm not a police officer. I'm not a forensic person. So, I mean, a little bit is hard to understand, but it's going to give you a great insight into all the evidence that they did test and what they didn't test, which has always bothered me, as I said with Dan. I just find it very weird that they would take all these samples and only test a quarter of them, kind of, and not test them all. And maybe that's common in a case like this. I don't know. I'm not an investigator. Don't claim to be. But I just do find it very strange that they would not test it all, and I just find that strange. I say that a lot, and I find a lot of stuff strange in this case, actually, to be 100% honest. And just do your own research, guys, and try to come to your own conclusion. And I've been trying to stay in the middle of it, and that's the truth. And I flop back and forth, as I was saying at the beginning. One day I'm like, he did it, and then another day I'm like, no, he didn't do it. And then I'm flopping back and forth that way. It's just as I see more evidence and read more of the documents, it just kind of something will make me lean. But no matter how many of the documents I read, there's still all these questions I have. I got a lot of problems with what wasn't done in this case and stuff. Like what evidence wasn't tested and the bullet that showed up a month later. To me, that's a big red flag to me, and it's troublesome. It's just this is a bullet that supposedly killed David, and that they say killed David, and everybody at the beginning missed it in the ceiling and missed a hole in the ceiling, and then they find it a month later. That's a big deal to me, and the lack of blood's a big deal, and not testing the blood on the recliner is a big deal. The just a lot of stuff, and I just so it's just a case that keeps me guessing. Like the more I research, it keeps my brain going back and forth, and so that's where I'm at with it. I'm basically still, the more I talk to people, I'm still in the middle. It's the way I'm leaning. I mean, I'm just definitely leaning to the side of right now that it's kind of strange that a lot of things weren't tested, like the dog feces and some, like I was saying earlier, the blood and stuff like that. Find that kind of strange, and it makes me wonder why. And so, but if you got an opposing view and you think he did do it, let's set up an interview. Let's talk about it. I love having discussions, as I keep telling people, and it's the truth. I really do, and I enjoy having all of you here. I want to thank you for taking the time. It was kind of a long interview, but I thought it was a great interview, and it was worth taking some time because I really wanted to speak with Dan, somebody who's been really digging into this case for 7 years. So I hope you enjoyed the interview. I enjoy having you all here. I really appreciate you all taking the time to watch. If you do enjoy my interviews, please give a like, give a thumbs up, subscribe if you haven't. Figured I should say those things because I really, enjoy doing this, and I enjoy having you guys here to, sit back and, just listen to what we're chatting about, especially if it's a topic that you're interested in, which is always good. So, want to thank you all. Have a great day, great evening, and depends where you're listening, watching from. So, take care, and I'll definitely have some other great interviews coming up very shortly. And just remember, everybody's got an interesting story. Everybody. Yeah, even you. Yes, even you. And you know why it's an interesting story? Because it's your story. That's what makes it interesting. So take care, guys, and I'll see you next show. Well, I'd like to welcome everybody. We got another episode of Crypt Ricks. I've been thinking, and I want to welcome all of you to my crypt. And this is where I love to be the most. I love to sit back, interview people, talk about different subjects. Got a whole lot of different subjects actually coming up in the future. I got some interviews planned, and for on different topics, and just really enjoy doing this. Let me just check my mic, guys. There we go. And like as I was just saying, I enjoy doing this, and I enjoy talking and meeting new people and hearing their stories. Because as I've always said, everybody in my life, in my view, has an interesting story. And why is the story interesting? Because it's your story, and that's what makes it interesting to me, and I love to hear it. But this interview that I'm going to be talking about today is on a very sensitive subject. I've had a couple interviews already, and talking about a case, the David Crowley case. You may know him through the trailer that he had. He was working on a project called The Gray State, which we was hoping to have as a movie down the road. And basically, his whole, they're saying it's a murder suicide. Some are saying that. Some are saying it's a plain out murder. And there's definitely two sides, as I said in the other interviews, on this camp. There's the side that's saying that he is definitely innocent, and there's a lot of evidence to prove it, and that he, at least enough to reasonably doubt that he's in, not he didn't do this and he's innocent. And then you got the other side saying that the evidence is what it is, and he's guilty. And I've said from the beginning, I want to hear both sides of this, and I will be getting people on from the side that thinks that he's guilty, and I think that's only fair. I've stated that from day one in all of my interviews, that I do want to hear both sides of this case. I want to hear both parties and get their thoughts, because I'm in the middle. I kind of see it both ways right now, and I'm doing what everybody's told me to do. I'm actually going in and reading all the evidence myself, saying, let me tell you, there's a lot of evidence to go through in this case. There's a lot of stuff to read, and it takes a while to do it. So I just want to make sure that I get all the reading in and look at the case myself. I think that's only fair, and that's what I'm doing currently right now, is really digging into it. I want to read all the police reports, everything that they got, and I think that's a great way to approach it. probably the only way to approach it is to read all this stuff for yourself. So that's where I'm at with it. I definitely am looking forward to speaking to my guest. I'm going to bring her in and let her introduce herself, and then we're going to go ahead and talk about this case a little bit. How are you doing, Sophia? I want to welcome you to my crypt. I want to thank you for taking the time to come and talk to us about this case. As you know very well, it's a very sensitive case. There is definitely two sides to this case, and I just want to go ahead and introduce yourself and let me know what got you involved in this case. How did you get involved in this case from the very start? What brought you to it?
Well, for the record, my real name is Julie, and I just chose Sophia because I don't like to have my personal information on Facebook. And that is the only reason why I chose that. But ever since I've been involved in this case since late December 2017,
Okay.
when the documentary came out on Netflix. I think it was called The Gray State or A Gray State.
A
I
Gray
can't.
State. Yeah, I know the one you're
Okay,
talking
there we
about.
go.
I've
Thank you.
watched it a few times myself.
And when I was watching it, I've watched plenty of documentaries throughout my lifetime, and not once have I felt like I've been lied to. And that was really weird. It was awkward, uncomfortable, and just at first I was trying to give them the benefit of the doubt, thinking, okay, well, they're a family and they lost loved ones, and but it was the way that they were trying to manipulate the audience that really sent out the red flags for me. And by the end of it, I was like, I have to look into this case because I've just been lied to.
Mm-hmm.
And I went to the group that Dan and Greg had talked about in their interview and stuff. And I personally, I was kind of narcissistic at that time, thinking, oh, I probably know what happened. I'm just going to do a little bit of digging and I can solve this in 5 minutes.
I think we all think that at first. I think we all. I'm going to look at a couple of videos and I'm going to have all the answers, and then you start to dig into it. And as I was
Yes.
saying, there's a lot to this case. It's especially when you start looking at the two sides of the people who are saying, the one side saying he definitely did it, and then you got one side saying that he didn't do it. So when you start looking at all the evidence, it definitely is. It's overwhelming. That's the only way I ever put it. It's overwhelming when you start looking at all the different files and the police report and the autopsy reports. Like, I thought it might only be a couple pages to read, and it's like,
No,
oh, it
it's
goes on forever.
and when I first joined, they only had like the 93 pages and the 400, the large police report and the redacted police report. That was it.
Okay, wow. So
And
there's a
then,
lot more since then that's come out.
yes, yes. And so it was easier for me to start to learn it. And one of the ways that I started to learn was, and a good friend told me this, by the way, and I'm happy to give this tip out to all the other people who are starting this case, is to print out the redacted police report, the 93 pages, because the bigger one will kill your printer.
Yeah, I found that out
It
about the
will.
scripts. I printed out all three of his scripts, and I actually had my computer. My printer was smoking. I'm not even joking. The back of it was smoking. It was so big. So yeah, definitely take her advice and print out the one that's not going to blow up your printer.
Yeah. And then what you do is you separate all the summaries by officer. So, because as you're reading it, one officer will write like his first summary of the day of the discovery, but then he has several other summaries throughout the police report. Just take every single one of them and separate them. And, like picked all of Detective Gilmert's together and Detective Bones together, and just do it that way. I promise you, it'll be so much easier to understand this case.
Okay.
And it once you do that and you just read over everything, you really start to memorize it. And I mean, I've been known for this where I'll remember something wrong, and Greg or Catherine will correct me, and I go back and I look at the reports to see exactly what it actually said so that I don't repeat the same thing again
Right.
as
Well,
wrong.
yeah, because it is such a there's so many files that I think everybody along the way is going to kind of mix things up in that. I think that's to be totally expected. I mean, I've even missed understood things and had to go back and read it. And I like your advice about how to break it up into little piles. I kind of like wanted to read it all at once, and you just can't. There's too much. So I've been taking a lot of time because that's the advice that everybody keeps giving me from both sides. I've heard it. They're like, you have to go and read the case yourself, look at the evidence yourself. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to take that challenge and I'm going to do it. That's only fair. I'm going to look at the evidence, and you're saying the same thing. Look at the evidence, but just warn people, it's a lot of evidence that you got to
It
go through,
is.
and it's a lot of I found a lot of medical terminology that I just don't know. I'm not a doctor, don't play one in real life, and don't want to. And I don't know the medical terminology. So I found myself having to go on Google and type in certain words to figure out what they meant and what they were talking about because I just didn't understand the terminology. So you have to take the time to, if you're going to look at the evidence, it's going to take you a bit of time if you're going to go through it all. And that's a great point that you say, like, break it up in small pieces, by the investigators and stuff, and then kind of have a look at it and go through it slowly. So that's great advice, I have to say.
Thank you.
Eh,
Another thing
Go
is
ahead. Yep.
please, a lot of the new members, they want to just jump in and try to absorb it all, and that's extremely overwhelming.
I
And
agree. I
they get
agree.
frustrated, and they're just like, it's too much, I can't do this. And you just take a little bit at a time, just learn, read through it, try to understand it, ask questions. You don't have to ask in the group. You could always ask, um, I'm not an admin, but you could ask Greg, you could ask Catherine, you could ask me. I'm in the group, I'm just not an admin. And we'll try to help you. I can show you screenshots of the report to prove what I'm saying, that kind of thing, because a lot of times people are like, trust me, I know what I'm talking about, and but they don't back it up.
Right, right.
And that's extremely annoying to me. I want to show somebody, hey, look, they're talking about this. And then I show them a screenshot of a crime scene photo or of the reports or the DNA and stuff like that to back up what I'm saying, because it's important that they learn the correct information. Because if you, this case just has so much stuff and so many layers and rabbit holes, and it just, you could get lost.
You can get lost, and
And
that's the trick to this case is trying. And I fell victim to it too. To be very honest, is going through all these rabbit holes. And I
mhm.
had to pull. I've had to do this a couple times in the case. I've had to actually step back for a day or two, and
Oh
just
yeah.
and just say to myself like, okay, I got to stay in the middle. It's very hard to do that. I know people that are listening are probably saying it's not. It's easy to stay in the middle. It's not, because as I said, you're hearing a lot from the pros and the cons of his guilt or innocence. And so then what I do is when I hear something like that, I go and I find it in the actual police reports and that, because that's, to be fair, that's all I have to go by. I can speculate
Mhm.
all day. I can speculate till the cows come home on who did it, why they did it, but the fact is I'm never going to know that, and nobody's going to know that unless somebody actually, that if this was a murder, comes out and actually says they did it or something like that. For me,
Yeah.
I don't know how they're going to like find new evidence because it's been so long. I think there's not even really much evidence to even really look at anymore or test or anything like that. I could be wrong. There might be samples still that they can test. I don't know.
There
But
are.
okay, so if there are, then yeah, okay. So then we can kind of maybe do some more testing, and that's kind of like a part of the case that's has me kind of flipping back and forth. Is like there's a lot of things that I'm wondering why they didn't test it, and then there's some things I'm wondering why they did test it, and it kind of goes back and forth. Now, when you first got involved, you're like, what was it that made you? I know the Netflix. You said the Netflix documentary kind of led you down a path, and I felt that way too. I felt that it ended very. It was for me the ending of the movie was very jarring. That's the only way
Yeah.
that I can kind of put my words to it is how I felt. It jarred me at the end, and I was like, what are they trying to say here? Like I thought it was gonna. I thought myself it was gonna be more of a. They were gonna show both sides of it, and then let the viewer kind of make up their mind. But I could tell, at least from my perspective, and this is just me, that near like as it went further into it, they were definitely trying to go down a certain path, and then the way they ended it was just very abrupt to me, and I was kind of disappointed in the documentary. I thought it was going to be something different. I've watched it 3 or 4 times. Just to be fair, I thought because you always miss stuff, even if you watch it, you're going to miss
Yeah.
something. So I definitely that's how I keep feeling every time I watch it. I'm just like, whoa, it's just very jarring. And so my question is, what when you started looking into this case, what are the things that made you want to lean to the side that David is innocent? Like there must be a few things that really stick out in your mind that you're like, this is what's really making me think that he did not do this.
Well, when the very first thing that had piqued my interest was the fact that my gut was saying I had been lied to. And that was hard to anyway, it was a very strong feeling.
Okay.
And when I started reading the documents and I was listening to interviews and stuff like that, stories kept changing. And it was details that were changing. And the truth never changes, it is the same all the time. So, why are the details changing and these people's stories that, you know, I don't want to start naming names because,
Okay, that's cool. No, I don't. And I don't expect you to. I really don't. I just want
but
I want to keep it right on with the evidence that we're talking about and what led you to where you believe you're at now. That you
yeah,
definitely believe that he's innocent. I mean, if I'm speaking out of line, let me know because I don't want to speak for you. But you do believe that from what you've researched and the lot of amount of time you put a lot of research in, that this is definitely not David doing this. Is that am I right when I say that, or am I misunderstanding?
as of right now, I am about 98% sure that David didn't do this.
Okay.
But if DNA came back, like hardcore evidence came back and said, yes, he did. Like I'm talking about DNA that hasn't been tested yet. The ones that, the blood drops that were in the kitchen, the passive blood drops. Uh, and that came back saying that it was him, then I would probably start to believe that he was guilty. But some questions would have to be answered, like why was his body moved?
Hmm.
And I'm not talking just his arms, I'm talking his whole body was moved.
Okay.
And uh, why didn't we find more of his DNA in these DNA tests? It should have, his DNA should have been all over that house. He lived there.
Right. No, I agree with that, and I thought about that, but in what I'm trying to say is like I get that his DNA should be everywhere. Like we live in our
Mhm.
houses, our DNA should be everywhere, but I don't think that they're going to be testing like all random spots in the house. I
Oh,
mean,
no.
like so what are you just saying that they didn't test enough of the crime scene? Is that what you're saying?
They took, I have it right here. They took like 47, 46 or 47 blood samples,
Okay.
but they only tested, I think, maybe 19 of them.
Okay.
Okay, 20, they took 47 items or blood samples
Right.
from the crime scene. 16 items were tested, 21 items were not tested.
Okay, that's kind of strange to me.
Significant.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
why would you not test all of it? And Yeah, so that is, yeah, that's a good question. Why wouldn't they? I don't know. Like I keep saying, because I don't know about crime scenes. I'm not an investigator, but I would,
Mhm.
logic would tell me that if you're taking those samples, that they would test them all, but maybe they don't because they think that they've tested enough. I don't know what their thinking is, but it's kind of weird that they wouldn't test all of them, because one of those samples could show that somebody else was there. Correct? Like if they were being
Yes.
fair,
And
right?
there are a couple samples that show that two to three other unknown DNA samples popped up in the results.
Okay.
And David and Kamel and Ronnie were all excluded from that.
Okay, and these are sample.
So,
These are samples that they've taken and tested that they can that there is
yeah,
another. There's other DNA in there that is not. They're confirmed that it's not their DNA.
correct.
Okay, well, yeah, okay, okay. So that I'm definitely.
So,
I haven't
I
got
have,
to. Wow.
yeah, I have questions about that too. So,
Right.
if
Yeah.
we could, so if we could get answers, then maybe my mind could be changed.
Right.
But as of right now, I'm not going to blame somebody who can't defend themselves.
No, I agree. I agree. That's fair. And I'm just trying to think of there's so much to this case that it's really I'm trying to
Hmm.
keep it right in the I'm trying to keep trying to remember all the stuff I've read. I've read so much in the report so far and his journals and stuff like that. I think his journal the one thing I find that people are saying is that David now this is my take from what I've read in the journals that he didn't have PTSD and he wasn't like he wasn't. I could be wrong on that, but a lot of people are saying that. Some people are saying he did have PTSD and he didn't have PTSD. And was he ever diagnosed with PTSD? Because the reason I'm asking is when I read the journals, you can tell that he's going through some stuff. I mean, that it's evident to
Yeah.
me. Like he's not like he's something's going on with the man. I'm just being honest. Like he's definitely struggling with a few things in his life. And so, was he ever diagnosed with PTSD that you know of, or did it go undiagnosed?
As far as I know, he wasn't diagnosed. I'm not sure that we actually would know because of HIPAA,
All right.
but
Okay.
he does admit that he does have PTSD in his journal, but it wasn't due to the war. It was due to him being held over in the military against his will.
Right. I did
And
see
he
it.
makes that
Right.
distinction.
Right. I remember
So,
in an interview I remember an interview I saw on YouTube where he talks about that, or it might have been the movie.
mhm,
I think it was the movie on Netflix that he talks about how he was very upset that they illegally held him over, and so
mhm.
that would cause PTSD. I think anybody that's in his shoes, anybody that's in the military that's been in a war is going to have a little some problems when they come back. I would think. I mean, my cat is doing everything here to knock. Oh my God! Sorry, Sophia. Cat, stop. She's never been this bad. All right, I don't even know what she's clicking. Oh, okay, hold on. Hold on there, Sophie. I apologize. There we go. You are being bad
Okay.
today. She's being a cutie, but she's being bad, interrupting. She's never sat here and she's chewing on my fingers as I'm talking to you. And I'm like, okay, I gotta keep a straight face, but it's starting to hurt. Alrighty. So sorry about that. So
No
basically,
problem.
we were at talking about the PTSD. So definitely, it wasn't. We don't know because of the of medical. You can't talk about people like you can't get information on their medical, but he does talk, as you said, talk about in his journal. Maybe I haven't got to that part, but he does. Does he mention in it that he thinks he has it?
He he mentions it a couple times. I think once in April, and then again in either June or July. He explains what he meant by that.
Oh, okay.
And so he's like, I have PTSD, but it's not combat related. And then he talks about a kidnapping. And I'm like, wait a minute, what is he talking about? But then Catherine told me, just keep reading, keep reading. And so I kept reading, and that was like, oh, that makes sense. He was stop lost.
Okay,
And
right.
that's what he's referring to.
Okay, no, so
And
that yeah, like that journal to me is a great for me. I think even a good place to start for people because it's definitely going to get you in the mindset of where he was at that
mhm,
time, and to me, it's very evident in the journals. That he was like I said earlier, he was going through some stuff definitely, and I think that's why he was even experimenting with different drugs. Like he was smoking marijuana, he was smoking or he was taking mushrooms and stuff like that, which I've done enough research to know that they are treating people with PTSD on micro doses of mushrooms and on psychedelics like that
Yes, they
as
are.
a treatment, and they're having great success with that. So I think he was in his own way trying to treat himself, and
I I believe so too, because even in the journal he talks about that he did research on it
right, right.
and a lot of reading.
Right. So yeah, that makes sense. That's why I think that I mean I find the way that they had the marijuana in the crime scene pictures, I find that kind of weird that he had the grinder out like that with his daughter around. If you want to believe
Yeah,
that's how they had it, people are like making a big issue out of the bong in the bathroom, and to me I don't leave that I know people that leave their bongs in the bathroom. I mean people leave their drug paraphernalia all over their house, and so I mean, it's not a big deal to me that the bong's in the bathroom. That just could be where he was allowed to do it. Camilla might have said, you know, I mean, there's a fan in the bathroom. I don't know, but if you want to do your bong, go in there so we don't smell it, kind of thing. I know a lot of people that do smoke marijuana in the bathroom because it has a fan. Is my point.
hmm
So, but leaving the marijuana out like he did is kind of weird to me. I use CBD for my medical condition, and I've never left it in a grinder like that. I kind of grind up what I need, and then the grinder's empty after that, and then that's how I kind of do it. But everybody's different, so I kind of found that weird. But so you don't really think that he was taking like? Is there? Does he mention? Does he? He's not doing a lot of drugs, from what you guys can tell, right? This was kind of just him experimenting.
Yes, and he then talks about how he really didn't like the experience, and so he didn't do it again.
Okay, so it wasn't
So
something that he was doing all the time. Is like what you're saying. Is from what you can tell of the journals, he wasn't.
correct.
All right, no, that makes
And
sense.
the pot, he was talking about how at the end of the summer he was planning on quitting,
Right.
and he really didn't like to do the drinking, like the beers and stuff like that. He didn't like the pot as much, and he really didn't like the mushrooms.
Right. I
And
remember that. Yes. And what
so
was he drinking though? Because I did read in one of the report somebody I've went to so many sources now. I don't even know where I'm getting them anymore. What was he drink?
abs
Absinthe, right?
yes.
And what is that? Does that I don't I'm a recovering alcoholic myself. I've been sober almost 12 years now, maybe longer now. I can't remember, but what does it, is that like a
um
hallucinogenic drink, or does it have that effect on people, or do you know anything about that at all?
I don't know if he was drinking the real absinthe or not, or if it was just kind of like a synthetic. I'm not sure. And personally, I don't really drink very often,
Right.
so all I know is that it used to cause, like in France, because I was doing some research on it,
Okay.
that it had caused these horrible hallucinations to where this guy went psychotic and killed his whole entire family. And then the United States had banned it, and the only place that you could get it was Louisiana at the time. I'm not sure if it's still legal throughout the United States or not,
Right.
if they brought it back or what.
Right. Yeah. Because I heard about it in like when I used to when I've done research about old like in the olden days, you know, like medieval, like maybe not medieval, but you know, a long time ago, I heard about people drinking this, but I didn't even know you could still buy it. So I found that really
Yeah.
interesting, and I just wondering like if he was drinking a lot of it or something, because that might explain some of the, because there is a paranormal side to this, because it's right in the movie where you hear them talking about some of the instances that they had and things that they were seeing and hearing and stuff. So I mean, I was just wondering like maybe that had something to do with it. I'm just thinking out loud kind of thing.
One of the reasons why I never really put much stock into it was the fact that they hadn't taken any photos of alcoholic beverages that were in the house.
Okay.
And I think they were looking for anything to prove David guilty at that point. They took photos of the pot.
Right. And so you're saying if there
So
was a ton of if there was a ton of alcohol there or stuff like that, they would have for sure taken photos of it.
yes, I really truly believe it. And I think that they would have also mentioned it in the police report. I have received police reports from Apple Valley, from other cases, and they do discuss alcohol that's in the household and other drug paraphernalia that's in the household.
Right.
And the only thing that they discussed for this case was the pot,
Right.
and that was it.
Right. And then
Well, I mean, they did discuss mushrooms, like because David mentioned it in his journal, but
right, but they
they
didn't
didn't find it.
exactly. So yeah, that makes sense. And what about when they did the autopsy? They didn't find any drugs in his system, right? There was no mushrooms. There was no THC that they could test, that they could tell. Or am I wrong on that?
Um, as far as we know, his autopsy toxicology report that's attached to uh, to the autopsy says that there was no drugs in his system. And I'm pulling that up right now
Okay.
because there's a certain test that they did run that is extremely sensitive, and the results can come back within 24 to 48 hours.
Okay.
And immuno immunoassay tests, and it says it was negative. No basic or neutral drugs present or on chromatology. And this specific test, it can pick up pot, it can pick up shrooms, it can pick up heroin, meth, it could do all of that.
Really? So you're sure that,
Um,
like, you're sure that that test can do that? It can pick all of that?
yes,
Wow.
the
Okay.
Google search basically lists all the things that it can pick up.
Wow. So they
And I'm
they threw the gamut at his blood work when they did the autopsy. Then they really wanted to test to make sure that there was nothing, or there was something maybe, or nothing in his system. But they definitely threw the gamut at it.
Yes, and I did make a post in regards to this in the group, and this I know some people are saying, well, they did the autopsy and this is just a summary. They didn't attach the whole thing. That might be fair, but if he had drugs in his system, it would have been added to this autopsy before it was signed. And it was signed on 2/23/2015. And then again, it was signed on 3/22/2015. So that would have given them plenty of time to add anything else.
Oh, for sure.
That would
Right.
have,
Yeah. So no, that yeah,
so
that makes sense. I mean, if that test, if it says that when you research it, that that test can cover it all, they're gonna it's gonna something's gonna show up if he had drugs. I'm kind of surprised he had nothing in his system, because then
yeah,
why, if like you can't, people can't have it both ways. He was either doing drugs or he wasn't doing drugs, and why would the pot be out the way they took the photograph of it and he has no drugs in his system? That's kind of weird to me. Like, why would you have an open grinder of pot on your desk with weed beside it, and then insinuating, obviously from the photo, that they were smoking it, but none of them have it in their system? Kind of weird.
hmm
That's kind of weird to me. I mean, I don't know anybody that just leaves their pot ground up on their dresser like that. I've never seen that. So I mean, it's kind of makes me wonder why they would even have, like, I'm sure they had to photograph it for evidence, but kind of weird that there's none in his system. I do find that very strange that the
yeah.
pot would be out like that, but there's nothing in him.
And I truly was expecting to see that show up on his autopsy
Oh,
reports.
for sure. Yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah, I was shocked when it wasn't. I was like, wow, like they took a photograph of of the marijuana ground up, and it looked like he was using it, but there's none in his system. It's kind of weird that it's not in his
hmm
system, and so yeah, it's definitely one of those parts of the case that make you wonder what was going on, and that's the frustrating part to this me for this case, is that we're never gonna know what happened in that house. Like, obviously something. It doesn't matter who did it. If David did it, it was a very a great act of evil to me. If he did it, and it was a
Yeah.
great act of evil if somebody did it to him. And that's the sad part, is that a family that was very young, was their lives were cut short, and especially his little daughter. Like, it's a very upsetting case when you look at it, and that's why I want to be fair to it. I don't want to just jump the gun and run with theories and stuff like that. That I want to kind of. The only, like as I said at the beginning, I only have the evidence that they present to me that I can look at, and that's what I'm looking at. But I also have a lot, like I said earlier, I have a lot of questions too, why they didn't do certain things. Now, the one thing that from the crime, I looked at the crime scene photographs, and going back, I can't believe I talk about dog crap. This is horrible, but it's part of the case. So they did take a lot of pictures of the dog feces, and to me, it looked very solid. And you'll know why I'm going with this in a minute. You'll know where I'm going with this.
Hmm.
But is there any photos for when you look at them, and maybe because I'm just looking at them from my eyes, I want to get your opinion. Is there any feces in that house that's not solid, like that's runny or like looks out of case, or is it just look like normal dog feces, solid dog feces, like? Because I didn't
I'd
see
have to
anything.
go.
I didn't see anything that looked. I saw one picture that it kind of looked a little moister than the other ones, but I didn't see anything that looked runny, like and I'll explain why. Because I know from having pets that as soon as you switch your animal's food, if you do it too
Yeah.
abruptly, I'm going to tell you right now, if you don't believe me and you have a pet, go and start giving them food that they've never had before, and then you get back to me and let me know the results because I can guarantee that they are going to be going runny. And I don't mean to be graphic about it, but it's just the truth. And I'm wondering if Paleo's accused of, because they do say that Paleo did a lot of scavenging on these bodies. Actually, he's blamed for a lot of it, of eating the
Hmm.
heads, eating the arms and the hands. Why is his feces not running? Like, why is it like?
I
I find that very strange. Only because I know if I had to change my cat's food through my vet very gradually, like I mean over a few months, because he said if you don't, you're going to cause a lot of turmoil in their digestive tract. So I had to do it gradually. If he's normally eating
mhm.
dry food, which we see in the pictures that he was eating dry food, and then you all of a sudden he's eating human flesh, I would expect there would be explosions all over that house. What do you think about that? Do you think I'm on to something like just that makes sense to you too?
I absolutely agree because we got a puppy a week ago and we've been switching his food over from the food that the breeder sent with him.
Okay.
And those first couple days were pretty rough because that poop was
It
gross.
was yeah, exactly.
And
Like we said, we don't mean to be graphic here. I know where we're talking about a gross subject, but it's important, and it makes
mhm.
me wonder. And that's what I thought when I first saw the dog feces in the photos. I was like, I would expect there to be a lot more loose than it was.
Yeah, and another point is he's going like 4 times a day, and he's not just doing one poop at a time. He's doing like 3 or 4 different poops,
Mm-hmm.
and and I'm like thinking back to the crime scene, going, okay, there's not enough there
Right.
for the 3 weeks. So, and honestly, I'm still on the fence on whether or not they were dead 7 to 10 days,
Okay.
or and I don't think that they were dead for 3 weeks though.
Right. Yeah. See,
And
3 weeks to me seems a long time too.
mhm,
Just I mean I don't know anything about bodies when they pass away and if they when they start going through the process of decomposition and that, but I do find 3 weeks I would expect it to be a little like I don't know. See, the problem a lot of people say there would be insects and there would be insects starting on them and that, but I don't know enough about crime scenes and I don't know if the temperature. I know that there was back door was open a crack and the temperature was set I think at 68 degrees if I remember. I'm close to that. I think it was 68. I think.
yes.
So did anyone in your group do any research on if mosquito like if and like I would expect that there would be flies or stuff, but a lot of people are saying it's too cold for that. Did you guys look into that at all?
When I first came to the group, that was one of my initial questions, is like, where are the flies and the maggots? Why aren't the police discussing this? And I was told from Dan Hennon in the very, very beginning that it was too cold for the flies.
Okay.
And they don't have them in the wintertime in Minnesota, which is different because I grew up in Texas. So, we have flies all the time.
Right. Right.
And so that, for me, that was a learning experience. Now, I do understand other people still have that question and they still think that there should be flies and other things there. Um, but everybody has their own opinion, and
Right.
I
And
just
you think
I'm
that it
just
was you think it
repeating.
was too cold for there to be flies? Is that what you're saying?
I think that it was too cold to have blowflies and the maggots. My thing is there was fruit out on the counter, and fruit naturally has like these little larvae eggs that come in it when they're shipped and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Why weren't there fruit flies at least? It was starting to age and get gross and stuff. That's my only thing,
Makes
because
sense. Yeah.
they're not coming from outside. They would have came on that product,
Right.
and that's the only thing that I have a question about. But it's just kind of minor at this
Right,
point.
yeah, like that's the thing too. I've had people ask me like, well, why is there no maggots or flies? They should be covered in it. I'm like, well, the temperature from what they said, I think it
Yeah,
was 68 degrees. And please don't light me up, guys, if I'm wrong on the temperature, but I think it was 68 degrees.
it was.
Yeah, okay,
Hmm.
that's good. So yeah, I'm retaining some of this, and that's the part that I like. I don't know. I just don't know enough. I'm not a medical examiner. I don't know what is supposed to happen to a body or within 3 weeks, 2 days, 10 days. I don't know. So I go by what they say, and I have to assume that I would assume it was too cold for that. But you make a good point with the fruit on the counter and stuff like that. You think that there would have been some flies starting with that, or I mean, it's really yeah, that's a good point. It's another part that you can ask, and it's just another one of those questions that I kind of have, and it's a good question. Why when there are no fruit flies? Sure, I'm with you. I'm with you on that one. I can see that one. Now, I want to go to the door that was ajar at the back of the house. Okay, did they
Yes.
know
Hmm.
how far was that open? Was that open like is it an inch? Was it minuscule?
It was like a quarter of an inch,
Okay, so not very much
and
then.
yes, but it wasn't locked.
Right. Well, that's
And
yeah. See, a lot of people in the case say that he couldn't have been murdered because there was no forced entry, and I'm like that.
hmm.
You're kind of can't like that. Not every murder has a forced entry. If the back door was open and they could get in, it's not going to be called forced entry. It's going to be entry, but it's not forced entry because the door was open. So I kind of that's where I am on that one. Like a lot of people are saying, well, there was no signs of forced entry, so it was David, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's you're right in the fact that there's no forced entry, but there could have been entry because the door was open at the back. So,
Correct.
what do you
Hmm.
think? Do you think I'm right on saying that, or like to me that
Oh
just
yeah.
yeah, like so that's another question I've had about the case too. Is that door open a little bit? And I've always wondered why the dog wouldn't have opened the door more. I'm sure he could have. I've seen dogs take a patio door and nuzzle it open with their nose and their body. It kind of makes me wonder why he wouldn't have done that, or but it's another again it's speculation, right? I'm not a dog, so you know. But
I don't
what?
understand that one either,
Right? Yeah,
honestly.
and
He didn't do a lot. Uh, he didn't do a lot of things that I would have expected. He didn't destroy the dog food bags that were sitting there right off the side of the kitchen.
right,
He didn't try to go outside. Um, he didn't knock things over in front of that big window that um, the neighbors looked through when they discovered the bodies.
right.
And personally, if he was going crazy and attacking the window and trying to get their attention and barking, a lot of those knickknacks on the metal bookcases would have been knocked over.
Right, right. And is
And
that what they were saying when they went to the house? Was
yes,
that dog acting like was he upset basically? I'm not sure how to word it. Like upset,
yes,
angry, trying to get attention and stuff like that. So yeah, that would make sense if there was nothing knocked over in a way. And I also wonder how nobody heard. Like you think somebody would have heard him if he was there for 3 weeks by
yeah,
himself. I find that strange too, and it's just my thoughts. Why would he not be barking? Would he not be howling? Because I know my neighbors, they got two dogs, and if my neighbors are gone for more than like say 4 or 5 hours, the dogs start getting yippy over there. Like they start getting a little vocal. And I know every
hmm,
dog. I know every dog's different. I know that people say, I'm not saying that all dogs do that, but I'm just saying I kind of 3 weeks with nobody around him. I would think he'd be howling and crying and barking and making a little bit more noise. It sounds like it was
yeah,
pretty quiet over there.
absolutely.
Wow. See that? It's,
So yeah,
go ahead.
I mean it's just crazy because he didn't destroy shoes, and I know that our puppy grabs every shoe in this house, and like right now he's chewing on my flip flop. And it's just, I don't understand. He should have destroyed a lot more in that household. There was this blue tube right by the window next to those bookcases.
Okay.
And it was like some type of a yoga tube or yoga mat rolled up. And in the police photos, you see it standing up when they come into the house. And then I guess one of them brushed by it, one of the police officers, and it's on the ground. Well, how did Paleo knock that over? Or how did he not knock it over in 3 weeks?
Right, right.
And especially in that frenzy when he sees somebody and he's getting their attention and running around in circles and stuff like that. How did he not knock that over?
Right, right. No, no, I can, yeah, like there, and yeah, it's kind of like it's a frustrating case because you have a lot of questions and there's no way to answer them, and I definitely trying to stay in the middle and on track because I want to keep with the evidence. But as we're going through, there is some things that are very strange, like why didn't they test all the blood samples?
Mm-hmm.
And now this is one thing I'm trying to figure out by looking at the autopsy's report. And now I'm talking about the bullet that they found a month later in the roof. Okay.
Yes.
Now, when
Mm-hmm.
David was found, he was found on his back, correct? Arms
Correct.
extended. Okay, now, from where, like, I know you know the picture a lot better than I do because you spent years looking at it. Now, where he was lying, was the bullet, kind of follow me on this, was the bullet forward of him in front of the door? Or was it, like, where was it like, when he was on his back, where was the bullet to his body? Was it in front of him over the door, behind him, to the side?
Behind him and to the left up, I think.
Okay, so it was
Catherine can explain it more.
okay. So
And the bullet, okay, I'm dyslexic and I'm looking at myself in this thing, so it's hard for me.
okay,
I'm just gonna say it's on his left side. He's laying towards the window in the bookcases,
mm-hmm,
right there.
mm-hmm,
And the gun is on his left side too.
mm-hmm.
The bullet exit was on his left side.
Yes,
So why didn't it go through the window? Why didn't it go into the wall?
right.
Why
So
did it go that way
right. So
and
the
into the ceiling?
right. So it's kind of like I find that kind of weird too. That and I've seen. I'm trying to think of all the ways like, and I definitely could see. Somebody putting the gun in their mouth and holding it, like a lot of people. Like I'm trying to look at this very, as I keep saying, down the middle. So I'm being fair to myself and to this case. I really believe that, and I'm hoping I'm sticking to that. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
thinking a lot of people are saying, well, he was right-handed. How did the gun end up on his left side? And I'm thinking if he's holding the gun with both hands, and I'm assuming he was aiming it in his mouth, or I don't know. Like, don't quote me on this. I'm not saying this is how he did it, but I'm assuming that from the what they're saying, they didn't find any on the right side where he would have shot himself. They didn't find an entry wound, so I'm assuming it was probably through the mouth or somewhere along that angle. And so I could see the gun going to the left because once you shoot yourself, I could see the arms kind of doing that. I'm just being honest. I could see the gun shooting and then
Well,
dropping. What do you think?
he's holding the gun with his right hand
Right.
and pulling the trigger. He's holding probably the gun with his left hand to brace.
Okay.
He shoots himself. He goes limp. The gun's still in his right hand.
Okay. But where to be fair, now we don't know that he did have it in his right hand and do it that way. He could have been holding it with his right hand and had his trigger on the left hand. He could have been holding the gun with his left hand, trigger finger with his right finger. You see what I'm
Every
saying?
every photo that I've seen of him shooting, it's always been right hand, left brace.
Okay, okay. So, okay, fair enough. I'm just, like I said, I'm trying to look at it every way.
But
So,
of course, I mean, it could have changed at that very last moment. He could have been nervous. He
right,
could have injured his right hand
right, right.
and decided, I mean, let's play devil's advocate and say that that's what happened. It still doesn't explain how the bullet got that way and not
Yes,
to the left.
yes, I find that weird too. That if it, because I did read the autopsy report and they're saying that it was kind of, in the middle on the right. Now I'm getting dyslexic looking at myself in my monitor too. So Came out the left side, right? Yes, right side, right. So it came out his left side, kind of on an angle like this, so people can see. So it came out like an angle, like kind of like that. So why? How would it end up behind him over that way?
Yeah.
Like I find that kind of weird. I would expect it to be going the other way, like kind of following through and either going in the floor towards the window or up in the wall kind of area.
And if he was shooting with his left hand, because there's nothing saying that he put it in his mouth or underneath his chin.
Right. We
There's
don't know.
nothing
Right.
stating that at all. But if he was shooting it with his left hand and he put it up to his left side of his head, why is the exit on the left side?
Right. Right. Yeah. No, I get. No, I get. No, I told. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Maybe I explained
Mhm.
myself wrong. Like I definitely agree that it came out the left side. And I agree that it was probably. We don't know if it was in his mouth, under his chin, whatever. We don't know. But I do find, like, I totally am on board with you that I find kind of how they ended up. They're saying it ended up in the ceiling, and
Yeah.
I still find it very suspicious. And I don't care who gets mad at me for saying it, that they found it a month later. That to me
Yes.
is a major red flag. And you can try to say that that's not a red flag, but it is, because think of all they found, all of this evidence in the house, and they must have looked at every inch of that crime scene. And how do you miss a bullet hole in the ceiling, and then when somebody comes back a month later, they notice it right away? To me, that says a lot. Like, I mean, you're telling me that all the police and all the medical examiners and all that, nobody noticed this hole in the ceiling, which I think they
And
would
the
have known.
crime scene cleaners. The
Exactly.
crime scene cleaners should have noticed it and patched it up.
Exactly. That's something that is a part of the case that makes you question it. And it's a month later. I find that very strange. And then another part of the case that I wanted, I'm even going to ask the other side this when I interview them, is that how did they explain? Like, I mean, I find it weird that there was a bullet in the floor. If he just shot himself,
Yes.
if they're saying that it's going by what the police say that he shot his wife, which I find twice in the head, I find that kind of odd. Why would you do that? Then shot his daughter and then himself. Why was there a bullet in shot into the floor? That's kind of strange to me. I don't see why there would be one in the floor. What do you think? Do you think
No,
that's kind of strange too?
I think it's incredibly strange. And what I think is even stranger is the 3 bullets that they found that day on the carpet,
Mm-hmm.
the spent bullets,
Mm-hmm.
all had Camel's blood on it. It didn't have Ronnie's, it didn't have David's. It was all Camel's. And these are individual spent rounds.
Okay,
So
so
she
that
was shot. The autopsy report says only 2 times, but she was missing a lot of her head.
right,
She was
right,
missing her hands. So who's to say that she didn't get shot once in her hands when she lifted her hands to
right,
maybe brace herself?
right. And
I
was
mean,
there any? I know that they said that there was some trace DNA on the bullet in the ceiling, right? It did have David's,
yeah.
um,
Uh,
not blood or tissue, but it had like finger. It could be finger. It could be some type of DNA passed that way. Am I correct on that?
there was some type of DNA, but that bullet, it didn't test positive for blood.
Right, or tissue or
So
anything else. There was no hair, no tissue, no blood. Very
mhm,
strange. You think if it went
that
through his
is,
head, there would be
and they
something.
had taken several samples of that bullet, and only one sample came back. And it wasn't even a big bullet sample, it was just, it was pretty clean looking.
Right,
So
it was. It was. And now, was there any bullets that had Ranya's DNA on it? And
yes,
so they did find a bullet that had her DNA on it that they know that that's what killed her, that bullet.
yes, item 53
I can't believe you guys know the
was
items so quick. That's amazing. Like you guys just
been doing this for a
everything
long
I
time.
know everything I ask you guys are like, oh, item 4, item. I'm like, I don't know how you remember all this.
Item 53, it had mixture of 2 or more individuals. Major DNA profile was Ronnie.
Okay.
Major profile does not match David or Kamel.
That's
David and Kamel were excluded from the contributors to the mixture. So who were the other 2 individuals?
okay. I'm gonna read that when I get off this interview with you. Actually, so that is that in Ranya's autopsy report?
No, that is in the DNA lab results.
Okay, so I know where to check.
And That's located in the group. It's also located on Greg's website.
Okay, perfect. So if I look under the DNA results and the testing, it'll show it in there. That's where I can go look
Yes,
for it.
sir.
Wow. So they're saying so there is Rania's blood, but there is also two other DNA profiles that are hit on with that test of that bullet.
Correct.
Wow.
Hmm.
Okay, that's very strange too. Then what are they doing there? Like they shouldn't be there. Like that's okay. Wow. I didn't see.
Yeah, yeah.
I just I'm wondering why they're not why the police didn't look into that further. I mean, I'm if there should just be hers, I would assume, and if at best there should be David's on it too, I would assume. But why would there? They were excluded, correct? Him and Cabela were excluded from those.
Yes, they
Oh,
were excluded.
okay. Well, there you go.
So yeah, it's extremely weird. I mean, there's like so many different red flags, and oh my gosh, the rabbit holes for this case is
Hmm.
crazy. And you
Right.
could get lost for weeks down these rabbit holes.
Oh,
So,
exactly. Yeah, and it's true, and that's true, that's why I keep referring back to the evidence. That's what I can go with, and even the like, I don't have to go into rabbit holes to make this case kind of weird. I just have to look at the evidence, and there's certain things that are hard to explain, and
mhm,
I wonder why they didn't test the dog feces. I mean, if he's responsible for doing the amount of damage that they are claiming that he did, yeah, as an investigator, that would be something I would test. I'm just saying for myself. I'm not speaking for what other people would do, but I would test it because that's a major part to me. Like that's a big deal that he ate these parts of the body. There should be. I would test it, and I do know that they can test the dog feces and find out if there's DNA in it or bone fragments and stuff like that. They're done it in other cases. So
mhm.
I'm very find that very suspicious why they didn't test that. And is that where do you find that strange too that they never tested the dog feces or anything?
Yes, I do find it strange. And I mean, for the fact that they were blaming him for so much damage to the bodies and the crime scene, I mean, I guess for anybody just looking at this case and not really putting much thought into the case, they could say, well, he was the only dog there, so of course he ate the bodies.
Mm-hmm.
But you look at that dog poop in the photos, you don't see bone shards in there. You don't, yeah, you do see hair, but
Mm-hmm.
he had destroyed toys. And I mean, he could have eaten hair. I mean, I know the puppy eats my hair when he's
Yeah.
trying,
And
you
if he
know,
was scavenging on the bodies, I mean, and he was eating pieces of the skull and that, like from what they're saying, there would be hair on
yeah,
it. So that, yeah, I'm not disputing that the dog didn't do any scavenging because at first I thought that it was all there wasn't much evidence to the scavenging thing, and then I actually went and I read looking at the autopsy reports because and I was wrong on that. I can admit that. I thought that there was no scavenging signs on the bodies, but there is. It says it right in the autopsy that there was signs of scavenging. So the
yeah.
fact that he ate some hair, I can totally buy that. Like I'm not saying the dog didn't eat anything. I totally believe he did, and I think there is some evidence that he did. Well, there is because it's in the autopsy that there was signs of scavenging, but signs of scavenging and eating everything that they say he ate is two different things to me. Which is why I want to talk to the vet to find out if anything, if a dog ate, if he thinks a dog could do that. That's the question I want to ask him: is if a dog he thinks a dog could do that, and would the dog have any lasting internal problems if he was eating bone like that? And would it not be like very evident in the stool samples and stuff like that? I just really am want to see get a vet's point of view that's worked with animals his whole life. If that is if it's normal for them to eat that much, like to me, it seems like he ate a lot. If they're blaming it all on the dog.
And would he also be eating on a body that is been that's been decaying for numerous days
Mm-hmm.
when there's bags of dog food also in that house?
Right.
Would
I'll ask
he
him.
choose
Yep.
the body or would he choose the dog food at that time? Because it's spoiled at that. I
Right.
hate to discuss it like that.
I know,
That's
but
it's
it's
so
true.
insensitive.
It's true, and I do find it weird that he didn't pack like yeah, okay, he could have ate this some of the body. I get that, but the fact that he didn't upset his dog food at all for three
Yeah.
weeks, like he never went and tipped over a bag, he never scratched at a bag, and stuff like that. I know if I feed my cats twice a day, and I know if I'm a little like an hour or two late feeding them, they're
Yes.
scratching at their cat food bag. They just are, and that's just being truthful. So I'm finding it strange that after 3 weeks he would never have disturbed those 2 bags of food. It's possible. It's possible he didn't. I mean, that's I'll go either way on that one. I'll give it to either side that they definitely he may not have done that, but I kind of find it weird that he didn't disturb his food at all. And I'm also wondering where was he getting water from? Can you clarify that? Because I've had some people say that the toilet was full and that the dog like he was getting water from the toilet and stuff like that. From what I can tell, the crime scene photos that I've seen is that I see the one toilet that's open. It's got like paper towel. I don't quite sure know what's floating in there. Um,
Hmm.
was that where they're saying he was drinking out of, or is there another bathroom, or do you know anything about where he'd be getting his water from?
He might have got some water from the basement
Okay,
toilet. I can't remember if it was up or down, and so
I'll have to check that
uh,
too.
I don't mind being corrected on that one. Some people say that he was drinking water off of the bodies, from the blood and stuff, getting his fluids from there, but blood doesn't flow after a certain amount of time.
Right,
It
and
congeals.
right. I'll definitely ask the vet that too. That's a great question.
Yes.
Can a dog sustain itself drinking very little water? Because if he was drinking out of the toilet, it would have been very little. Because the only way that bowl, like if he drank, that's the thing that I always say is that if the water that's in your toilet, if he drank all of that, he would have to flush the toilet again to fill it up. It doesn't just fill up automatically. You've got to actually flush the toilet to make the tank fill up the bowl again. So I'm going to ask the vet that if it's possible for the dog to survive for 3 weeks, drinking very little water and then living off of a human body, like the blood and stuff like that. It's a good question.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know much about dog scavenging and what a dog really could do in that situation. I know that our puppy drinks a lot of water,
Hmm.
a lot. I'm constantly refilling his bowl and cleaning it out and everything. So I just, I don't know. I
I would
don't have
think
the
so too.
answer.
Yeah, I would think that he'd be drinking a lot of water too because of the time of year. I would imagine. I don't know about Minnesota if it's dry, but I know where I live in the winter it gets very dry, and you're always drinking water. Like at least I am. I'm very. I find in the winter I get very dry because of the air, so I'm constantly drinking more than I normally do. I just always notice that in the winter in my house I drink a lot more water. So I'm kind of curious if it's you think he would be needing more water than he is in the crime scene. It just that's just the way I look at it. So another one of those questions, don't you agree? That makes
Yes.
that we'll never be able to answer, but it's something that makes you wonder. Like, was that dog really there for 3 weeks? And I don't know. I mean, I it's kind of hard for me to believe that he was there for the full 3 weeks. I just
I I'm with you, Rick. I truly believe that he was not there the whole entire time. And you see his photo when he's being picked up at the vet's office or animal control.
hmm
I'm not exactly sure what it
yeah, it's the
was.
photo where he's kind of like in the cage and they're looking down at him.
He doesn't look filthy. He doesn't look starved. He looks scared
Hmm.
and confused. And that kind of breaks my heart when I look at that photo. And oh,
There you
sorry.
go. See, that's okay. Now yours made an appearance. That I saw that one of your other videos. That's one beautiful cat, by the way.
Thank you. She's a British short hair.
She's just
Come
once
on,
on
Amanda.
camera. I know it's the animals. They cats seem to love cameras when you turn them on. It's really
They
weird.
do. They really
Yeah,
do.
but no. So yeah, I definitely think that we're like I'm with you on the dog thing. I find it a little bit hard to believe he was there for the 3 weeks and nobody heard him. Nobody heard barking. Nobody heard anything going on there. But see, then I looked at the case from the side of say a lot of people are saying that they believe that David or maybe some of his Camille or the daughter was not murdered there and they were brought there afterwards, or the dog was taken away and brought back afterwards. And the problem I
Yeah.
have with that is that's a lot to try to hide if you're bringing bodies in and out of a house. without getting noticed, and that's just being truthful to where I'm looking at it from. That's a lot to me. I would think that it's kind of hard to be moving bodies in and out and dogs in and out and nobody's noticing anything. So that's always the problem I've had with them not being murdered in the house. And some people are saying maybe that they were taken out of the house or somebody was. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think they were? What is your belief? And be truthfully honest. Be truthful. Do you think that they were murdered in the house, or do you think that they were somebody may have been murdered outside of the house, or you have no way of
And
knowing?
I really can't make an absolute decision on that because not all of the blood was tested.
Okay.
Not all the samples were DNA tested. Now, if they were DNA tested and it came back to show that Ronnie's blood was also mixed in there
Mm-hmm.
and David's blood was also mixed in there, then I can definitely say, yeah, they were killed there.
Mm-hmm.
That totally makes sense. But everything that was tested came back as Camel's.
Yeah, which is strange. It is strange.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's crazy because they were shot. Their blood should be there, but all that blood on the wooden floor behind, like going around the
Right. That little.
carpet, was
Yes.
not tested. They took samples, but they didn't test it.
And you think that they would? I don't. I can't figure out why they wouldn't test them, especially if
I
the blood's on the. Because that would answer a lot. If that whatever's in that blood that's around that kitchen area going
hmm
would that would explain a lot. That would give if it's just David's, that tells you one story. But if it's got a mixture of everybody's or it's somebody, it could be like what if it's Kamel's blood? What if it's Ranya's blood?
yeah,
That would be a whole different thing, right? And if it's David's, that's another scenario. So why not test it to eliminate all those possibilities?
and I don't have an answer for that.
Right. Yeah, it's just very strange why they wouldn't do that. Now, what are your thoughts on a lot of people are saying that he was in a dark place and that that's what caused him to snap? Because I've heard the two theories that he snapped and he did this, and then I heard the theory that they had a pact and that they did this. What are your stances on those two topics? What are your thoughts?
I don't think that there's proof of a pact.
Okay.
If there was, the police would have written that in their police report. Um, I don't think David snapped. I think that he struggled and had some things going on in his life that, you know, I think that he really did struggle. And, I didn't want to believe it at first, but after reading the journal, it's there. He struggled with being a parent. He
Mm-hmm.
struggled being him.
Yep.
And he always wanted to work on improving himself. Now, if I just don't see that in somebody who's a narcissist, who is a psycho, like some people call him.
Mm-hmm.
Why would somebody who's a narcissist or a psycho want to work on themselves?
Right.
They think that they're perfect as they are.
Right. Well, they think
And
everybody else is the problem and they're perfect. That's how they think.
yes,
So yeah, I totally see that, and and it's true. Like anybody that's listening to this, if you haven't read the journals, please read the day one journals because it's going to give you a definite look into what David's psyche was at, what he was dealing with, and it's very. You just got to read it, and that's what I've been doing, and it kind of answers a lot of questions because, like as I was saying to you earlier, a lot of people are saying that he had PTSD. Some are saying that he didn't have PTSD. Some are saying he snapped and the journal kind of you can definitely I agree with you, you can see he's struggling and he's trying to in my eyes treat himself by trying some different drugs and stuff like that to see if he could treat it. So I definitely think he was dealing with something, but is it enough to
mhm.
say that he snapped? And I don't see anything in the journal that would point me to leading that he was on his way to snapping and murdering his family. I don't see that in the journal.
Yeah, I don't see it either. And there were parts in the journal where, and I know that some people who were uh, believe that David is guilty, they also believe that he didn't like his daughter
Hmm.
and that he
Well,
regretted
he
that.
did refer to her in a couple crude
Yeah, he
ways.
did.
let's be honest.
And
Let's be honest. He did. I read that and I was like, okay, so there, he did say a couple little crude things. So let's be fair.
and I explained this in a different YouTube video where my grandson was switching medications because he's ADHD, ADD, and autistic.
Right.
And he was switching medications 2 weekends ago. And I swear to you, he drove me insane. He drove his mother insane. We were all exhausted and just annoyed with him, but it wasn't his fault. It
Hmm.
truly wasn't his fault. But by the end of the day, I was just venting and saying, he's such a little shit and stuff like that. And I did not like myself for saying that.
Hmm.
I felt so bad, and it's I felt guilty about it. And I can't imagine how David had felt. He is working from home. He's under stress trying to get these scripts done. His daughter was there a lot. He was a single, well, not single dad, but he was a stay at home dad with her.
Correct.
And he's doing work with, um, was it, uh, he was doing work with some type of video production company.
Okay. Okay.
Um, I think it was like Mortal Code or something like that.
Okay.
And so he's doing that. Kamel's off at her job and he's trying to write also. And maybe Ronnie was just bored or tired or just doing one of her 4-year-old things, because at that time she was 4. And he just got frustrated with her and he wrote in his journal. And
Right.
then later that night, he felt bad. And
Yeah.
we don't know what led up to it. We don't know what happened afterwards. We just know what he wrote in the journal
Right.
at
Yeah.
that time.
He doesn't really explain why he was feeling that way. He just explains that he felt that way, and that's all we get from the journal. So I see what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying too about being frustrated, because if you ask any parent, if they're being 100% honest, you're not going to tell me that in some point when you're a parent you're not frustrated with your child, and you're like, oh my God,
Mm-hmm.
you little shit, you're driving me crazy and all of that. I mean, my parents used to say that to me when I was being a brat and I was driving them
Yeah.
crazy. I was doing things to them and I was running around and they were trying to cook dinner, they were trying to clean the house. It doesn't mean that you mean it. I mean, like, let's be fair. I mean, you can't. It doesn't mean that he didn't love his daughter or that he wasn't that he was not wanting to have her or stuff like that. I think he was struggling with being a father, and now the way that you kind of put it, like his wife was at work, and I never thought of it that way. That he was probably basically a stay-at-home dad because she was working so much, and then
Mm-hmm.
he's trying to write a script, he's trying to do other things, he's trying to be a father, so I mean he's got a lot on his plate. And I don't like, I mean, yeah, I totally agree that he did say some crude things in his journal. I'll never dispute that, it's right in the
Yeah.
journal. But I don't think it's a sign of that he didn't want his daughter or anything like that. I kind of agree with you, and that's the way I took it, is that he was just frustrated at
Yeah.
times, and he just wrote it down. He like no, he see, I gotta keep bringing myself back to remember that he didn't expect any of us to be reading this journal. This was not ever meant to be seen by anybody but him and his family and his wife, and probably not even them. I think he probably wanted it just for himself. So you're talking about somebody pouring out raw emotions in these journals that nobody was ever meant to read. And I can only go by what I've seen how he interacted with his daughter, and that's in the documentary. They show some clips of him acting with his daughter, and I've seen some other videos on other places on the internet, and he didn't. He looked like a very loving father to me. What do you think? I mean,
Yeah.
I that's what I saw. Like I saw him having fun with his daughter. I saw him talking to her. I saw him playing with her, and So what do you think?
I think that he was a loving father, that he was attentive. I think that he at times was human also and could get pushed and
Hmm.
frustrated.
Like anyone can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, eventually she did go into daycare. Uh, First, it was a home daycare, and then it was the the Montessori school.
Hmm.
And so I think that's great for her age
Oh,
because
right.
she was extremely bright
Mm-hmm.
from what I could see in the videos and stuff like that. And she really needed to have other kids to keep her occupied and use that mind of hers. So
Right. Yeah. No. I like the journals. That's why I keep telling people to refer them back to reading the journals because it's going to give you a
mhm.
kind of a base look into what was going on. Now, I've heard people debating whether, and I'm not sure if you can clarify this or not. If you can't, that's totally fine because I just want some clarification. I've heard some people say that he did it was a go for the script and he was getting $30 million and it was he wanted to move to California, and then I heard other people say that there was no deal and that he sent a text to his father saying that he walked away from the deal, like it wasn't what he wanted. I can't remember. Don't. I'm not. I'm kind of paraphrasing. I can't remember word for word, but it was along the gist that it wasn't right for in his heart or something. I think he said. So, what do you know if he had it? Was there a deal, or was there just a in the making? Was it in the talks? What do you know about that part?
He discusses in the journal that he wanted to continue to he wanted to do the TV series, the limited TV series is
Right.
what I think he was that they were talking about, and he was excited about that. Now the journal does end before that date. I think it was like November 10th or something when he was supposed to have sent that text to his dad. And it's not included in the police reports from his messenger off of Facebook. The phone records that we received from Apple Valley does not have any text messages going to his dad at all on that day or around that day. So, as far as I know, with the information that I have, he did not send that text.
Really? So then there's no hard there's no hard like piece of paper you can show me and say this is where the text is and this is where
Mm-mm.
and it's not in the report of the police. It's not so where is that coming
Well,
from? Is that in his journal or is that not even in his journal? Like where's that coming
no,
from?
it is in the police reports only because Dan Sr. and Dan Jr. wrote like a timeline, and it's in that timeline. But
Okay.
there's no proof of it other than what they wrote,
Okay, I
and
see.
that's it.
Wow, okay. So basically that so it was in the kind of the works of him getting a series because I do remember that too that the the mics, I think they were. I'm not sure if that was them who were talking about it being a series, but they were kind of saying
Yes.
that
Mm-hmm.
it was too big of a subject to have in like a 2 hour movie that they wanted to break it up into a series. So I do remember
Mm-hmm.
that. I do remember that being talked about. So I was just kind of curious if there was like there was no money exchanged or contract signed or
No,
anything. It was still in the discussion
the
phase.
contracts, yeah, the contracts were still being worked on,
Okay.
and the contract is actually, I think, no, there is a bill from the attorney that's in that paper bag that was on the front step. And so they were still in negotiations and stuff. I don't think he was going to sign anything until they accepted a script.
Okay.
And he had been tweaking the scripts and trying to get them to say, okay, this is the one. And then I think that's when they were going to sign.
Right.
Now I could be wrong.
Hmm.
So,
Well, the
you know,
scripts are if the people listening, if you do download the scripts, they are different. Like they're not. I found like the when the trailer that came out that everyone got excited about when that little trailer that they did for the movie the ride like for the movie came out.
mhm,
I'm sure you've seen it probably 50 times by
yeah,
now. The story the last script was like I find that it wasn't do you not find that he was kind of like the trailer was kind of different than what he ended up with at the end? It was kind
yeah.
of a different he went in a whole different direction. I'm only read the first script so far. I'm working on the second one. They're big scripts, I gotta be honest. And so do you find that too, like he was kind of do you think he was kind of pulling away from that the trailer and kind of I don't want to say he was watering it down, but do you just think he wanted it in a different direction?
He had consulted with a scriptwriter. Um, I guess it was like a professional scriptwriter, and she gave him tips on what to do with the script. And I think he followed through with that.
Okay.
And because the 2014 is what he showed to the mics in California, and that's what they decided to go with.
Okay.
And then they said, well, you're going to have to work on this. It was all a rough draft, basically. And so that's what he kept going back home and working on. And that's what he literally was working on up until, I guess, November or October, something like that.
Right. So probably on the
And
suggestions of them, they were probably saying you got to change this, you got to kind of work on this area. So he was just kind of fine tuning it at that point.
correct.
Right.
And you're right. It's extremely different. The 2014 scripts are really different from the trailers. And I think his audience, I'm sorry, you can't go back there. Come here. Come here.
I
I
totally
think
know.
the audience would have been extremely upset with that
Right.
because that they were expecting certain things to be shown, and he had taken those things out.
Right. That's what I try to tell people. Like they're like, well, what was his scripts like? I'm like, it's nothing like the trailer. What he ended up with, like, it like there was some similarities, but it wasn't like the trailer was a very it showed you a very hard line and of where the trailer was going. And then when I read the script, I was like, wow, he was really adding some different things and uh,
Hmm.
so I do find that was very interesting that he was kind of pulling away from that, and I do agree that he would have disappointed a lot of people. I think that even contributed some money to getting the project off the ground and stuff like that. I think a lot of groups were. I've said this in one of my interviews that I think that a lot of these groups were looking at David and treating him as the tip of the spear kind of thing for what they believed, and I think that they saw where he went with the trailer, and they really went with him. Like they were like, okay, this is we're gonna get to see all the stuff that we talk about, and they kind of used him as the tip of the spear. And I think it's my belief, and I could be totally wrong on this, and I've always said it's my belief. I think that's why he was pulling away from people, and you can even see in his journal where he says that he unsubscribed from a lot of these groups that he was a part of, all these NWO groups he calls them, the New World Order
Yes.
groups. So he was kind of distancing himself, I think, from those groups. It wasn't just his friends that were a part of that he was distancing himself from. He was kind of distancing himself from that whole side of the conspiracy, like that whole area of that topic. And what do you think about that? Like, do you think he was My question, I guess, is, do you think he was distancing? Boy, that's a tongue twister. Himself from those people because he was being like in a dark place and he was just ignoring them, or do you think that he was just trying to pull away from them because of the way his script was going, the way he was fine tuning, and that it was kind of in a different direction?
I think it's a different option. From reading his journals, he is saying that he has been pressured to the point where he wants to cut ties.
Mm-hmm.
They're pressuring him. Sean constantly wants a job. He wants to be paid for his talent. Uh, Danny August Mason and Joseph Seaton, they have all these pipe dream ideas of branching off and making this like some type of a franchise kind
Right,
of thing.
right, right,
And he's like, I just want to sell my movie. I just want to write my script, sell my movie, and get my family away from Minnesota. He wanted to go to California. He talks about that a lot in his journal.
right.
And they were, I think what they were doing is they were harassing him to the point that they were wearing him down, and he needed to get rid of that dead weight.
Right,
He's like, in the beginning, I'm happy to have your help, but now you guys have just annoyed me so much that I have to cut ties with you.
right.
And you can see that change where he's happy to see Joseph and to be working out with him. And then I guess something happened and he's just like, he starts talking crap about Joseph in his diary or his journal, and then he won't take his phone calls anymore.
Right, and but see, I totally agree with that. That's what I think was pulling him away too. Was there was a lot of
Mm-hmm.
people pulling on him too, and for whatever reason, but I can also I put myself in their shoes, like the people that were helping him make this trailer and this movie, and I look at it from their point of view because I'm trying to be fair and I'm trying to put
Mm-hmm.
myself in their situation. And if I was helping David make this movie and I was putting in my time and my effort and my creativity and all of that, and then all of a sudden when there's talks of a deal and then he starts pushing me away for whatever reason, he was pushing these people away. I don't know the reason. He's pushing them away. I can see them being upset with him for doing that. I mean, that's just
Yeah.
natural. So I get where they're coming from too, and I also get a lot of people are saying that Danny August Mason, who he wouldn't sign off his rights, that he was hanging on to that, and him and David were fighting back and forth about this, and David wanted him to sign his rights. In a way, I can't blame Danny for not signing his rights away because he put a lot of work into this with David. So I mean, I can see his point too. I'm being fair. I can see
Yeah.
David's point that he's trying to, do his thing and get his creation, but I can see Danny's point where he's saying, "I'm not signing off. I've acted in this trailer. I've done all the work with you. I've wrote with you. I want to get some of my come uppings too, right? Like, I mean, all of us would. So, what do you think? Is that a fair assessment? I can definitely see why people were upset with David for him cutting them right off like that, but we don't know the reason why. We don't know all the different conversations he had. That's all speculation.
Correct. And uh, I don't blame Danny August Mason for not signing off. I
Right.
really don't.
Right.
I don't blame them for being upset with David. What I do have an issue with is selling their friend out in that documentary and in the interviews after he died,
Right. Right.
all to sell a documentary
Right.
so
Yeah.
they could still get their money. I
Yeah.
have an issue with that.
Right, because in that documentary that was on Netflix, they do make it seem like, from what I took, they like when I first saw that documentary, it to me I thought they were all really close, right up to the point he
Yeah.
died. Like that's the way that the documentary came off to me was that they were tight and they were all a group and they were all going forward and working as a team. But then the more you research in the case after you watch the documentaries, when I kind of really started digging in more, was that they weren't all getting along. That's not true from what the documentary was showing, and they do. But granted, in the documentary, they do say that David was pushing them away, and he was doing that. But they don't really go into why he was doing that, and they kind of make it look like he went into this dark place. And
Yeah.
so it's a very jarring documentary for me. It just that's the way it comes off to me.
And a lot of the clips that they used, if you look at the clips in the documentary, you'll see a date on there. So some of them are from 2012, some of them are from years before this supposed spiral to the dark side and
Hmm.
caused them to snap. And it, but it leads people to believe that this is all happening right up until their deaths.
Right.
And it's kind of crappy of
Well,
Eric
they're kind
Nelson
of
to
cherry
be doing
picking,
that.
right? They're cherry picking things to fit the story that they're
Yes.
trying to tell.
And just like the whole rapture video, if you put your headphones on and you're listening to that in the documentary, you could hear where all the edits took place. So
Really?
we don't have the entire video. It's over 7 minutes long. And they only cherry picked these parts of it to be within the documentary. So,
Uh,
oh, I'm sorry, everybody's coming home now
okay,
from
well that's
school.
okay. If we can do a part two to this, how about that? That way that
That
we
sounds great.
yeah. So I'll wrap it up right now, and then we'll do a part two when you got time. How's that sound?
That sounds
All
great.
right. Well, I want to thank you, Sophia, so much for taking the time to join me on my podcast and to talk about this case. And I think it's amazing, and I think that it's great to discuss it and to look at all sides of it. So I think that's amazing. And I want to thank you once again for taking the time. And I will definitely have you back on, and we'll do a part two, and then we can wrap up the whole conversation. How's that sound?
That sounds amazing. Thank you, Rick. I really appreciate your time.
Oh, I am having. I totally. You're welcome, and I'm definitely enjoy discussing this case. I think there's a lot of rabbit holes to go through, and I think that everybody's got to try to keep on the facts and kind of try to avoid the rabbit holes, which I self admit is hard to do, but we're doing our best. But I will let you go. You go tend to your family, Sophia, and I will definitely get you
Okay.
on, and we'll do a part two.
Thank you so much. You have a great night.
You too. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Well, there we have it, folks. Another episode wrapped up. Another great interview. Kind of cut short, but hey, when family comes along, family's more important. I could do a part two and we can discuss many more topics about this case. There's still some stuff I want to ask her, and I think that it is a great conversation when we can just sit back and talk. And as I keep saying, I want to try to keep to the facts and look at it both sides of the argument, because there's definitely, as I keep saying, a side that does think that David definitely did this, and they say the police proved it, and the evidence is there. And what I took everybody's advice, because I've heard it from both sides of the argument, that if you want to get to the facts and you want to know what you're talking about, go and read all the documents, read the autopsies, read the journal, and it's a lot to read. I'll warn you ahead of time. It's not like a short little read. It's a lot of stuff to go through. It's a lot of terminology I self-admittedly don't understand, and I really suggest that that's what everybody does in this case. If you're new to it, read the evidence yourself. That is the best way to start with it. And read the journals. And, if you're into reading scripts and stuff like that, definitely read a script, because those are very interesting too, from what I've read so far. And I find them very interesting, and gives you kind of an idea of where he wanted to go with the whole gray state, like gray state idea. And I think I agree with both sides when they say that we should look into the evidence ourselves and don't trust one person's view on it. Don't trust other people's view on it and what they think happened or didn't happen. Read the evidence yourself, go through it all, and make up your own mind and see where it leads you. And that's what I'm doing so far. And as I said with my interview with Sophia, there's definitely some parts of the case that I'm questioning, and I'm questioning why they didn't do certain things and why they did certain things. And that's just being honest, and I'm trying to be fair. And I will definitely have some people on that say that David is guilty and that the evidence proves it. Case closed, and they believe that that is the truth of it. And I definitely want to hear their side. I keep saying that. I've been speaking with a couple members from the group that thinks that David is guilty, and I do want to apologize. In my first interview that I posted with Catherine, I did give the last part of my email was wrong. I said .ca instead of .com. Totally my mistake. It was my first time doing an interview, so I just messed up the ending. It was nothing intentional, and my definitely, if you want to get a hold of me, it's I say it every video now. Just email me at binthinkingpodcast@gmail.com. So binthinkingpodcast@gmail.com. I've already spoken to a couple of people on the side that believes Dave is guilty, and I'm going to contact them and definitely set up an interview to hear their side. I think that's only being fair, and I said I would do that, and I am going to do that. And I've said that from day one that I'm going to do that, so I'm definitely going to reach out to them and do that and get those interviews set up so we can just hear their side, the evidence that they have, and what makes them believe that he's guilty. And I think that's the best way to do it. I'm trying to stay in the middle, and because I am in the middle, I find myself going one way and then going the other, and then I read something else and go that way, and then I'm flopping back and forth as I read more and learn more. And it's a lot to learn, and that's why I keep saying read the evidence yourself and make up your own mind after you've read it all. But you have to read it all, and especially and try to figure it out before you can just say whether he's guilty or not guilty. I mean, for me, you got to read the evidence. That's all I have to go by, and that's what I'm doing. So I just want to apologize again. I did not. It was nothing intentional giving out the my email at the in my first interview, and also please don't leave any links in my comment section or emails because I have it set that they won't post. I don't want my comment section flooded with links and emails and stuff like that. So I just made it so that nobody can do that. It's not me deleting messages. I have not deleted one message off of any of my comment section. So if they're missing, it's not by my hand. I have not deleted one. I've left them all up. And I definitely, like I said, the only ones that would be missing is anything that had an email in it or a link. If there's any of those, then yes, they're going to be removed because I have it set that way, and I don't want my comment section just blown up with links. So, if you want to leave a comment, go ahead and do so. And if you want to email me and you want to talk about it or let me know what you think of the case, that's cool too. I want to hear both sides. So that's where I'm at with that. So you got my email, and I want to also, if you want to have, I'm going to set up a couple interviews. As I keep saying here, the other side, I just wanted to make sure that I've read all the evidence of that, what they're, that they're saying all the evidence. I want to make sure that I looked at all the evidence before bringing them on, just so I knew that, I know what I'm talking about. I've read the evidence that they're going and they're looking at, and that's the evidence that they're referring to. I think it's only fair that I know I read it all and know what I'm kind of talking about and referring to. So that's what I'm in the process of doing. As I keep saying, it's a lot to remember, it's a lot to read. So I will have them on. I'm going to reach out and actually set up a couple, see if I can get them on maybe next week and hear from them. And I made that clear from my first video that that's what I wanted to do, and that is what I'm going to do. So I'm looking forward to hearing their side of it and see what goes on. Be a great discussion, I think. I enjoy discussing and talking with people. I really do. And as I said at the beginning of my video, this video, I find people's stories very interesting. I always have. I love to hear people's stories. And as I say, kind of like my little thing I like to say is that everybody has an interesting story. And why is it an interesting story? Because it's your story. That's what makes it interesting. And it's great to have a point of view, and it's great to have a discussion. I think that as long as it's kept within, you know, certain parameters, and you want to have an open discussion about stuff, there's nothing wrong with that. And I like discussing it and hearing different sides of a story. So that'd be great to hear from their side. I'm looking forward to talking to setting up a couple interviews and hearing their point of view on the case. And that's where I'm still at. I keep saying I'm stuck in the middle. I really am, and I want to kind of try to keep best I can on that middle path and not try to get influenced anyway. I just want to keep to the evidence and what you can prove and what is fact and stuff like that. I think that's the only proper way that I can go about it for me, and that's the way I want to do it. So I want to thank you all for sticking through. I want to thank Sophia for coming on and talking with us. I will have her on again to uh, finish up this interview. And if you enjoy these interviews, please just consider liking, subscribing, hitting the notification bell. People tell me I should say that. So please, if you enjoy this, like, subscribe, share this to your friends or people you think might find it interesting. And I think that would be amazing. I'm definitely enjoying this. It's something I have a lot of fun doing, and I hope you enjoy coming here and listening to the topics that we talk about. Next week, I will have Paul back. We're going to be going even deeper into cryptocurrency, and like I said, we're just kind of the last few videos. We're kind of introducing people who don't know much about cryptocurrency, giving them the terminology that they got to know. The last one I just did with him, he speaks about the app that he has that will actually get you involved in actually claiming a little bit of free cryptocurrency. And also on that app has a ton of information on different topics. So if you have any questions for Paul, also email me. I just gave the email. Email me and just leave in the let me know, in the description that it's for a question for Paul, and I'll make sure I ask him that next week. I look forward to seeing him every week and talking to him because I really enjoy cryptocurrency and learning about it. And so I hopefully you join me for that. I'm going to have some do some videos talking about music, which is a great big passion of mine. I really enjoy music. It's been a part of my life since I can remember. I've always enjoyed music. So I'm going to be reviewing some albums and talking about albums that made a big difference in my life and ones that influenced me and why they did, my favorite bands. And I hope that's going to be a topic that, if this kind of stuff with the Crowley case and the more serious topic isn't your cup of your cup of tea, then that's fine. Maybe you'll enjoy the music part of it. And we can just sit back and talk about music. Love to hear your points about music and the music you love and why you love it. I think that'd be a great topic. So, trying to do a little bit for everybody and cover the topics I find interesting. So, I hope you join me for that. That's going to be something that I start doing very soon. So, I want to thank you all once again for coming to the crypt, sitting back with me and having a discussion. And have a great day, great evening. Depends where you're from. And I'm definitely looking forward to doing another interview and having you all join me again. Have a great day, guys. Take care, and I will see you soon.
Record. Okay. Hi, YouTube. It's been a while, but here we are. And I have with me today Crypt Rick. There are several reasons why I wanted to interview Rick today. And that's because he has taken the time to go and speak with a veterinarian and ask that vet some questions about dog behavior around cadavers. And also, if we have time, he's mentioned a few times in some of his other videos and interviews that he could see how David could not be guilty, and then he could see how David could be guilty. So I would like to kind of touch on some of those, on how both actually, his view on what could lean him one way or the other, because I think that's really important. I think a lot of people feel the same way. They'll hear something or read something in the case, not quite understand it, and they go back and forth. I mean, if you don't know, what are you going to think? It's like, hey, so I get that. So welcome, Rick. And
Hello.
why don't you let everybody know how you went about this, what made you call the vet, and we'll take it from
Well,
there.
it would. I, as you said, I've been reading. Everybody told me at the beginning of this that I should read all the documents myself and don't listen to any one person or a group of people. Read it all yourself and go. And I did. I took that upon myself. I didn't realize how much there was to read. There's a lot of information to go through. Yeah. So I did everything. I read the scripts. I've read the journals. I've read all of the other police reports. Looked at all the many photos, and then what always, because I mean, I guess it's because I'm an animal lover. I don't know. I honed in on the dog, and I also, probably because a lot of people are blaming this dog for everything, basically, and a lot of what they're saying happened to the bodies and happened to the crime scene was because of the dog. So I thought it's logic, right? Like, let's go talk to a vet. I want to talk to a vet who
Mhm.
knows about animals. And I do know a vet in my area that I'm friends with. And I thought he would be the perfect guy to ask. And he's been a vet now for almost 60 years. He's an older gentleman. Worked as a farm. He worked, like, started off as a vet for farms and taking care of like farm animals like horses and whatnot. And then now he's practicing. He's been practicing for years, taking care of cats and dogs and all that kind of stuff. So I went in and spoke to him, and well, I set up the meeting, which was kind of funny story in its own, because I didn't want to tell him too much about the case, because I just wanted the aspect of what a dog the size of Paleo could do. So I didn't want to show him crime scene photos. I didn't want to throw a big stack of papers down and stuff like that. I wasn't looking at that aspect of the case. I just wanted to hone in on what a dog can do and what he thinks. And let me just reference by saying that this is only his opinion. I'm just telling you guys what he told me. So take it for what it's worth. I mean, I'm listening to an expert that knows animals and what they can do. So it gives me a bit of weight to me anyways. He definitely knows a lot more about a dog than I do and what they can do. So I went in and I set up a meeting with them, and I just told him I gave him a little bit about the case, like there was body parts missing, and I explained which body parts, like the heads were eaten, there was an arm missing, there was three hands missing, all of that kind of stuff. And that's where we kind of set the interview. That's where I kind of took the interview off at, was basically I just told them the very detail, like what was wrong with the bodies, and kind of like what was going on around the media crime scene with the dog food, and that there was dry dog food there. I said there was a full bag of dry dog food and there was a half-eaten bag of dry dog food, but there was no signs of scratching or the dog was trying to tear at it or tear it over. So that's kind of where my interview with him started, and that's where it started.
Well, I'm really glad you did that because as far as I know, no one in our group has actually taken that step yet. I know when I interviewed the coroner, or a medical examiner, I'm sorry, they're different. A medical examiner is actually a doctor. But when I was talking to them, he was making the comment and showed a photo of what a dog could do and had done to a particular body. And however, what I noticed in the photograph he showed me is the skull was completely intact. Yeah, other bones were missing, but that skull was completely intact. So that was my comment, and he didn't quite like that. And all I was doing was saying, but the head's still there.
Right.
And so what did this particular vet tell you about your questions, or how did he answer your questions?
Well, yeah, I kind of got them. You got to be a little patient because I got it written on my phone here. I'm not as good as you taking notes yet, but I'm getting there. But yeah, I've listened to this interview, and it was only about a 20-minute interview because he was nice enough. He didn't charge me for the interview or anything like that. He just he said, make an appointment and then come on in. We'll have a coffee and you can ask me what you want. So I started, as I said it when I was just answering you a minute ago, I started off to start like asking him questions because I wanted to ask him about the dog food. That's the part that I've always wondered about. I'm like, there's a full bag of dog food there, and there's a half bag of dog food. And I also asked him about the water because there was, from what I can tell, and I could be wrong, I didn't see a water dish anywhere for the dog. So I said to the vet, he basically had two toilets that we know of that had water in them, from what I can tell. And if I'm ever wrong, correct me, Catherine, by all means.
No, there was upstairs, not the downstairs. However,
Right.
From what I remember reading in the police reports, the downstairs toilet was closed. The lid was closed. Upstairs was open. So you really only had access to one
bowl. Right. And I remember saying that to the vet. I was like, he only had basically access to a very limited amount of water. And unless a dog can flush the toilet, I mean, they blame him for everything else. So maybe he can do that too.
Right.
But, so I said, like, he only had that limited amount of water from what we can tell. He only had like basically a toilet bowl full of water. And then I was asking about the dry food. And at first, I thought I kind of caught him in a moment because I said, is that weird that a dog would start eating like eating their owner if they have dry dog food? And that the very first thing he said was, yeah, that's kind of weird. And I was like, so we're getting somewhere. But then we started talking a little bit more, and I explained to him how there was gunshots to the head. I said there was definitely, like I said, there was lots of gunshots to the head. I said, so there would, and then there would have been a lot of blood and tissue, which I get into with him later on in the interview with them. And then that's when he kind of clicked in and he was like, wait a minute, like, okay, there's gunshots to the head and there's a lot of blood. And he kind of like said, and it made sense what he said. He's like, you have to, like, I always look at this. I think people, when they look at what the dog did, they try to look at it from a human aspect.
Right.
And if you know what I mean, like I wouldn't do that. But he's like, what he told me was, you have to look at this as an animal aspect, from a dog's aspect.
And it's not good or bad. It's just instinct.
Right. That's what he said. He's like, it's an animal. It's a wild animal when you really boil it down. So he said, you have dry dog food, and he goes, you have tissue. He goes, you have fresh blood, a lot of blood. You got brain matter. You've got, scattered everywhere. They're full of blood. The bodies are full of blood. The dog is naturally going to go to that area. He said that's what that's like a boot, like that's a banquet, he said. And he was just being very honest. He's like, to a dog, that's like heaven. He's like, it's fresh meat. And he's
Yeah,
like, it
that's what the
sounds
coroner was saying. I mean, the medical
right.
examiner said too. Yep.
Right. And he said so and then I said that kind of does make sense when you start looking at it from the aspect of a dog. And I was like, okay, so you think, because I was like, remember saying to him, I'm like, is that weird that the dog ate that much of their owners? Like he ate their heads and he apparently ate their hands. And there was and I've, a lot of people go back and forth, but there was not a lot of blood at the crime scene itself, which I did ask him about further down. That's kind of like what I'm leading up to. But he does believe if the dog was there, now this is what he said, if the dog was there for the 3 weeks, like they say, he believes the dog could do this damage that I told him about. He said he thinks the dog could do it if the dog was there 3 weeks. Now, if the dog was there less than 3 weeks, it's not so sure, because it depends. He has to have this, you have to have the right amount of time to do this. He didn't do it all in like one day, but he said over the course of 3 weeks, a dog could definitely do this amount of damage, he thinks. And I said, well, what about the water? And he said a dog could definitely live on that much water for those 3 weeks, because you have to remember that if he's eating on these bodies, there's a lot of water in the flesh itself, in the blood and stuff like that. So he said it would be enough, he thinks, for the dog to survive and do that damage.
And see this, I would have loved to ask him this question, because this is something I've often wondered about, because blood actually dehydrates you.
Right.
And human blood is different from animal blood. So it would be more of a dehydration factor. So how would that have affected the dog's health? Did he say that at all?
No, he didn't actually, but I am going to write that down and I will ask him, because he said I could always come back to him if I have any more questions or people have questions. He's more than willing to answer them. So I will write that down right now,
Because
actually.
when I was talking to the medical examiner, I didn't even think about that, because I was just so new to the case. And basically all I wanted to talk to the medical examiner about was the autopsy reports, because the garbage that we put up with,
Right.
oh, you don't know what it's saying. Okay, medical terminology is a finger's a finger, a head's a head. You can't switch the stuff up. And
Exactly.
so I really wish that I had known more about the case when I did talk to the ME. But one thing and another thing, I would like, if he's willing to answer this question, because I don't think this is possible. Is it to me, and you may be covering this here in a second, but it's the specifics, just the hands, just the face, nothing else. To me, I've never seen a dog pick that. Will they go for where the blood is? Yeah, across the board, everyone has said yes, that's without question. Yes. But then the other thing is the large portions of skull that are found. It's not just shards, it's large chunks. And that is not something a dog, when you're taking anatomy and physiology and you're messing with cadavers like we had to when I was taking the class, I don't think people understand how strong the skull is. And a dog, I can't see how the dog could pull off major chunks of skull. That to me really is more consistent with the multiple blunt force trauma that you see upon the skull pieces. So if he could address the size of skull pieces that should be found, if any are left, that would be a good thing too.
Definitely. I could definitely ask him. And I did kind of ask him, I did ask him half of that question. I did ask him about why the areas that the dog did attack, like I wouldn't say attack, but the dog did feed on. It sounds so gruesome when you talk about it, but it's the truth, but where the dog fed on. And he thinks immediately he said, yes, definitely the head. What he thinks is that probably because of the gunshot wounds, the dog may have started licking at the blood, because he said the scent of that blood in that house would be so strong that it would just, his animal instincts would kick in, his dog instincts would kick in, and he would start licking at the blood. So he thinks he could have probably started licking at the head and then just kept licking like dogs do. And I've had dogs where if they start licking at something, they'll just keep going and going.
Yep.
So he probably started doing that and then just started feeding on the head, kind of because that's where the blood was concentrated on. And I asked him also about the hands, and I said, "Is that weird that he would eat the hands?" And he said, what he said was, and I'm going to go by what he said, is that the dog was, uh, there could have been blood on the hands, which would attract the dog to the hands, and that they're easy accessible. From what, and remember, he didn't see any of the crime scene photos. I was just told him the parts that got eaten. I didn't tell him that there was hands that were kind of under bodies in that. But he
Yeah.
was saying the dog would go to areas that were exposed and would have blood on them. So that's the answer that he gave. But I didn't ask him about the size of like bone chunks and stuff. But I will ask him that for sure.
Okay. Yeah. And and if you're looking at that, like he said, yeah, that would make sense if there is blood on a hand. However, the feet are completely, exposed, not touched. The one hand, his left hand, is completely exposed and not touched. So yeah.
Those are good points. I know. Yeah, I never asked
But
him that.
but he doesn't know, he's answering honestly and for what's exposed. And like you said, when Kamel's left hand is completely under her body and she's face down on the floor, so how does he get to this part of her face if it's on the floor?
Right.
And so that's kind of always been my question, and that's what I was asking the ME as well. I'm like, oh, but she's face down, and there's no evidence of the dog going, because he would have to dig his muzzle into there to get up.
Right.
And again, I know this is gross, but I'm tired of the naysayers on this. You're face down, you're like this, and this dog's got to get in and eat up all of this portion that's on a floor, but yet leave all of this alone. So again, we're going back to what's accessible, what's easily accessible. Is the dog going to go for, there's, and from what I can tell on the writings and how they described finding the bodies, it did not seem like her head was contorted or where it would look like a dog had to go in and dig and kind of
Right.
pull at. That didn't seem to be the case because her head is covered. It's covered with a blanket. So we've got her face missing while it's covered with a blanket. But see, he doesn't know that. And then with that left one arm up underneath her body, that's not accessible. Her right hand absolutely is accessible. So yeah, what he said would make sense. Did you ask about like the abdominal cavities? Would a dog go for that area?
Well, that's what I did ask him. And I kind of like touched on that. I was like, and he thinks it's because the body's like it wasn't accessible. Like that's what he kept going back to when I asked him. And I'm now that I got like now that you're bringing up points like you are, I'm gonna go back to him with this. And I know I'm really gonna get him thinking now because it's not as easy explained once you start telling them that there's parts that are not easy accessible. There's a hand that's still there that shouldn't that the dog never did touch. So, but yeah, like he never. I told him. I said from what I could tell of the clothes photo that there was, it did look like the dog was scratching. Like to me, there's some rips in David's shirt, and it does look like the dog was kind of scratching at it to me.
On the back side of his shirt, though, and he's laying on his back.
I know. Well,
but that makes sense.
True.
What you're saying though about little Rania shirt, though.
Right.
Yes, that makes lots of sense. And,
right.
and Kamel's pant leg.
Right. Yeah, that's what I told him. I said it looked like the dog was pawing at it, whether or not trying to wake them up or he was, and he thinks that he was probably pawing at the blood. Like I said, do you think he was trying to wake them up, like because they weren't moving and stuff? And he said, no, I think he was probably pawing at the blood and trying to get at what was causing the blood or whatever. So that's what he gave me on that. But I definitely gonna have to ask him those questions that you were just mentioning because those are good questions, and it kind of changes the whole dynamic of that answer when you start saying that there's not all easy accessible.
But this is good, though. I really think that this is a good base and a good foundation because from here we're going to build on from the basics of, is this normal animal behavior? Right. Well, now we all know because I've heard it from several others too. Yes, this is normal animal behavior because like you were saying at the beginning, so many people tend to think that their animals, oh, my animal would never. But yeah, they do. And right. It doesn't mean that it's a bad animal. It's just what they do.
Right. And I said that to him too. I said, so you're telling me that if I die, my cats will eat me if they have no food? And he was like, oh yeah, they'll eat you. No problem.
And cats are worse than dogs.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's what he said. He goes, that's just what they do. He said, it's not a personal thing. You're dealing with an animal with instincts. and the smell of blood is so strong to a dog, and I would imagine a cat as well, that they just it's to them he said, and he said it bluntly, he's like, to them you're just a big piece of meat, you're like a
Yeah.
big steak. And I was like, it makes sense, it really does.
Yeah, because the moment that you start to decay, your body now sends off a different scent. And it's going to trigger that
Yep.
wild aspect of who they are in their brain.
Right.
And you can't hate them for it. You can't call them horrible names for it. You know,
That's
that's
what they
like
do.
telling somebody who, yeah, but and yet it's so funny because yet how many people will sit there and eat a really raw steak and think it's the best thing they had, and and then condemn a dog because it's going to eat a human body, when that's pretty much the same thing. It's human tartare, but don't people eat steak tartare?
Yep. And
They'll
that's
make
what
it.
he said. Yeah, like, and that's what he was saying. If your animal is hungry enough, you are just a food source. And then he
Yeah.
also gave the example. He said, don't forget that humans are no different than a dog when they're starving. He's like, remember people that have got into plane crashes and stuff like that. You hear about cases where they've had to feed on human bodies
Mhm.
to survive. If you're hungry enough, you're going to eat. If there's a meat source there, you're going to eat it. And whether it's a dog, a cat, a human, it's meat. That's what
And
he said.
that's
It's meat.
That's true. I am a vegetarian now, vegetarian, vegan, depending on my day or my mood in that particular week. But I do not eat, I cannot bring myself to eat meat anymore. Part of that reason here is, though, because when we were younger, we lived on the Crow Indian Reservation for a few years. My mother happened to have married the drummer of the tribe. And there were so many times in the places that we were living, it was condemned housing, where half the time we didn't have running water, we didn't have electricity, and even in the winter we didn't have a refrigerator. But thank goodness in Montana you could put your meat out and your food outside on your porch because it kept it cold. It was all snow and cold all winter long. But I particularly remember so many times we would be so hungry, and I would tell my mom, she would be in the room sleeping, right? I'd be like, Mom, I'm so hungry. I'm hungry. Can you go make us something? And she'd be like, well, there's kidney and heart in the refrigerator. Go get it. And I'm like, but we can't you won't let me turn on the stove. She's like, just go cut a piece off and eat it. I was so hungry. That's what I did. I ate the raw cow heart and I ate the raw cow kidney. But as
Right.
a 12-year-old kid, when you're starving and you haven't been eating for days, you will. I don't care what anybody says, you will eat whatever the hell you find.
Right.
And so to this day, though, I cannot, I don't begrudge anybody else who eats meat. Like I go out with my friends, and my one particular friend, she's a huge carnivore. And so I'm like, eat whatever you want, don't care, but don't think I'm not gonna touch it. I
I'm
draw
not
that
joining
line.
you. I don't blame you. Yeah. So yeah, that and it made sense when he said that. Like it really did. Like when you start looking at a lot of this case from the aspect of a wild, like of a dog, it makes sense. Like, but then as you brought up, if there's parts that the dog can't get to, and when I bring that up to him, I'm really curious to what he's gonna say to that. Like how do you explain that? You can explain the head, you can explain a lot of the stuff, but
Mhm.
why did he not eat certain parts that were exposed? Like there was another hand exposed, he didn't touch that. So, and I didn't want to, like, I really just didn't want to hit him with like, hit him with everything at once, like
Well,
I
because the
just want to
case
kind
is
of warm
so
them up,
Yeah,
you know.
and that was the thing why a lot of the stuff I did, I didn't know some of, well, actually the majority of these things, but B, other things I had kept from the medical examiner, because the amount of information is so intense. But because other people then went and contacted this ME and lied to him and told him that I was calling them a murderer online. I never called any of them a murderer, especially this particular person who has nothing to do with the freaking case, but
Right.
then tells this and sends this big sob story. And then the ME buys it hook, line, and sinker and is saying, oh, yeah, well, she's seen this. And I'm like, what the hell? Because I felt the interview went really well. He was very honest. And I stated what he said. From what he read in the reports, he stated he felt that David had done it. And so but I did ask him, if I present with you information that shows he's innocent, would you change your mind? And he said, absolutely. But
Right.
at that point on that day, that's where he stood. And I'm like, cool. So I was going to come back for a second interview and then bring up this other information, especially when I found out that her head was covered with a blanket, her left hand was under her body. And then, like you just said, David's left hand is exposed. That is not touched, but parts that are covered are gone.
Right.
How is that possible? And I mean, without, so that to me says staging of a crime scene again, and then blaming this poor dog. Is there anything else that you guys covered?
Oh, I covered. Yeah, I asked him also about because Greg was asking me to ask him. Like Greg said, can you ask the vet what if a dog could eat that much bone and would it hurt the dog's insides and is
Yeah.
and all of that? And I was like, I'll ask him. So I did, and he said, I said, like, would the can a dog eat that much bone in that amount of 3 weeks, and would it hurt the dog? And he said, absolutely not. He said, dogs been that they can chew that much bone, they'll break it up over time, and he said it won't hurt the insides. And I said, really? I kind of thought it would, but when you think about it, they do. They dogs eat bone, they chew it right down, and they swallow pieces of bone in that. Now he did say that there would be bone in the feces if they would have tested. He said you would have definitely found bone in it, and they could have tested for DNA too. He said they have been able to do that for a while now, and I didn't ask him about that. He brought that up on his own.
Wow. Oh, wow. Okay. See, that tells me a lot right there.
Right.
So, my brain, and that's good to know that their intestines can digest
Yep.
it to a point. And that makes sense because when, as you're saying that, I'm like thinking about when I was younger and we had dogs, and when I have friends who have
Mhm.
dogs, what do? You go to the butcher and get the bones, right?
That's what he
The cow
said.
bones. And yeah, they eat those suckers. So
That's
yeah.
what he said. He goes, because he has a dog, because it's a vet. He has his dog there all the time. He said, I go to the butcher all the time. They got boxes of bones, different size bones that you can pick for your dog. And he said, I get the big bones. And he goes, my dog will chew it right down. Like you'll give it a big bone, he said, and within like a week, it's nothing left. He just eats the whole bone. And I was surprised that a dog wouldn't get any damage from that. And he said, no,
Yeah.
they're designed to do that. He said that's not going to hurt the dog at all. So I did ask that question for Greg.
Okay, good. And then now that hopefully will be settled and put to rest. But it is interesting because what he said goes along, because when you were telling me that you had done this interview, I went and I did some more research and reading, and there was a site that I came across, and they stated the same thing that this vet said, is that you will find visible pieces of
Mhm.
bone within the feces. Now they might not be big, huge chunks, but you will see visible proof of
Yep.
bones within that feces. And then if you test it, you will find the DNA of,
Right.
and so that to me is, then I'm like questioning really big time because we see the feces. We see those photos, and I'm sorry, I don't see bone fragments
Right.
in that
Right.
dog feces.
Right.
So now I'm like,
It makes you
okay,
wonder, right? And
why?
I did also ask him because a lot of people were saying that if he was eating off the bodies, that the dog would have the runs, like diarrhea or whatever.
Mhm.
Like, and I said to him, I said, "Is that like I said from the pictures I saw, it looks pretty much firm. I mean, it's not
Most of
definitely not the runs or explosive diarrhea everywhere."
right.
And he said he kind of did the scale thing with his hands like this. He's like, that's up at 50-50. He goes, some animals, if that would infect their feces at all. And he said some animals it would. And he said there's no right or wrong answer to that. He just kind of did the scale thing.
Oh,
And I
okay.
was like, okay, so, and he said, especially if the owners were ever feeding the dog meat, like scraps of meat or whatever, or he was getting meat from his dog food, like if they were giving him wet dog food, or he said if the dog was eating meat of some sort, he wouldn't have a big reaction if he started eating the meat off the owners. So
Okay,
I
see, that makes sense.
right. I thought he was going to say that it should be all running everywhere. That's where my brain went because I've had animals where if you change their diet too quick, bad things happen. Like they really, it does havoc on their insides. But he
Yeah.
said with a dog, it's totally different than a cat because I was going by cat aspect. And he said with a dog, it's kind of different. And if the dog's already been introduced to meat in his diet over the years, like I said, he went 50-50. He's like, there's no right or wrong to that. It could be, it could not be.
Okay, well, oh man, see, this is really helpful.
Yeah, I was
Believe it or not,
surprised by that. I
yeah.
thought I kind of would have got him with the runny poop. I was like, I got him on this one, and then he did the 50-50, and I was like, got me again.
No,
So I'm
yeah,
trying.
no, no, it's like I think it's really helpful, and how I'm viewing this is like it's really now with everybody we have been talking to, in for some reason, even myself and most people in the group, we kind of have all speculated as to what we think should or should not have happened with this
Right.
dog. But now we have, like you said, it's a professional. He's been doing this how many years?
Oh, he's like 60 years or something like that. He's an
Okay.
older. He's almost retired.
Okay.
So he's
So
been
see,
at it, and he said he's been a vet his whole life. So
so he obviously knows what he's talking about.
right.
And now with what he's telling us, now we can put together um what paleo could have done,
Hmm.
and that just falls within the realm of being a dog, and what we know he could not have done, like the covered heads. How is he going to get to the head if it's covered with a blanket
Right.
with no evidence of him being able to get to it? How did he get to the arm? We know he didn't do the Camel's head and Camel's left hand, but he very easily could have done um the other hands. I still, did you ask him if that dog could pull an arm from a socket? I don't think so.
No, I didn't ask him that either. I should have. I thought of that when I was leaving. I was like, I forgot, but I will ask him. I'll set up another
Yeah.
interview, and I
Be-
will,
Yeah,
because
because
I'm curious
that
too.
takes a lot of force I'm telling you, a lot in just the damage that was done to, her upper pec
Right.
area, and then a fractured rib underneath that. I just don't think that dog could do that.
Right.
But yet we do know, though, he could have then, if that arm was taken off by a human, that then the dog could have at that point consumed the arm and only left evidence within his feces
Right.
that they never tested, which is good to know.
It's good to know. That's what I thought. It doesn't matter what, like, at least we're getting answers, and we're getting
Mhm.
it from a professional, which I think has a lot of weight to it. We're not speculating, and he's giving us his opinion and like what he knows as a vet. And I thought that's really cool. I was really happy that he even talked to me, because I kind of just went at him. He had no, like, I was trying to explain to him. I kind of said the dog was beside, because you can't really tell the size of the dog. I said it's kind of like the size of a cocker spaniel, maybe, to a black lab. I said, so somewhere I wanted to give it quite a bit of leeway for the size of the dog, just because, I figured I got
Well,
to be fair. I don't want to say it's a small, tiny dog, and I don't want to say it's a huge dog. So I was like, kind of like lab, cocker spaniel, somewhere
well,
in that.
and to help you ask him the next time, I read somewhere, and I will see if I can find that information again, that paleo, when he was found at the time and taken to the kennel, he weighed like 14 or 15 pounds.
Wow.
So but that was not his normal weight. He'd actually lost weight.
Right.
So
Right.
at the time that he was found, he was 15 pounds. So I would say 15 to 20 pounds maybe is what the dog normally weighs, which would be good. How much can a dog that size consume? And yeah,
What should its average weight be, right? If it was eating, like, you think it wouldn't have lost too much weight eating what it, if he ate everything they say that he did, that's a pretty,
there you
that's a
go.
lot
Ask
of, that's
that
a lot.
question.
Yeah, that's a lot of calories if you're eating all of that. Like,
Yeah.
so I
Because
wonder, that's a light weight for a dog that size, I would think.
yes, the dog had actually lost weight. It was described as thin. The dog
Okay.
was thin, and we can see by photos that David had in his journal, Paleo was not a thin dog. He was actually quite a little chunk of monk,
Right.
like a
Right.
very healthy dog. And then to have him when he was found called thin. And then we do have a photo, and see a photo of Paleo sitting in there with Dan Jr. And Dan's on the
Right.
outside of Paleo's inside. And he does look very thin compared to the photos from David's journal. So he had lost a lot of weight. So yeah, that would be a great question, asking the vet, would the dog then lose 5+ pounds consuming human flesh, which
Right.
could be possible because, like I said, human blood, which is different from cow's blood and pig's blood, animal blood, it does dehydrate. So which could have then made the dog, even though he could have been eating, he's now still going to become dehydrated. So
Right.
that'd be a great question.
That is a great question too. And then I also, what I was asking him too, because I tried to get him on another aha moment. I was trying to throw little stumps at him, like trying to, like, little roadblocks, and he answered them perfect. Like it just he just had no problem with them. And I was asking him, I said, like, from what I can tell of the crime scene photos, there's no bloody dog footprints anywhere. I said, if the dog's walking around and he's eating, I'll go with you on the journey that he's eating on these bodies and he's clawing at them, but he's going to get blood on his paws or around his lips, like in the fur of his mouth and stuff like that. And I said, like, you don't see any bloody paw prints anywhere. I said, like, at least I don't, and I don't see any on
No,
the couch. I don't see,
there's
and
none.
yeah, and he said that that's probably from the dog. He said, you got to remember 3 weeks that dogs lick a lot. And if he's going around, he's going to be licking at that blood. So he's going to be licking the blood. And I said, and that's why when I was leading up to, and I said earlier that I was telling him about there's not a ton of blood at the crime scene. And he did say that that's probably because for 3 weeks that dog was going around licking everything, and he'd be looking at if there's stuff on the ground like brain matter or anything like that. The dog would naturally go to that. And I said, so you think if there was bloody paw prints on the couch, he could lick the couch enough to get rid of those prints, like clean the couch. And he thought the dog could do that with that amount of time. He thought that the dog could clean its paws, and I'm just going people by what he told me, that the dog could clean his paws enough that there wouldn't be any blood if there was blood on his paws, and the same around his mouth. That the dog, it's possible that the dog could have been kind of like cleaning up all the blood around the crime scene, and if there was any like paw prints on the furniture, he might have licked that. But then now I have a question for him that I'm thinking about as I'm talking right now. If that's the case, and he was licking the paw prints up, why didn't he lick the blood up on the chair? That big pool of blood on the
And
bottom.
and the blood, that the spatter that is on the floor. Now,
Right,
here's the thing, and again,
right,
and this is why I say, and I honestly believe he's going to change that opinion in this case because he doesn't know everything. He just is going
right,
by generalizations. And generally, yes, that is true. A dog will go and look it up. However, when they sprayed the areas with the amino black, which is
right.
a luminol type product, you don't see cleanup. And now it
That's
would still
true.
be picking up the tongue swipes on the floor of the cleaned up blood. You see none of that anywhere. There's there's
That is
there's no
true.
there's no evidence of a dog licking up blood. But yet we see on the footprints where blood had been swiped underneath, it had been cleaned up. You don't see it to the naked eye, but when they spray it, it's picked up. That's the hemoglobin is still picked up. But and then so you see where a swipe pattern there.
Right.
So which is not the dog licking, it was cleaned up, new things put on top. I mean, it's layered, so you clearly see that. But again, if he were to see those crime scene photos or even get more of that puzzle, then I really honestly believe he'll be like, oh, wait a second, because there's that one section where, and I could be wrong because to me it looks like a bloody handprint on the floor because there's quite a bit of blood in one spot, but then some spatter. That dog would have gone around licking all of that up while it was fresh.
Right. But that's
I
what I
mean,
mean. You can't like we
yeah,
can't have it both ways. It's
right,
like I mean, it's very if you're gonna say the dog was licking up all the blood around and cleaning up the crime scene, well, he was very selective, is what I'm
right.
saying. Like he cleaned his paws, he cleaned his face, he cleaned up a lot of blood on the couch where he maybe or wherever he was sleeping and there was blood like if his paws were
Mhm.
tracking blood, but why not clean up what you were just talking about? Why not clean up the circle of blood on the lazy boy chair at the bottom of that? That's a big stain.
Yeah, well, he would have been chewing at that chair.
Right. Like,
Yeah.
why so selective?
Mhm.
That's a good point. And I'm gonna have to give him the photos, I guess, because I think that's gonna make it a lot more clear for him
Yeah.
when he starts seeing a bit more of the evidence.
Yeah. And too, with those prints when they were put down on that floor, regardless, we're not going with how they got there. However, those prints got on the floor, some believe they're actually foot. I did the comparison. I'm working on that video. It doesn't match up. um, and or did somebody put them there? Doesn't matter. It was still fresh blood at that time.
Mhm.
And yeah, the dog should have gone straight to those larger areas, and so therefore those wouldn't even have been there
Right.
anymore. They would have been like swiped and smudged and everything all over. So yeah.
That'd be a good thing to ask him. Yeah, I'm gonna definitely give him the crime scene photos. I'm gonna have to well, I'll ask him. I shouldn't say I'm gonna give
Yes.
them to him. I'll ask him if he'll look at them when he has a moment because I do think that I'm very curious how he's gonna explain that away. That like I mean, why would he be so selective, and why leave the hand behind? Why? Yeah. So those are good questions, and I'm hoping he will answer them. I'm hoping he will.
Yeah, and I think he will. I mean, but like you said, he's very knowledgeable and brought up some really good points. Was there anything else you guys talked about?
I asked him because I heard in another interview that people were saying that the bodies should have, and I'm not sure where I heard this, but I do remember people talking about it, that the bodies didn't have like maggots on it. There was no
Right.
like flies around it and stuff like that. So I did let him know that this was winter in Minnesota, and that didn't shock him at all. Like, he's like, there wouldn't be any flies, there wouldn't be any maggots. He said they just don't appear. They have, maggots are coming from the laying of
The
eggs.
flies. Mhm.
Right. And he said, so I that doesn't surprise me at all. He did say, like, there would, like what you guys have covered before, there would be bloating, there would be like all the things you described with a deep decomposing body. He said that's what you would see, but there would, I'm just saying, I wanted to answer that question because I know a few people were asking it, of like, they've said, well, it can't, they couldn't have been there 3 weeks because there was no maggots, there was no flies. That time of year, he said there wouldn't be any.
No, and even if there was a warm day or two, I'm from Minnesota,
Right.
so I was born and lived a good portion of my life in Minneapolis. So I know Minnesota weather and I know Minnesota winters. And but if there's a warm spot, could a fly then kind of hatch somewhere? Sure. But this is in the middle of a cold spell in winter, snow on the ground, and life flies, what, they only live maybe 24 hours. It's
Right,
not, you
right.
don't live very long. So you would not expect to see any maggots or fly activity in that house at
Right.
all.
And that's why I addressed it though with them, because
Yeah.
I know, like I said to him, I said, I'm not even sure if you're going to know this. I just kind of threw it out at him because I do remember hearing people in the video kind of debating that and saying, like, why is there no flies? Why is there no maggots? That shows that the bodies weren't there or they were moved, blah, blah, blah. You know the story. So I was
Mhm.
like, I'm just going to ask him. And then he jumped right on it. He's like, at that time of year, you're not going to have that type of stuff. He's like, there's no flies. It was normal to him.
Yeah,
But
if
it
it
didn't.
if it had been summertime and the body
Right.
had been there a week, oh yeah, you would definitely find. If you didn't find any maggots, you would go, oh, okay, something's up here. But
Right.
wintertime, yeah. So I mean, I don't know about you, but sometimes I just get so tired of repeating the same thing over and over. It's like, well, okay, I've said it once, either you listen or you won't, and we're gonna let it
Right.
go. Time to
Yeah.
move on.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, I mean, and that's why I was saying at the beginning, I can only go by what he's telling me.
Right.
And he definitely knows a lot more than I do about the character of an animal and what they can do to, like, I was shocked. When I first started looking into this case, I didn't even think it was possible that a dog would eat their owner. Like, that's how naive I was.
Oh,
I
okay.
was like, a dog wouldn't, my cat wouldn't eat me if I was dead and they were hungry. It's kind of shocking when you find out that, yeah, you're just a food source, if you want
Uh-huh.
to break it down, to be honest. And I was kind of shocked about that.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that stuff before, and
Right. I never did. So I think people
so,
think that their animals love them, and they
yeah.
do. But I mean, when they're hungry, you're just a big steak. So I was like,
Exactly. And that's the thing. It's like you stated at the very beginning, I think you said that's what the vet was saying.
right,
People tend to forget that once that blood gets in them and it triggers that
right,
portion of their brain, they're no longer that pet. They are now back to their wild instincts.
exactly. That's what he
And
said.
they can't stop it. It's just what happens.
Yep.
And but again, does it mean that they're bad animals and should they be, euthanized? No, no. If they can find a
Right.
loving home, they can go back to, eating their dog food and not
Yeah.
going around trying to attack and kill you in your sleep, unless it's a
Right. Yeah.
crazy dog.
Well,
That's how it
exactly.
is.
But yeah, so yeah, it was really cool. I learned a lot from this interview with him. I really did, and it was interesting. And even though I tried to kind of throw a little stump, like, I thought I'd get him on the bloody dog footprints for sure. I was like, well, there's no dog footprints. And then he jumped right on it. He was like, well, the dog's probably cleaning them up and cleaning his paws and washing his face. And I thought, well, it makes sense. But now that you bring up that there's other areas of the crime scene where there is blood and the dog didn't clean it up, he's getting selective.
Mhm.
So it's good. It's a good thing to ask him. I'm going to be excited to set up another interview with him.
Yeah, and again, though, this is really excellent base information, and you have to get that base information
Right.
first before you can start building on that. And then, okay, I mean, because as any learning, you're going to learn the very basics of anything first before you start to switch up the scenarios. So yeah, it would be really great, because I have yet to see a dog be selective and pick and choose, and then can eat something under a body and then put a blanket over it. Let me eat your face, and then, let me put a blanket over your head.
Right.
That just doesn't
And same with
happen.
David's hand. Why, yeah, like why not eat the other hand of David? And I didn't even think of that when I was talking to him. And I'm sure you've had this when you interview people too. You always remember questions when you're done the interview. Then
Yeah.
you're like, I didn't ask this. I didn't ask this. Why
Mhm.
didn't I ask this? And it's just so frustrating. And I'm learning that the hard way. And I
Mhm.
remember thinking that when I left the interview with him, I'm like, why didn't I ask him about parts that were exposed that the dog didn't eat? So I'm glad that he said I could come back to him with some more questions, and he would take the time to answer me. I'm just hoping that he'll look at some of the photos and stuff like that, kind of give him a better idea of what we're dealing with and what's around the crime scene and stuff like that. I'd be really curious to see what he thinks.
Yeah, because I'm telling you, that crime scene tells a story,
It
and
does.
it is showing a lot of violence and a lot of rage. It is an extremely violent crime scene.
Hmm.
It wasn't a simple coming in and gunshots and it's over. No, there's violence throughout that house. Things may not be moved, but there's absolute evidence of violence. So yeah, it's and again, so it's like, I do know that dogs will clean up, and what he said, that is true, but they're not going to be selective and let me clean up my paws while I ate here at their face, and I'll let me clean everything up and then leave everything else over here.
Right.
It just,
Right. And yeah, I know, yeah, when you think about it like that, it's true. Like why would, and maybe and I'm not saying the dog wasn't selective, maybe he was, but to me it's kind of weird that he
yeah, when you
wouldn't have
start
cleaned
putting
up.
everything together,
Yeah. Yeah.
that
Like, I mean, and then I'm sure the vet might say that the reason that he didn't attack one of like didn't eat David's other hand, maybe it didn't have blood on it or something. I mean, I'm guessing that's what he's going to say because he was really big on that the parts that got eaten were covered with blood. That's kind of where he was going with. He's like, it was that because I asked him about the hand. I said, there's hands missing. Why would he go for that? Because I always thought that animals would go, and maybe you know this better. I didn't even ask him this, but wouldn't animals go for the soft tissue more like the stomach and the abdomen? And I'm just thinking like when you die out in nature, the first thing that birds go for is your eyes and like soft areas. So why is it as simple as they were wearing clothes and that's why the dog didn't go to those soft areas? Or
well,
I don't know.
the ones that I've seen before, and this could be a breed behavior as well. I've seen some situations where it didn't matter if they had clothes or not, they still went for the abdomen and got it. But
Okay.
yet what he said makes sense. If there's actually active bleeding and active tissue, they're going to go to that area first. So that makes a lot of sense to me.
Right. Okay. I just yeah,
But
like it's a good
here's the
question.
thing, as soon as he said, when you were telling me that he said that, there on the video, on one of the pictures, you see where I think, to me it looks like on David's left leg toward the upper part of the thigh and the hip area, where you see it looked like the dog was scratching at his
Right.
pants, ripped a hole, and there is visible skin where it looked like he clawed at that skin, and now you see muscle underneath or skin underneath, but yet he didn't eat that.
That's a good point.
So
Yeah, because I did
again,
mention that the dog was pawing at him. At least that what it looks like to me. But
mhm.
that's true. Why wouldn't he? If he did make all the effort to go through and paw at him like he did, why wouldn't he start eating that area?
Yeah,
That's
if he's gonna choose a hand that doesn't have blood on it, and then totally bypass active raw flesh.
hmm.
See, again, this is where things start to just not make sense when you look at the entire picture. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, that what one of the things he said makes absolute sense for one part of the scenario, but does not fit the whole scene. So when you
Right.
start pulling all these things together and getting all these aspects, and you have to look at it as a whole, it's an entire puzzle.
Right.
And so that's when you have to start to question, go, okay, we don't see bone fragments in the feces. Not all of the blood is licked up. There's no evidence of licked up blood on the floor when they sprayed the amino black. There's, choosing pieces of body to eat, large portions of skull that doesn't happen when a dog is gnawing away at a bone,
Hmm.
which is more indicative of blunt force trauma where you're breaking off large sections of skull. So yeah, Just
It's interesting. It really was. I really enjoyed talking to him. And it's always like that when you do an interview. I wish I could have talked to him more, but you could hear like people coming in and stuff. So, but I will definitely set up another interview. I'm going to jot down all the questions that we were talking about tonight, and just to get his. I really do want to hear what he says. I think it'd be really interesting.
oh yeah, I mean, and yeah, I'm so grateful you did. I love to learn new things, especially from
Me too.
a
Me too.
perspective of someone who knows what they're talking about.
Well,
Because
yeah.
I don't,
I
yes, I can speculate. My brain can run off into some wild fantasies, but at the same time, I don't want to just, it's okay to talk about that and do some brainstorming. But when it's coming down to, okay, let's settle in with what we think really happened, I don't want to mess with that because it's here, it's a fantasy, I guess. But now
right.
we have some good solid bases to take off from and start building the picture to the scenario. So I'm really grateful for that.
Yeah.
And if you don't mind, if I can jump subjects here for just a
Sure, you can
second,
go anywhere you want.
I would really like to touch on especially your views, your particular views, like
Okay.
what leans you toward, you know, I've heard you talk about why you think David could not have done this. Now, what has led you to where you could think, well, maybe he did? So if you could.
Yeah, well, I'm being very honest when I tell people I'm bouncing back and forth. It's the truth.
Mhm.
And I find that it's almost daily as I'm going through the evidence. Like one minute I'm like he did it, and then another minute I'm like he couldn't have done it. And then you'll read some more evidence, and then you're like, no, I think he did it. And then you're going back to no, he didn't do it. And what I've told everybody what I think, why I think he did, like why I think he. Let me try to word this right. Like I have my reasons why I think that he did not do this, because a lot of the evidence to me from what I've read in the reports and I've looked at all the photos, I just can't see him doing this. And it's just because of a lot of the questions, like the bullet in the ceiling, the bullet in the floor, stuff like that. And when you start adding it up, it just leans me to the he couldn't have done this. It just doesn't make sense, and it doesn't add up when you start looking at it.
Well, it's physically impossible. Yeah.
Right, right. And then and I will tell you why I think he could have done it. I mean, I will
Okay.
get there. But and then as I was telling other people, I spoke to a gunsmith who that's what they do for a living. They work with firearms and they know bullets. They know what bullets can do. They know uh what guns can do. Like they just know. And I remember when I was telling him about the bullet in the ceiling, and the first thing he said, he was like, "Well, there must have been tons of blood on the ceiling." And I said, "No, there wasn't any blood on the ceiling." And he's like, "That doesn't make like the first thing he did was like that doesn't make any sense." He's like, what he told me, if those gunshots went to the areas of the body that they said in the head and all that. He said that place should be covered, like painted with blood. He's like, you don't not realize the damage that hollow point bullets do
Yep.
when they're exiting the body. He's like, yes, they make a small little hole when they're going in, but he said the damage is when that's coming out. And he showed me pictures of bullets of a hollow point, what they look like when they hit hard objects.
Mhm.
And he said, so there did they find any blood on the tissue on in the ceiling, like when they found it in the attic? And I said, no, they had nothing. They had DNA on it. I said, but there was no blood. There was no tissue embedded in the lead. There was no hair. And he's like, that's almost impossible. He said for that to happen with that type of bullet. And so that's another reason that makes me think that there's something weird going on. Not to mention the fact that they found it a month later. And I know a lot of people kind of shrug that off, but to me, that's a huge deal
Yes.
that they find it a month later. And then they found the one that rolled out of the carpet before that. Right. And I'm like, okay, I
Uh,
can understand you missing one, but how are you missing more?
well, and this is the thing, and this is something that I learned by going on to a particular crime scene with the coroner, and it happened to have been a shooting, and it's same thing with them. I mean, they were there for hours. I mean, this coroner was there for hours and hours and hours, going through the scene, taking photos, checking the body, which did not happen in David's case. Coroner and the ME came in, they just said, okay, bag him up and leave. No, this coroner went through and really looked at everything and made everybody leave the scene until they were finished. But even after they finished, as we're driving back, we got there early in the morning. We didn't get back to the office until the sun was already down. So, I mean, when I say hours, they were there hours.
Wow.
And so they're, as we're driving back, they're like, oh shit. And I'm like, what? They're like, no, I'm sorry. It was when we were back at the office and they got the photos. Okay, they're looking through the photos, because they got them developed right away. And they're like, oh shit. And I'm like, what? And they're like, look at this. I didn't see this entrance wound at
Right.
the scene on the body, but yes, saw it in the photos. And so I asked them, I'm like, well, is that common? And they're like, yeah, you can't always find all of the bullet fragments. You just can't. Sometimes you just have to wait. So the fact that the cleaning crew found that fragment, which turned out to be Ranya's the next day, that came when they were rolling up the rug and then it fell on the floor. To me, that makes perfect sense. I don't see anything weird or odd about that. It totally fits a crime scene like this. So I don't condemn them for missing that, because we don't know where, did it roll under the couch? It could have. We don't know. And even the cleaning crew doesn't know where on that rug that fragment was. They only know as they're rolling it up, it comes
Right. That's true.
So it could have been anywhere, could have easily rolled underneath the couch and they would not have found it.
Right. So
So
that one can be explained away, but the one in the ceiling, and then
No.
also the one that was shot in the floor, I
Yeah.
find suspect too. And I know a lot of people
Agree.
say, well, he was shooting at the dog. And I'm like, okay, well, you can't, you don't know that. Like, I mean, that's a good explanation for it, but you don't know that. Like, there's no way of knowing that he shot it at the dog. So
Right.
to me, that's another thing that it's just another question or
Well,
another.
and not only that, David was an excellent shot. I'm
Right.
sure he
Right.
was a marksman or whatever the highest level of I mean, he went out shooting all the time. The guy
Right.
knew how to handle a gun, and I think he would know how to shoot a dog.
Right.
But
And,
yeah,
and
so
even if the dog ran away, like some people say, why would he just chase the dog down and
well,
finish the
and you
dog
don't
in
even
another
have to
room?
do that. You don't have to do that. When you have a moving target, you lead them. So as you're aiming and someone's running, and if they're and you don't follow them, you lead. And as soon as
Right.
you see them heading, you're going to shoot where you think they're going to be. So by the time you shoot it, boom, you get them. So that's what he would do. He wouldn't be shooting at a dog as it's running around the house. That makes no sense. That
Right.
makes
Right.
none whatsoever. But
But
okay,
no,
so
yeah, so that was that's the things that really got me. Well, there's a lot of other ones, but we'd be here and a lot of people already know them. Like, I mean, we're, like I said, you get tired of kind of rehashing it. Now, I can also see him maybe possibly doing this because, and I kind of changed my mind when I started reading the journal in a lot of ways. And because he does clearly state in the journal that he thought that he had PTSD, and that he was treating it like this is how I took the journal. I could be totally wrong. I always tell people that this is what I see, and it's not set in stone. Like, I mean, this is just what I think, and so for whatever it's worth. But to me, it's not out of the question that he could have had PTSD that was undiagnosed and that he was going through some stuff. I know you're shaking your head. I know this is what I know.
I
This
no
is
no
what
no.
I'm
Okay, but yes, you're right. You're right. This is your thoughts, and you have every right to feel this.
right,
So go
right.
ahead. Yes.
And I'm totally open to being wrong. Trust me. I am open to this. But I'm just saying I can see him, like, I'm more leaning toward that he didn't do this the more I look at it, to be honest. I really am. I'm trying to be in the middle, but I mean, I could see somebody like him, like, because he does, at least from what I've read, and like when I read in the journals, and I think that's probably why he was playing around with marijuana a bit. I think that's why he was playing around with mushrooms a bit. I'm not saying he was doing mass amounts of them or anything, but I do think that he was treating something early. He thought he was treating something that he might have had, and the drinking, I don't put a lot of merit in. Like, it's not like I saw cases of beer all over the house, or
Yeah.
I think he was kind of like, yeah, I drink, I don't drink anymore, but I used to, and sometimes you drink. But that's the only thing that ever led me kind of to believe that he could have done it, because I mean, maybe he did. It's possible that he, like,
Well, and
the problem I have, let me just say, the problem I have with the journal is you're looking at snapshots, and I write a journal too, and I mean, you're writing a section that is for that moment, and but it doesn't define your whole like day or anything like that. So I hope I'm wording this right.
No,
I
you
know,
are very well.
like, yeah, it's like like one minute I can write in my journal, oh, I'm having a horrible time and my cat broke something, and that cat is annoying me, and I wish my cat would just leave me alone. It doesn't mean I don't want my cat or anything like that. 10 minutes later, I'm playing with my cat, we're having a great time. So
Hmm.
I'm saying, like, that's another thing that's making me always bounce back and forth. Yeah, he did say some harsh things about his daughter in the journal. You can read it. He did. It's just there. It's the facts. And I do honestly believe, and I know people can say I'm could be wrong, but I do think he was struggling with something, and that's up for speculation. It could have been, him being a father, him being trouble with his daughter, because you kind of read that he's kind of up and down in this journal with, like, having trouble with his daughter and adjusting to being a father. And I do think that remember he was in two, like, he was in a war. That's the way I look at it. So I mean, to think he has maybe PTSD that's undiagnosed is not a stretch for me. And then could he snap? It's possible, Catherine. It's possible.
Well, and I could see, I do see how you feel that way, and that's where your understanding lies. But I spent over 10 years working with military guys
Right.
alone in their hospitals and in their clinics, their little that they have on the post when they just need to have a checkup, but they don't need the hospital. They would go to the
Right.
clinic instead of the ER. I did this for 10 years. I watched these soldiers. I've seen PTSD. And I mean, was David affected? It would be naive and I think almost criminal to say he was not affected by the war. That would
Right.
just be sheer stupidity. Yes, he was affected. However, he was not affected to the degree that is implied by so many. When reading the journal, and when he talks about that, especially the one section where you're talking about where he's like going, you know, where he felt like he didn't say the words PTSD, but he was,
Right.
upset by what happened. He was referring to, and he states it as plain as day about when he was lost. However,
That's true. That really upset him. You're
that
right.
is what caused him in the PTSD, that or whatever instance he was speaking about and speaking to then, was the fact that they were able to do that to him, and they could still do that to him to that day, because it's the military, and once you're in, you're never really out. And so that is where his fear came in. It had nothing to do with having flashbacks, and never had anything to do with violent tendencies. I mean, there's violent tendencies in so many of his people that were around him, but he never had a history of violent tendencies.
Right. And that's another thing that would make me flop too. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I kind of, as I read the journal, I kept going back and forth. And like, see, I don't, like, about stuff like that. I don't. I'm not a doctor. I've never been around. I know a couple of people that are in military, but they're currently active in the military. And I don't know anybody that has PTSD or they're suffering from it or anything. Like, I've met a couple of people online, but I don't know them personally, so I don't know the signs in that. Are you like, and I can ask you that, is it like, is it common that people just with that PT just snap one day, or is there a lead up to it? Like, there would be, like, I have to believe there would be some signs of this before he just
Yeah, no.
snap.
And even in the psychology field, there's no snapped. It does not exist. That's some term that came along somewhere and people picked it up and ran with. It does not happen.
Okay.
There is always going to be something that shows in behavior that leads up to it. And a lot of times with soldiers, what is referred to as PTSD today was back in the Vietnam era called shell shocked.
Shell shock.
And trust me, when these guys start to have these flashbacks, they are violent and they are scary as hell. There was one time when I was living in Minneapolis, and the downstairs neighbor was a Vietnam vet, and he had lost both of his legs from the knees down. So he was in a wheelchair, and this guy had violent flashbacks. So even, and he was always getting drunk and always getting high, but you can't condemn him because of what he had to see and what he had to do. He mentally broke him as a human. So when you see true PTSD, and then you look at David, David did not have this PTSD. Was David affected? Absolutely, he was affected. Anybody would be. And that's not the question. But did he snap due to time in war? Oh, hell no. It just doesn't fit. But and then we also read in his journal where he talks about yeah, he was frustrated with being a dad. And like you said, you would be an absolute liar if you read that journal and then tried to say he was this perfect father. He wasn't.
Right.
Sometimes he was a downright asshole. End of story. But does that, being an asshole does not make you a killer. And so and as you're reading his journal, and again, we have to remember he wrote this never knowing it would be public one day. These were his private thoughts, his private struggles with being a dad. And again, not uncommon with guys that I saw in the military. We would deal with soldiers that would have these same types of thoughts all the time. So it's not, and again, maybe it seems odd and abnormal to people who don't deal with guys that struggle with this. But you have to understand, these are soldiers that 9 times out of 10 marry because they're going to be sent off to war. Right. And that's it. They meet somebody and it's all fresh, it's all new. That's when everything is really at its peak and at its height. And then you leave, and then when you come back and there's a child, it messes with them.
That would be huge. That would be, and that was huge to David too, right? Like you can see that too.
It really was, because he wanted to spend time getting to know his wife, but he couldn't because he had to be a dad. And now people are judging him on that. Don't judge him unless you've been in his shoes. Don't judge him. And I really wish many people would not. And then as you're reading through the journal, and this is kind of what, leads me to realize how much he loved his daughter. Yes, he was angry and frustrated and resentful, or maybe resentful is not the right word, but wish he'd done things differently at the beginning. But then he reaches a point in his journal where he's like, he writes about a time when he got upset at something that she did. Nuts. There were nuts on a counter on the table.
Right.
And he was so angry at her. And then you're watching him read, as you're reading what he's writing, he's going through this whole post. And then at the end, he's like, what kind of dad am I to get upset over nuts on a table? Was it really worth it? Hurting her psyche for that moment in time, that brief moment in time, because she left nuts on the table and she was hungry. That is when you have someone who realizes and acknowledges, and it's like this light bulb goes off going, oh, holy crap, what did I just do to my kid? I can't do that anymore. Mm-hmm. She's so much more valuable. And he says this. As a human, she's valuable. I should be encouraging her and loving her and uplifting her. But instead, I focused on that. Who am I to do that?
Right. And that's what I was saying. These journals, you have to be careful because they're a moment in time. They're you can't judge it on that one. Like you were saying, they're like snapshots is the way I look at them. And that's the way I see my journal. It's a snapshot of that moment, what I was feeling or that day. But it's definitely not defining how I am every day. It's not defining. And I've said this in other interviews too, that I've done with other people on this case. The journal, he does say a lot of mean things, but I also see as the journal goes on that he's also be growing as a father. And I do see that. I see him coming to terms with being a father, and I see him embracing it, and I see him trying to do things different. Mm-hmm. What I don't see in the journal, from what I've read, and I don't see a man going into madness or something like that. I don't. And that's another thing that makes me believe that he might not have done this, is that when you have the police department looking for a year to try to find any motive, and they looked, and believe me, if they could have found motive, they would have. If they could have tagged motive on this because it helps their story, they would have threw it at us. They would have said, this is the motive, we got him. Mm-hmm. And they found nothing in a year of digging. They went through everything of that man's life. You guarantee it. They went through everything of that man's life to try to find anything, and they can't. I don't know. So you either got to believe that he snapped out of the blue with no lead up, or he didn't do it. I mean, you can't have it every way. So that's why I'm always leaning that he didn't do it now.
Right. And I want to go back to what you had just said about his journal, and so many people say he was spiraling down.
I don't see it.
That's not true. His journal shows him spiraling up. He starts out really depressed and going, oh my gosh, why did I have a bratty kid? I'm not ready for this. I can't spend time with my wife. This kid is sucking our energy. And I'm sorry, as a new parent, I don't know Most parents go through this at one point or another, and you would be lying if you said you didn't.
Right.
But toward the end, and then somewhere in the middle, where one time Rania did something, or he got upset with her, and then he's writing this, and then he's like, wait a second, I just realized why I got upset at her. My dad did this. I am being my father right now. And again, something every parent, we all do it at one point or another. We're like going, oh my God, I just channeled my mother, right? Or my father. And this was his aha moment. And then he's like, I don't want to be that. So whatever experience he was remembering he went through with his dad, and I am not condemning his dad, because every parent makes mistakes, and every parent is a great parent at times, and every parent is a really horrible parent at times. So he must have thought of this moment in time where his dad was not being a good dad. And he then realized he was doing what his father did to him. And he says, I am not doing this. I can't do this to her. She deserves better. And then from that point forward, throughout the rest of the journal to the very, very end, at one of his very last entries, he's like, he did it. He's like, we connected. We're happy. She talks to me now. That's not a spiraling down.
And that's what I agree. That's what I saw when I was reading the journal too. I was expecting, for what I was hearing from other people, to see this big spiral, like, him having breakdowns and him like going, like, I guess it's what you think in your head of what a spiraling, like somebody going mad is. I guess you can probably blame Hollywood for that, like this image of somebody going crazy. But I don't see it in there, and I'm open to being wrong, but I don't read it in there. I see what you see. And to be honest, I see somebody that's adjusting to being a father and coming back. He just came back from a war. Let's not forget. Like, I mean, he was in a traumatic thing with the war. Then he got sent back, and then came home. He's got a daughter. Like, that's a lot for a young man to place on his shoulders. Like, I mean, everybody would be struggling at times. And I've never said he was perfect. I've never heard you say he was perfect. I've never heard anyone say he's a perfect person by any stretch. He was struggling with stuff.
Yeah, and and if I were to be honest, if I were to meet him in real life, I probably would not have liked him as a person. And because he's a very strong type A personality, I am a very strong type A personality, and those generally clash.
Oh, for sure.
And so, yeah. So I know with my personality, and I see who he is. I'm watching his interviews, I'm reading his journal, I'm watching what he's doing, and he's very driven and straight to the point and honest. I could see where we would be like button heads left and right. But that would not mean that he wouldn't be a good person. It just means our personalities would not mesh. So, people who go around going, oh yeah, you're just doing that because you're just, no, that's not it at all. I'm trying to look at this from a realistic point of view, from an unbiased point of view, because if I wouldn't like him as a person and I'm still defending him, for me, that kind of tells me something about what I'm seeing in the case. And yeah, is there anything else other than where he talks about where you see he could have done it?
No, that's about it. Like, I really am trying to stay in it's hard to stay in the middle, because eventually eventually the evidence is dragging you to, and I kept going over and over the evidence, and I'm like, I'm missing something. Like, I don't know, maybe maybe it's maybe because it's an American soldier or something, and I don't know, maybe something makes me want to think that he couldn't do it, and I don't want that to cloud it. That's another thing. Like, I'm like, I have to look at it in the middle, and that's what I'm doing. But
you can't. You're gonna have to make
like you can only look at so much evidence before it just, and it's like I was saying in another interview, it's either horrible police work at best, or it's a cover up at the worst, because there's so much they didn't do. They didn't test any, like, certain things, and they didn't explain things, like that big blood stain on the lazy boy chair. Why was that? That is huge to me. Why would you not test that? Why would you not test the dog feces?
Exactly. They had that big spot on the footrest on the chair, but yet there's no blood on the rug underneath it.
Right.
Explain that to me, please.
The blood on the magazine, and then when I started talking, that's why I kept leaning more now to that he didn't do it, is because as I talked to the vet, And then I talked to my friend who's a gunsmith, and he's telling me that what this ammunition can do,
Oh yeah.
and stuff like that. And even my friend, I was just telling him about the case, and he's like, that sounds really weird to me. That he thinks there should be blood everywhere. That's
Oh,
what
there
he's
should
saying, like
be.
the
There should be.
walls, the ceiling.
Mhm.
And he said, if you have that many gunshots to somebody's head with hollow point bullets, the whole room's going to be covered. The walls, the ceiling.
There are four head wounds
Right.
that they logged. There's a fifth bullet with Camille's blood on. So Camille has 3 with her, but they do log 2 wounds to her head, one
Yep.
to Rania, one to 4. So we have 4 head wounds. Where's the blood? And where's the brain matter? It's not to be found. And again, I shoot hollow points, but only at the range. I don't go around shooting people.
Right.
I don't, but I mean, at the range, I shoot hollow points.
Right.
So at targets, I see what those suckers can do, how they expand, what happens when they hit something hard. And I'm sorry, but the skull is hard. So
Yep.
when it hits, it's going to mushroom, then go through, bounce around, collect a lot of stuff, and then exit. So it's going to make obviously a bigger wound. But when you're looking at how he's laying, where it exits the left parietal. So
Mhm.
it exits up here, and that section of his head is facing the window, and the bullet entrance is this way up in the ceiling.
Mhm.
So we have exit here, and it's up here, and there's nothing on that. There's no blood on that bullet at all, and they state no blood. I know there's someone out there that keeps trying to say that there's blood on that. No, the BCA reports clearly state blood was not found, was not indicated. And so they took a swab and then found DNA at that point.
Right.
DNA is not just blood. It can be from many, many sources. But so to have it is absolutely physically impossible. It defies all laws of physics to have it enter wherever it entered. We don't know where the entrance was, but exit here, turn around, go back up this way, and then not contain any tissue whatsoever, no blood
Right.
whatsoever. It's absolutely so to me. So they don't have the bullet that killed him, and it wasn't in the dog feces. So
Right.
where is it?
You think they would even test the dog? I don't understand why they didn't test the dog feces, even just to argue with, like, anyone that said, well, the dog couldn't have ate all of that. They can say, we tested it. There's bone fragments in
Right.
it. That ends that argument. Done.
Right.
It's put away.
Now
Why-
they can never do that.
They can never
collected.
do that. Right. And that was really what started me leaning a lot to the fact that I don't think he did it, because when I talked to my friend, and he was actually showing me the bullets. Like, I never seen a bullet like that before. I'm not, like, I have a 22. I don't have anything
Oh,
bigger
you have
than
little
that.
tiny.
22. They're little. Anybody that knows that's listening or watching that knows the 22. They're little teeny
Yes.
bullets. And then he handed me that one for that was used in this case, and I was like, oh my God, that's scary to me.
Yeah,
And
it was a full metal jacket. So it's a full metal jacket hollow
Yep.
point. So it's a good solid bullet. That sucker
Yep.
would have made a mess. And,
Yep.
and not
And
to be rude, and I'm not trying to be crass, but it's honest. It would have made a mess.
yeah, and that's what my friend said. He said the same thing. And like I said earlier, that's what he jumped to right away, was there must have been blood all over the ceiling, right? And I was like, no, there was none. And he's like, that stopped him right there. He's like, that doesn't make sense. He's like,
Mhm.
there, like, he goes, and then he was showing me videos on YouTube. This is where I think I sent you the video, but he was sending me videos of what these bullets do when you shoot them in a ballistic gel and when you shoot them into all these different things. He's like, and that's what he was so hard on making that point to me. He's like, you have to see what these bullets can do. And if there was that many that went through that, like that many bullets went through somebody's head, it would be everywhere. And
Mhm.
then I went and looked at crime scene photos. I want to see what gunshot photos, like, from old crime scenes
Mhm.
would look like. And there's a lot of blood from one shot,
Yep.
from somebody that's shot in the head. I remember seeing one photo, and the whole wall behind the guy was covered, like
And
painted.
it depends on what they're using. Like a shotgun
Right.
obviously leave more than a handgun.
Oh, for
but
sure.
still-
Right.
But still, like you said, every photo you see, there's brain matter, and there's
Yes.
blood, and there's usually chunks of little pieces of skull
Yep.
everywhere.
Yep.
And there's none of that in this scene.
Right. And I know they're going to say, well, the dog ate it. I mean, but and I know they always blame paleo. I mean, the dog does everything, but
Poor dog.
I know, but I mean, then we get to the selective, okay, but he didn't lick over here. He ate this, and that doesn't explain the walls or the ceiling. I mean, I'll give it to him on the floor.
Yeah.
but-
Okay. Let's say let's say that the dog decided to pick and choose and decide to lick in areas, and for some reason the Mino Black doesn't pick up on any of this.
Yep.
Impossible, but let's just say for the sake
We'll
of
go with
argument,
it.
this is how it goes. But yet, if it's exiting the left side, there should be spatter all over that window or that curtain. Well, the window was open. So
Mhm.
it should be all over that window, because he was only a couple of feet away from it, 3
Right.
feet maybe. There's nothing.
Right.
That
And the
window
dog,
is
yeah,
clean,
no
and the
blood
dog
there,
could
none on.
reach there.
Can't reach it. That's what I. Yeah. So I mean, I'll follow. A lot of it, I'll go with you on it. But then there's some that you just can't explain. And the other thing that's always really bothered me in that crime scene, and I've said it before, is the knife. Why was that knife even there?
Yep.
And a lot of people just, they kind of don't talk about it. I'm like, why was there an open knife there? Why is it even there? If this was what people say and he went and there was a murder suicide,
He would not
why?
have touched that knife.
Yeah, why the knife? It doesn't mean. To me,
Yeah.
these are things that
And
make
that
you know.
again, yes, that again screams staging, because it was open, it was blade open, blade up, blade pointing down,
Right.
and by his leg, and it has all three of their DNA on it. And then the skull piece we see on the floor, and I will keep talking about this, that skull piece, you see straight lines on that
Mhm.
skin. A dog cannot rip a straight line.
Right.
Does not happen. Human
Right.
cannot rip a straight line. Does not happen. So who
Right.
took off David's skull?
Yep. And why is and why is the knife even there? That's what
Yes.
I've said that so many times. I'm like, explain why the knife was even there.
Yeah.
If it was a murder suicide. And to me, and whether who, no matter who did it, I always say it was definitely staged. I mean, that it's
Yeah,
that
nobody brings a knife to a gunfight. How
right.
stupid is that?
Right. Especially if it's a murder suicide. It's like, why? I just want to know why the knife is there. And I don't buy that the bullet in the floor was him shooting at the dog. I won't buy it. I don't buy it. It's possible. I wasn't there, but I don't see it. I just,
No. But again,
and that,
these guys are taught to lead their target.
right.
And you're not going to just shoot randomly at a dog, and only once. I'll shoot randomly. Oops, I missed him. Okay, I'll let it go.
Right.
Nope. You will lead that shoot where you know they're going to be coming, and when by the time you shoot, they then basically run into that projectile, and then you get them. So yeah,
That's where that's why I'm leaning more and more always, and I've said that to you before. I'm leaning more and more over to, I don't think he did it. And how did I get to this, right or wrong? I wasn't there. I don't know, but I'm going by what I'm reading and what I'm seeing, and it just doesn't add up. And there's a lot of things that aren't explained, and
yeah. And I
they
agree
make
with you, because when I first came across this case, I said it a million times. I honestly came in believing he was guilty. I had no
right. I've
reason
heard you
to
say,
believe he wasn't guilty. And
right. I
then
heard you say that.
and as soon as I start reading those autopsy reports, I'm like, oh, things aren't adding up here. This guy
Right.
didn't do it.
Right. And that's how I was. I was like, and that's what everybody kept telling me. You have to read the reports yourself. I'm like, I will do that. I'll take that challenge. I'm going to read everything I can. And like I said at the beginning, that's a lot. It's a lot. I didn't realize how much there was to read. And then all the photos and then the scripts and everything. And I mean, I can only go by what I'm reading and seeing. And I don't see how he did it. I just don't.
Yeah,
I don't. I'm sorry.
I agree with you 100%. But okay, so we've actually been on here like an hour and a half.
We're rocking.
We are, but so we should probably cut this before they
Not
decide to cut it for me. So
okay.
before we go, let everybody know your channel, because I will put a link down below in the description
Oh,
box. But
perfect. Yep.
let
You
us
can
know.
find me right here on YouTube at Crypt Ricks. I've been thinking, and we do lots of cool interviews. I interview about not just the Crowley case. I cover cryptocurrency. I've interviewed people about flat Earth. Which so have you, Catherine. Great interviews, by the way. Amazing. I love talking to him. David is amazing.
Oh, he
and
is.
and I cover, like I said, cryptocurrency, flat Earth,
Bigfoot. Hey, you have to
Bigfoot.
do more on the Bigfoot. Seriously.
I do.
You got-
I do. I do. I actually do. I have a couple more interviews lined up for people that even live in my area. So I got more Bigfoot coming. And then I just started my own radio show, which will be on every Monday night. You have to go to, I have to get this right because I always
Send
want
me
to say
the link and I'll put that in the description
I
box.
will. I definitely will. So Revolution Radio at freedomslips.com. And you go there and I'm on every Monday night, 6 p.m. Studio A. And definitely check me out there. And I have a bunch of guests. I've already done 2 shows and I got more guests lined up. So it'll be great to see you there.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you, Rick, for coming on. And we will revisit this, especially after you meet up with the vet again and get more of our questions answered. The poor
I
guy.
will.
It's like we'll just inundate him.
I know. Like I'm going to be putting photos at him now and everything.
Yeah.
So no, I will though. I'm going to write down the questions that we went through because I'm as curious as you are. So I'm going to bring him some of the crime scene photos and that and kind of see what he thinks. I think it's a great way to. I think it's a good thing to do, and I'm going to do it.
Yeah, I agree. So
Perfect.
thank you. And we'll see you guys next time.
Oh,
Thanks for joining us, everyone.
you too. Take care, Catherine.
Okay. Bye, Rick.
Bye. Well, I'd like to welcome everybody to another episode of Crick Rips. I've been thinking. Tell you, it has been a lot of fun doing these interviews, and I got another great interview lined up for this evening. Uh, it's been a real experience, and this has definitely been a topic that I found out the hard way. There is definitely both sides to this argument that are very dug in, and I'm obviously talking about the David Crowley case. Some say it was a murder suicide. Some say it was a setup and it was all just he was murdered and his family was murdered. So I mean, there is definitely two camps involved in this case. And I found that out the hard way when I did my interview with Catherine. It was definitely eye opening to see how many people commented that, are taking a totally different approach to this case. And they say that there's enough evidence, there's enough facts out there to prove that it's exactly what the police say it was. It was a murder suicide, and David basically, out of the blue, snapped and did this to his family. So I find it very interesting, this case, and as I was thinking about it, it's very hard. I'm trying to stay right in the middle. I'm trying to look at both sides because I think that a great discussion is you got to hear both sides of it, and I am totally for that. I want to hear both sides. I want to hear the people that think that he's guilty and they have the evidence to prove that he's guilty, and I want to hear also from the side that says that he is, that he's not guilty or guilty. I want to hear both sides, is what I'm saying. And I'm trying to stay in the middle, which is very hard to do, but that is what I'm attempting to do. So I just want to start off by saying that if there is any people there that have an opposing view, either for him being guilty or not for being guilty, I am definitely willing to have an interview with you. I just ask that you keep it respectful. And if you want to leave some comments, that's great. I mean, I'm all for that. Like as I said, I want to hear both sides of this argument. And I just ask that you just don't put any links in my comments. If you do put any links in the comment section, I will remove those links because I'm not having links to other sites on my comment section. So, but feel free to leave a comment. And at the end of this interview, I'm going to definitely give out my email. And if you want to do an interview, you have a different point of view from what we're discussing today, then by all means, send me an email and we will definitely set up an interview. I'll get you on the show and we can discuss your point of view. Because as I said from the start, I'm just trying to ride this in the middle and I'm very interested in hearing both sides. So, without further ado, you don't want to sit here and listen to me babble for on and on. So, I'm going to go ahead and get my guest on here. And my guest is, here we go. There we go. Greg Fernandez Jr. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well. Thank you, brother.
Oh, it's great to have you on here. I want to thank you for taking the time to come and speak with me. Uh, there's not. I've been doing a lot of research into this case, and definitely you are one of the people I've seen that have really delved deep into this David Crowley case, and been watching some of your videos, and well, actually watching all the videos of you, and find a lot of it interesting. And as I was saying before I went. When we were talking before this interview, it's a very hard case to try to stay in the middle and not try to lean to one side. I'm trying as a somebody who's doing interviews. I don't want to kind of dig my heels in yet and basically say he was guilty or he wasn't guilty. I do want to hear both sides because I've always believed that if you got to have a discussion and you got to hear both sides, and usually the truth is somewhere in the middle. You try to think that's the way it's going to work out, and just the amount of work that you've done investigating is it's really impressive actually. So I wanted to ask you to start off with how did you even come across the David Crowley case?
That would be from my friend Dan. So my friend Dan, he called me up and he's like, we have been working on separate cases. Another case, Phil Marshall. He was a pilot. He wrote about September 11th and all of this stuff. And anyways, so he was accused of a murder, double murder, suicide of killing his two kids and killing their dog and then killing himself. So we were working on that case. And then Dan brought it up and he's like, hey, you have to look at this case, this David Crowley case. And so, I was reluctant to look at it because I didn't really take David Crowley seriously. I thought his work was basically fear porn. And I thought that the 2012 trailer was garbage. And so I was a little bit I wasn't a little bit hesitant. I was very hesitant to really dig my heels into the case. But I started looking at it. Dan created a group called Justice for David Crowley and Family. I joined that group. And so I started looking into this and kind of just hoping to see, okay, what do the cops say? Okay, if the police are already saying within 24 hours David Crowley is guilty, they must have something. They must have a smoking gun. They must have some reason why they would just all of a sudden so quickly say, hey, we have our guy. The public is not in any danger. Not saying that case closed, but pretty much saying case closed in, without actually saying it. And so we started looking into it and kind of looking at, okay, what, I try to stay away from the whole, oh, it's a government hit. It's, there's look at what happened to this, all of this stuff, all these weird, crazy theories that kept coming up and kept shadowing the fact, wait a minute, let's just really break it down here. Let's really think about what proves him guilty. What do they have? And of course, at that point, they're not going to tell us, right? Because they're still building their whole case. They had notes. They had that was basically it. They had these notes because of what David Crowley was writing about. He must have gone crazy or something like that. They weren't really saying. All that they were saying was that David Crowley is guilty. The public is not in any danger. It got a little weirder because then you had some of the friends who have been working with David Crowley, and you have a lot of them saying David Crowley is guilty too. And it was like, okay, well, what do they know? What do all these people know that would prove David Crowley guilty? And so here we are 6-7 years later, and there really still is nothing there to prove him guilty. That's always been the real focus is to find out, okay, based on the evidence, not based on your feelings, whatever you want to think. If you want to think that he's guilty, fine, think that he's guilty. But
Hmm.
looking at the evidence, looking at the facts, what really proves that David Crowley is guilty? Why would they just jump to this conclusion within 24 hours that it must be David Crowley? And I'm here to pretty much tell you, there really is nothing there. And the fact that they would do that within 24 hours is pretty shady. I mean, to really do that so quickly and to not even look at any other sides, to not even look at any other um, ways that and anything else that may prove maybe it wasn't. In this country, you are innocent until proven guilty, and that includes David Crowley. David Crowley is a soldier who fought for this country, and he definitely deserves better than what he was given. Um, I know you've talked about different, two sides, different camps and stuff like that, but we talked about going down many rabbit holes, and there's so many different sides. There's so
Hmm.
many different views. There's so many different people that think this or that and have so many different, okay, well he's guilty. There's this whole pack theory where they think not only was it David, that it was David and his wife. But for me, man, it really just comes down to either you can prove him guilty or you can't. Those are really the only two camps that I see. So if you can't prove him guilty, then he's not guilty. And
Technically, he's
so,
innocent.
yeah, and that's where I started. My bias started trying to prove him guilty. That was my bias, and I don't think that now looking back, I don't think that that was the right way to approach this case, because it made it a little harder for me to actually get to the point where I'm like, okay, he's not guilty. it,
Right,
it took me
right.
a little bit longer because of that, but yeah, so that's where I got started, just getting involved with Dan's group, and we started getting documents. Then we started getting contacted by David's quote unquote friends. We started getting threats. All these weird games, all this weird stuff was happening. We're like, well, wait a minute, if this is such an open and shut case, why is there all this drama? Why are there so many people that really just want to trick you into thinking David Crowley is guilty? They don't want to give you the proof. They don't want to say, hey man, look, here is what proves David Crowley guilty. Because the police can't even do that. If the police can't do that, nobody else is going to be able to
Hmm.
do that either, unless they're hiding something that the police don't have, which is not true. And so that's where I started. That's kind of where I'm still at now, and that's why I wrote my book, to kind of just go over and say, look, these are what the documents say, right? We can go about feelings. You can say, man, I think, David Crowley is guilty. David's own dad thinks that there was a pact between David and his wife to kill their
Right.
daughter. Okay, so that means that's not a double murder suicide at that point. That's a double suicide and a murder.
Hmm.
So even within the people that think David is guilty, there's still different factions of, well, not only is David guilty, but Kamel is too.
Right.
And so it gets so weird. And I'm just like, dude, let's just really talk about what proves him guilty. And if you can't do that, I mean, then I don't really know why you're even trying to convince me that David Crowley is guilty. Show me some evidence. Show me some facts. And I
Right.
just I just don't see it.
Right. And that's the thing. Like, and I totally agree with you that when you think there's so many different theories out there, that's the one thing that I'm very surprised at. And I have recently just come upon in the last few days upon this pack theory. Like, I that
Mhm.
him and Camilla had a pact, and to me that is just that's I it's very, if it is true, it's very disturbing for one thing to me, that an
But
innocent
but
girl.
but that Yeah, but that goes against what the cops say too.
Right,
So then
right,
at that point, the people who believe there is a pact are actually on the same side as us, saying well, the what the police say is not true.
right, and
So it's like they want to have it both ways
right,
sometimes.
and that's what I'm saying, and we have to look at the evidence now. When you started investigating this, what was some of the evidence that really made you, when you looked at the evidence and really had a good close look at it? Because I know that I'm going to hear it in the comments from the other side. I already know it's coming. That well, I do, and I mean that's fine. Like I said in my intro, I want to hear both sides as long as it's done in a respectful manner and
Sure.
it's based on evidence. And I'm totally for, like I said, I'm riding this in the middle. I'm trying my best, and I do want to hear both sides. So I know they're going to come at me and say there's tons of evidence out there that he did it, but what the more I look at it, the evidence is not so cut and dry. There's a lot of questions, and it could be down to bad police work. I'm totally for that. There could be something going on with the police work. They did a rush job, and he did this. It wouldn't shock me either if that was the case, and it wouldn't shock me if he did do it, and if he didn't do it. I'm like I said, I see both sides of their argument. I really do. But
Sure.
it comes down to the evidence. And what was the evidence that you looked at? Like, what are a few of the parts that to you are just they have not explained or that made you say that there's no way that he could have done this?
Sure. And I think that's a great question. It's a question that we all need to really ask. And it's a question that really comes down to it. Obviously, the first one is, okay, if they can't prove him guilty, then what the hell are we even talking about here? Why are we even acting like he is guilty? So it all starts with, okay, what do they have that proves him guilty? Okay, but you're asking the right question, because okay, the answer to what I just said to my question is there is no evidence. So then we have to go with, okay, well, what proves that David Crowley didn't do it? Well, they don't have his blood on any of those bullets. That's the
Mm-hmm.
first thing. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
they don't have any proof that David wrote that blood writing on the actual wall. They don't have any proof that David wrote the note in the office bedroom. They can't put his fingerprints on anything there. The only print that they can put is on the paper in the office bedroom. They can put his left middle finger
Mm-hmm.
on the piece of paper. They cannot put his hand in that gun. So they can't match the gun to his hand. That's a big deal right
It's a
there,
very big deal.
obviously. But the whole DNA thing, if you look at the DNA results, you'll see that there's another DNA profile on two areas. And so whose DNA is this? They have DNA that belongs to someone else, showing that somebody else was in that house. The police make it very, very clear to say, hey, we didn't find any signs of a struggle, but the back door is open.
Mm-hmm.
So you wouldn't need, why are you even looking for signs of a struggle? You're telling me there's a knife on the living room floor. That's not a sign of a struggle. The knife is open. There is an unspent round on the living room floor. That's not a sign of a struggle.
Mm-hmm.
Things like that. But the fact that they can't even put the gun in David's hand, I think is a big deal. The fact that they can't tie any bullets to David there, I think is a huge deal right
Mm-hmm.
there. So that, I mean, beyond that, there's a lot of other things, right? How do they know that David wrote anything on the laptop in that kitchen? They
Right.
can't put his DNA there. They can't put his fingerprints there. It could have been anybody.
Right.
All they have is everything is in Kamel's blood. So they have her blood at this whole scene, which to me pretty much discounts any pack theory, because I don't believe she's going to say, hey, let's use my blood to do all this stuff and put it over here and put
Right.
it on this wall and everything. I mean, it's possible. But again, we're not talking about, just what is possible. Almost anything is possible, but what can be proven.
Mm-hmm.
So based on all of these things, the phone records, his electronic records, the police say, going through all of this data on page 82, one of the last pages of their police reports, they say we did not find any motive, no
Mm-hmm.
financial motive, no motive for nothing, no reason why David would do this. I mean, those are big deals that usually, the people who think David Crowley is guilty, they don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about the actual documents. They don't want to talk about what the actual DNA results show.
Right.
They don't want to talk about the fact we have hands that are missing. His hand is missing. Most of his head is missing. His wife's hands, both of her hands are gone.
Mm-hmm.
His daughter's arm is completely gone. There's a fractured rib there. There's 3 bullets that are tied to David's wife, yet we were told she was only shot twice, with most of her head missing. Maybe they need to leave the door open to a 3rd shot.
Right.
But the fact that they can't put David's blood is not on any of those bullets is a big deal. And the fact that they left the house on January 17th, January 18th, and missed 2 very important bullets. They
Right.
missed a bullet that will be tied to Rania later on,
Yes.
and they missed a bullet that is tied to David just by DNA, not by blood, but by his DNA is on the bullet that they find 1 month later.
Right.
So
And
those are
that's
kind
a
of those are the big things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a big deal. Like I find that really strange that that's one of the ones one of the many things I find very strange is the bullet that they find a month later, and a lot of people say, well, they missed it, or the tree was in the way, or something like that. But I mean, I'm quite sure like the amount of people that were in that room, in that house, and I saw the picture of the bullet somewhere. I think it might have been even on one of your pages. I saw the actual picture, and that's a noticeable hole. I thought maybe it was like a little hole in the ceiling that you would barely see, and you really had to get up. But from that picture, from what I can see, I could be totally wrong, but it looks very obvious. Like I mean, if anyone would have looked up, they would have saw that in the ceiling, and I find that very alarming that they would find it a month later and there's no and then from what I understand there's none of his like if he did shoot himself there should
Mhm.
I know what bullets can do. I have firearms, so I know what a bullet does when you go hunting and stuff. And if you happen to get a bullet that's killed an animal or something, you're gonna see pieces of tissue in the bullet. You're gonna see hair. There's all kinds of stuff matted in that little piece of fragment that when it goes through the whatever it goes through, that's a body or an animal or whatever. There's gonna be something that's embedded in that bullet. And as you just said, if I'm correct, there was nothing like that found on that bullet. Correct?
Correct.
That's a big deal to me. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not an investigator, but to me, that's a big deal. Uh, and another thing that I find strange too is like there's definitely a lot of Kamel's blood, but is am I right to assume that there's not a lot of David's blood on the scene, or am I mistaken on that?
No, that is correct. I think if I remember correctly, they found David's blood on the magazine, but not on the actual gun, which is also kind of strange. But yeah, there's very little of David's blood found at that crime scene, period.
And for that amount of
Now,
damage, there should be a lot more blood, I would assume.
there definitely should be. There is a recliner in the living room that has a huge blood spot in
Right?
it. It's
Yes.
item number 34, and they never test it. They never tested this because that shows where we see the bodies, where the bodies were found. It shows somebody's body was actually moved
Hmm.
because there's no way a huge blood stain like that is getting there. Where if these three bodies are actually, if they died where the bodies were found, there's no way.
Right.
So somebody's moving those bodies,
Right.
definitely, at least one of them.
Right. Yeah, I've heard that too, and I could definitely see that. I have my own theories on what kind of
Sure.
why they would do that, but that's just my theories. It really means nothing. But another thing I wanted to ask is a lot of the people say that all of the damage done to all the bodies was done by the dog Paleo. I think his name is Paleo. Am I correct? Right.
Yes. Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the dog doing this? Now, I'm only asking because I have friends with dogs, and I actually, since
Hmm.
I started looking into this case, I've asked them. Like, I've actually went up and asked them and said, like, what do you like? And they have some of my friends have big dogs. They have a black lab. Another friend has a Rottweiler, and I'm like, can they do that type of like? What do you think? Would they could do that type of damage? And a lot of them said they don't think that they would do that amount of damage, and especially he's not a big dog from what I can tell in the documentary and that in some pictures. He's a good sized dog, but he's not huge. And what are your
Correct.
thoughts on them blaming all like they're blaming a lot on this dog? And so it's
Hmm.
kind of a two-part question.
Sure.
What are your thoughts on them blaming the dog for all of this damage? And what are your thoughts on why they would not test the feces? Because to me, that would have proved the argument for the police right off the hop. They test the feces. There's tons of bone fragments in it. Case closed to me. Like, okay, the dog ate the
Done.
bones, but they didn't
That's
test
right.
it. They didn't test it. I don't understand. That's one of the first things I would have tested if I was an investigator. So, what
Yeah.
are your thoughts on the dog being the apparently the culprit for all this damage?
Yeah, I pretty much did the same thing because I don't have dogs. So I went and I asked every person that I knew that had a dog, big
Hmm.
dogs that do eat, animal bones and that do eat things like
Exactly.
that. And it seems like they're like, yeah, no, I'm not. There's just no way. I mean, they say, okay, maybe one, maybe part of the skull, flesh, obviously, but
Right.
we're talking about, eyes, tongues, throats, the larynx, hands,
Teeth.
four
Teeth.
hand, yeah. I mean, so much damage. But I mean, I'm still open to it. I'm still open to David Crowley being guilty too. I still want to say that too. I haven't closed the door on saying, oh no, there's no way. I just said there's no evidence. I mean,
Right.
if there's evidence, yeah, I'm definitely open to it. But usually just, it's just a bunch of spinning and spinning. But if there's evidence, we all need to be open to David being guilty. And I think a lot of people in our group are. They're just like, where the hell is it?
Right. Well,
But
that's
as
yeah, and I have to say the people I've spoke to a few people in the group since I got since I started covering this, and they are all everyone I've asked are very very much open to him being guilty. Like if their evidence is there, they have no problem saying that he did it. Like
Sure.
it's not, and they're not even. What I find really cool is that they're not even really worried about, like, they're not trying to prove who did it. Like that's not their thing of saying, pointing fingers and going, you did it, we know you did it. That's not what they're
Right.
after. They just want
Right.
the proof that David actually did it. And to me, like, as we keep saying, the proof is everything. And from what I'm seeing, and I could be totally, like I said, I'm not a crime scene investigator. I'm just somebody who's very interested in this case, and I have been for quite a while. But it's so much to digest, and when you start diving into it, because I kind of went into it like you did. I was like, well, I found Catherine's videos, and I just wanted to start looking. She was showing, arguments for not, for going against what they said, and I found it extremely interesting. And
Hmm.
that's where I got my start. And it's kind of like, I find it a big deal that there's just, like, you think David's prints would be, if he if he murdered two people before himself, you think he would have blood on him, or he would have their blood on him, or there'd be blood everywhere. There would be blood on the gun. There would be blood on everything. And from the pictures I can see, and I mean, pictures don't really, it's hard to tell from a picture.
Sure.
And I find a lot of the pictures very poor quality, to be honest. I mean, that's my opinion. I'm not a photographer, but I mean, I see a lot of the pictures and I'm just like, what are they shooting? Like, they're pointing at a couch. There's nothing there.
Right.
There's half a body. There's like a half a piece of the body over here, and there's just a blank rug over here. And I'm like, okay, I don't know what they're shooting, but I mean, whatever. I'm not a photographer in that area, so. But would you think there would be more uh, like, of his blood and stuff? And what do you think about that? Like you totally agree, right? There should be his blood at least on the gun, on the magazine, or on something,
It should be on a bullet. Yeah, it should be on the gun
right?
next to the barrel, at the barrel of the gun, and it should be on at least one of those bullets.
Right, right,
If it's not, that's a huge deal to say, wait a minute, okay, so what proves that the bullet that they found, that's the one that killed David? And if you really look at it, you can see that they really have a hard time tying that particular bullet that they find 1 month later. They have a hard time tying that to the gun that is found at that crime scene.
right,
What they do is they actually compare a bullet fragment that is found. They compare that to the bullet that is found one month later.
right,
So
right,
but why not compare it to the other bullets that were found on the day that the bodies were found? It's just really really odd the way that they have to run and do these little dances to try to prove that bullet fired from that particular gun. And so obviously for people who want to believe David Crowley is guilty, they're going to. And then I
right,
think for everybody else, it's kind of like, man, I don't know. You got to, there must be more to it. And like there has to be more that would prove
right.
that bullet is fired, from that gun, and that's the one that killed David. Like if that's all that you have, I don't know. I have a hard time just putting my stamp down, saying, okay, well that's it. Then this must have came from David, which is where I started, And then it's the more that I researched it, when these documents finally came out that we didn't get until years later, then it was like, oh, okay, well, yeah, if they're not saying, item one, the gun is item one fired item 57, which is the bullet found one month later. What they're saying is that a fragment labeled item 31 matches item 57. Item 31 must have come from item one, so that means that item 57 came from item one too. Boom, case closed. I mean,
Right,
it's like,
right,
wait a minute.
right. And just
Wait a
so my,
minute.
like, for my viewers, like, that maybe have not followed this case, how many bullets were totally fired in that room? Like, how many are police saying were fired?
Yeah, so I always get this wrong. I believe it's 6 or 7 bullets that were fired. We know that there was one bullet that was fired into the basement, or
Right.
fired into the living room floor, went into the basement. There's no DNA on that one, so that one didn't hit anybody. That's item 45. Item 45 looks very similar to the one that is fired into the ceiling. For whatever reason, it does have David's DNA on it, but not blood. So, and then you have one unspent round. So I believe that that may be 8 rounds that they found total there. Then in the gun, there's 3 other rounds.
Wow.
So there's probably a total of, the gun was fully loaded. Maybe no, not fully loaded. If it has 12, it probably had 11
Mm-hmm.
in there. So, but only 7 were fired. One may have misfired the bullet that the unspent round that was found,
Yep.
which is weird too. That shows that somebody actually reloaded at
Right.
some point too. The bullet got cocked or the bullet got stuck or something, and so they had to take it out of the chamber but left it in there. And to me, like, that's more signs of a struggle, to a bullet being fired into the basement, a bullet being fired into the ceiling. Those look like signs of struggle. Yeah, I would think
Exactly.
that they were.
Right.
A knife open next to Kamel's body.
That's another part that I found very strange. And from what I understand, they're all three of their DNA, like their blood, was found on that blade. Am I correct on that? All three of their DNA was found on that blade.
Yeah, I'd have to go back to my book I should have had my book open actually to kind of verify that
I'm
one,
quite
because that is
sure.
a.
Yeah, I'm quite
Yeah.
sure. I remember Catherine saying that there was definitely some DNA found on the knife, but it wasn't visible.
Yes.
Like it wasn't like there was blood dripping off the knife or anything like that, which I find very strange that nobody's really thinking anything of this knife laying there for no reason. If it was a murder suicide, why would that knife even be there to begin with? I'm just wondering.
Right.
Why would it be open? So he had a knife in his pocket. Somebody's told me that. They're like, well, maybe he had the knife in his pocket. Well, definitely a break knife. I can tell by the look of it, unless I'm mistaken. But it does look like a break knife that you got to kind of fold, and like it folds up, and it just doesn't. I could be wrong on
Yeah.
that. I mean, I could be wrong, so I'm open to that. If you guys want to light me up if I'm wrong, that's fine. But to me, it looks like a knife that folds up. Why would it be
Yes.
open? Why would it be open?
Correct.
Um, a lot of strange things in this case, Greg. I'm just.
Well, here's the thing about the knife is, okay, the knife was closest to David's left leg next to the couch.
Yep.
The blood on the knife came from a mixture of 2 or more people, according to their DNA.
Right.
Now, they're not specific, but they say that David Kamel and Rania cannot be excluded from it, but 99% of the general population could be. So, yeah, so it's highly possible that it was all of their blood, but again, they're not really sure. They found blood. Blood was swabbed on the inside hole of the blade. There was a swab of blood found on the folding side of the blade. So you're right, it is
Yep.
a folding knife. The blood is not present on the handle of the knife. And then there is also hair that was found on the actual handle there too. So
Wow.
yeah, so that's a little odd with
Yeah,
that knife
I
there.
just find that strange. I always go back to thinking about that knife, and I'm like, why
Mhm.
would that be there? Like, if it was a murder suicide or whatever why would that knife even be there? It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, why it would just be laying beside him? It's, it's just one of those questions, and I have so many questions. Like even
Sure.
when we talk about the door, I remember. Well, let's kind of go back. I was mentioning that I heard that you did the interview with Judy. Now I'm still learning all the names. Please forgive me. Is Judy the neighbor? That
Yes, Judy lived right next door. Before we get that, I just want to say one
Yes,
more
go
thing
right
about
ahead. Yep.
the dog, just to kind of finalize on
Yes.
that, on the dog, because um, the dog, you're right. They didn't test the dog feces, which would
Right.
have definitely proved it. So why are they just guessing that the dog ate anything in that house? First of all,
Mm-hmm.
they do find that there is scavenging. The animal scavenging is in the actual autopsies, so
Okay.
there is proof of that, of scavenging. If you look at some of the most recent photos that we got that show some of the tattoos
Hmm.
of David and his wife, you can kind of see some scarring on there. So that could have came from this actual dog, but because they didn't do those tests, that they can never say, they can never prove. And it's once again the same way they don't really try to prove that David Crowley did it. They don't try to prove that the dog did this either.
Right.
The last thing I want to say about the dog is that a couple of days after this, that the dog is pooping out like Barbie parts,
Oh,
Barbie toy parts. The
okay.
dog is pooping out things, but it's not pooping out anything that would lead you to think that it came from humans. But
Wow.
so it was eating like toys. It was eating stuff. But it was not eating, that's all that I know. I can't say for sure that it was or that it wasn't eating human parts. It may have well have been, but
Right.
there were Barbie toy parts and things like that were coming out of it days
See,
after.
I didn't know that. That's really strange to me. That I didn't know that. That's the first I've heard of this. So wow. Um, yeah. See, I have a friend that's a vet, and I actually have a meeting set up with them. I wanted to actually go and talk to them.
Awesome.
Yeah,
That's a great idea.
it
Yeah.
is. Yeah, and I'm good friends with this person, so I want to go and speak to them about this. I'm not going to tell them the case or anything like that. I'm just going to ask them what if an animal that is likely, to start eating its owner, how likely that is. Would they go for the hard skull and bones, or would they? To me, I would think that the animal would go to the softest tissue and the most accessible tissue, and that's
Hmm.
what I would think if I was. But I don't know, so I want to ask the vet that.
Sure.
And so yeah, I find that a lot is blamed on the dog.
Hmm.
So I'm kind of find that they didn't test the feces is another big thing to me. I mean, I could assume that they're thinking like the dog did this, he ate it, so we don't have to test it. But I would think as an investigator, just to rule that out, that you would test it.
I
And
mean, they have it all there. They
exactly,
have it all there. Is it that difficult? Now, maybe they don't have the technology. They don't have any way to test it. That would
right,
make sense, but they don't tell us that. So when you talk to your vet friend, maybe ask them that. Ask them about what does bones do to the intestines of the dog. If a dog is to eat that, what does it do to
right,
the dog? Because there's no damage to that dog. That dog
right.
is pretty healthy
And I
afterwards.
also want to bring up to the vet too that it's not like he ate like a little bit of a bone. Like if he did eat
Right.
these, there's a lot of bone he ate. Like he ate an arm, he ate hands, he ate a
Yeah.
skull. Like I mean, there's not like it's not like he had a little piece of bone. Is that going to do damage over the course of these supposed 3 weeks that they're saying this happened? He ate a lot of
Hmm.
bone. And another thing that I find weird is it not true that there was bags of dog food that were actually on like they weren't open
Yes.
bags, but there were bags that I know my cats can get into a bag of cat food if they really want to. They will claw into it and get into it. So I'm assuming that if there was dog food there, that he would have went to the dog food first, tried to get into it. I would think.
Yeah,
And
there were two bags there.
right,
One was about halfway opened, but it was rolled up,
right,
and then the other one was just there. And they're both in that kitchen, not too far from where those bodies
right.
were found too.
And yeah, I'm just wondering. Like, I'm really wondering if the dog would not go to that as a, the bodies would be a last resort thing. I would think. But now that you're telling me that he was pooping out baby, like Barbie doll pieces and toys, that's really puzzling to me too. Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
and then
It's
I
that's almost like, well, he was trying to eat something, but he didn't want to eat the owners.
exactly. And what about
Yeah.
water? Like I know that they're saying that there was a toilet that was open, but do you think there would
Two.
be
Yes.
two toilets open?
Two.
Is there enough water? Do you think for a dog for 3 weeks to drink out of? I don't know if there's be enough water in a toilet for 3 weeks of a dog drinking out of it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's always been a big question that I still ask myself now,
Right.
and those are one of the things that I ask people all the time. When you look at those toilets, if a dog has done this much damage to those bodies, it should have paws on it. It should have blood on its mouth. It should have blood on
Exactly.
its paws everywhere. And if it's going into that toilet, you would think some of that would be there. Look at those toilets closely. They look like they've been wiped too,
Right.
especially on the actual lid. They look like they've been wiped, which is weird. Now, obviously, it wouldn't take much for somebody to take the dog food from the dog, take the
Mm,
dog take the water from them, and so that they would kind of force the dog to feast on these bodies. But from
Mhm.
what I heard about this dog would never do that.
Right.
That's what I've heard.
Right. No, I can see that, and as I say, I'm open to the possibility he could have done it. I mean, by all
Sure.
means. I mean, I kind of have a little bit of problem with Kamel's hand that was underneath her body. I don't know how the dog would get to that.
Good point. I'm glad you brought that
Yeah,
up.
like I
Yeah.
mean, I found like it's just these are just things I keep hearing, and you have to explain them away to me. And if you're gonna blame
Right.
the dog for all of this damage, then you have to explain away the hand that was eaten that was underneath her body. Now, either the dog did
Yeah.
it, and that means the body was moved, possible, or the dog didn't do it because he couldn't have got to that part of her. He couldn't reach her hand.
Right.
And I
And then why just one of David's hands? The other hand, if you look at the left hand
yes,
of David, it's there. Why didn't the dog go after both of David's hands if it's going to go after one?
right.
That doesn't make sense to me either.
Yeah, like, and that's the thing. Like, a lot of it doesn't make sense. That his right hand
Sure.
is missing. He's
Yeah.
right-handed. The gun's found on his left side,
Right.
and I know that guns are quite heavy. Even a pistol is a heavy. It's a heavy gun.
Hmm.
I can't see it could. I'm not saying it couldn't, but I'm saying I find it very hard to believe that it would, if he shot himself, that it would land. Like I don't know. It's so confusing. I don't understand how it would
I
land
know.
on his left hand side, because we do know
Yeah.
that the shot, from what the autopsy says, he was shot in the right hand side, from what
Right.
they can tell, and then that the exit was on his left hand side, from what if I'm remembering right. So obviously he had his hand attached when he apparently shot himself, and I don't know how the gun would end up on his left side. I mean, it's possible it bounced, or the dog. I'm very open to, also, a lot of people I don't see mentioning is that if the dog was there for 3 weeks,
True. Yeah.
he would be doing a lot. He could be moving stuff around. Like, I know I see my friends' dogs, and they'll grab something and they'll carry it and put it somewhere else. They'll move stuff around, and so I'm totally open to the possibility that a lot of the scene would be contaminated by the dog. Like, if it did happen the way they say it did, the dog for three
Absolutely.
weeks. Yeah, and I don't see a lot of
Absolutely.
people talking about that. That
No,
the
I think
dog.
that is a great point. Yeah,
Right.
that is a great point. Because if you look at, it's possible, and I think about this often too, about the daughter. I think about the recliner where that big blood hole
Yes.
is, the big blood patch is, and I
Mhm.
think about maybe the dog trying to move Rania closer to Ranya's mom.
Mhm.
And that's why we find Rania on top of Kamel's left leg. It's
Ex-
just a theory. I don't have anything to back it
mhm.
up, but it's something that I do think about often.
No, and I can see that too. And then even I was looking at a video that Catherine did, was showing, it was a recent video of David's clothes and how bloody they were. Like, there was a lot of blood on David's clothes. I was actually quite surprised, if in her video, when she was showing the photos of how much blood was actually soaked through, I think two of David's shirts, through his boxer shorts. Like, there was a lot of blood that was on those clothes. And she was mentioning that there was a kind of a part that was torn on the front of his shirt, and it looked kind of like, to me, it looked like something a dog would do. Like, if a
Hmm.
dog is kind of scratching at their, I know that my friend's dog will scratch at him if he wants attention and that, and I can only assume that if they were lying there and the dog was there that long with them, that he would be trying to wake them up and stuff, so he was digging at their clothes. Makes sense
Right.
to, so I kind of can explain away that tear in the clothes, but I do have a hard time trying to figure out where all that, like, so much blood on his, like, he's got the most blood on his clothes from everyone else, and I just find there's a lot of blood right down the front of his shirt, and I don't know if a gunshot wound would necessarily have that much blood down the front of his shirt. Like, what do you
Right.
did you do you know the video I'm talking about that Catherine did?
Yeah.
What do you think of those?
Yeah.
What do you think of those pictures?
I think if he's running around, putting his wife's blood on the wall, and he's, the blood everywhere that they find is Kamel's blood there.
Mm-hmm.
So if he has her blood, then of course he should have the most blood, because he's walking around, going in this room, going in that room with bloody hands, with blood here, which is all Kamel's blood.
Mm-hmm.
So that to me does make sense. But again, it's like, okay, it's a theory, it's theorizing, but I mean, it's like I just expected to see more. I expected to see more of, okay, how do they know that David wrote the blood on the wall and that somebody else didn't? I
Mm-hmm.
mean, how easy could it be for anybody to have done that, except
Ex-
for Kamel?
mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah.
but it's aside from her, it could have been anybody. But so I mean, that's the only thing that I can think of as far as that,
Right. And now,
as far as why so much blood.
what I wanted to ask you was, if he was the one writing he was taking Kamala's blood and writing it on the wall. I would assume that there, and I haven't found out. Maybe you can answer this. Was there not? There would be a trail of blood, I would assume, right, from Kamala's body to the spot on the wall where he was writing, from the
You would
drip.
think
Not
so.
there. Is there no blood trail? There's no.
Not that I'm seeing.
Wow.
No, I mean, where did the blood come from? If most of her body is intact, it had to have come either from her hands, from her head,
Mm-hmm.
or from the blood when her hands and her head were severed or something like that. I really don't know, but
Right.
that is a lot of blood to just on that wall, not including the blood that is found in other places too. And if it's all hers, that is a lot of blood there. So where the hell did it come from?
Exactly, and I would assume, like, I actually thought you were going to say that there was a trail of blood going from Camilla to the wall and stuff like because you'd have to go
I
back
mean,
and forth to do this. It wasn't like
yeah,
you would just wet your hand once and do all. That's a lot of blood on the wall. You'd be going
right,
back and
right.
forth.
Yeah, there's no trail mentioned in the police documents. There's no visible trail, but like you said, the images, man, it's hard to see. I give the police the benefit of the doubt as far as blood
Hmm.
because of how bad their cameras are and because of the way that that carpet is and the color that the carpet is and
Right.
how blood could easily just kind of mix into that carpet. So, yeah, I've never really spent too much time focusing on where the hell is all of this blood. I mean, there it does seem like there should be a lot more blood. I'm not
Right.
saying that there shouldn't be. There definitely should be, but yeah, I mean, there definitely should be a lot more blood on that wall. Dan Hinnon did a great video on that and kind of actually took a couch and kind of went over that, and it was like, wow, to kind of see it in a visual way is very different to just say, okay, well, they just took Kamel's blood and they just did it. Like, think about how much blood they would have had to have taken, how much time they would have had to have spent, and then why write Allah Akbar?
Hmm.
I mean, none of it makes sense.
Right.
It's really odd. And then to just in 24 hours say that David Crowley did it, and then to hide it from the public, and to hide it from the family too, is also odd. It's also very, very strange.
Right. And that's what I totally agree. It's strange, and I find, like, what I find is that the more that I look into it, it's like I keep hearing people say that David was losing grip, that he was in a dark place, he was isolating from people. But from what I've seen and I've read so far, the journals, it doesn't. I don't see. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing it. I may, and I'm totally open to that possibility that I'm not seeing it. I don't see a man wrestling in darkness. I see him struggling with friendships. I see him struggling with, at times, being a father. I remember reading something like that where he was kind of like trying to find his place as a dad. He was kind of unsure. But as the journal goes on, you see him coming more to grips with that. And I just
Right.
don't see this deranged person. Not saying that it couldn't happen. I'm not saying that at all. I'm totally open to the possibility that he did finally snap. I just don't see anything in the journals. And that's why I wanted to bring up the interview that you did with Kamel's friend.
Hmm.
I just listened to it actually before I got on here with you. And she's saying that actually that Kamel was very distressed. She like when they were together, she could tell that Kamel was very distressed, and she was kind of scared of David. She said that when she would like kind of answer a question, she would look over to David to make sure David was going to kind of give the nod of approval to answer it. What did you think of that interview? Like, do you in all of the research have you done? Have you found anything that would lead you to believe that he was that type of guy, like a dominating husband, somebody that was like not letting her do anything? Because her friend also says in the same interview that Kamel is a very strong woman, a very independent woman. So I mean, you can't be both. You can't be timid and you can't be strong, in my opinion. Kind of, it's kind of going to clash. I mean, I'm sure it could happen, but
Sure.
what do you think? Is there anything that you found in all of your research that would show David to be like that type of guy, like a very possessive man, or anything like that?
I mean, just someone that really loved his wife and was very protective
Mm-hmm.
of his wife, definitely. But I mean, it's a slippery slope because I grew up in that type of a home, so I've seen it. I've seen what it's like to have a dominating stepfather and abusive stepfather,
Okay.
physically and actually mentally too. So I those are some of the signs that I would look for. Now we know everybody's different. Just because I saw it in my childhood doesn't mean that, just because I don't see it in David doesn't mean that it's not there. Like you said, it could be there. It is just a huge accusation to say something like that, and it has to be taken seriously.
Mm-hmm.
But it also has to be taken seriously. Like, man, that's something that anybody could say about us. They could say that about us, and it,
Yep.
it backs you into a corner. And David is not here to defend himself. All that we have are his journals, are his writings, are all of that. So yeah, so when I look at that, it's like, wow, this is totally different than what we've been hearing from Kamel's sister, from Kamel's sister's friend. David was very controlling. He
Mm-hmm.
didn't let her do anything, et cetera, et cetera. And so I'm still kind of 50-50 on it. I do see some signs in there, in those journals where, I wouldn't say that he is controlling, or I wouldn't say that he's controlling or possessive. I would say that he is definitely, he definitely puts her first and is looking out for her. The fact that she looks over to him in front of her friends, is nothing different than I've seen my own wife do that as she's answering. And
Right.
I tell her, why are you looking at me when they asked you the question? Why are you
Yep.
looking at me? You can answer this yourself.
Yep.
But it shows how close that they were. Not that David was kind of running her whole life. She was his biggest fan, and she didn't have to be that. She was always there. She was right there for him. So no, I didn't. I mean, I look at that and I don't want to say no or say 100% no or yes, because I really don't know. I know God knows. I know they know. But I just don't see it personally. No.
Right, and from what I could tell from the journals that I've read, he was very open in his journals, from what I could tell, and I
Yeah.
think that if he there would be something there to uh, to kind of lead us in that direction. Where, and I do agree with you that I could tell he was very protective over his wife, and I could tell
Hmm.
that over his daughter. And I saw a video on YouTube where they were kind of at like a fair or something like that. You might know the
Hmm.
video I'm talking about, and a couple people that were
Absolutely.
interviewing him kind of cornered him and started asking him questions, and they actually wanted to go over and meet his wife and his daughter, and you could see the uncomfortableness in David where he was like, no, we're not going to go do that. Like, we're not going to go
Yep.
and bring my wife and kid into this. Like, he would, so you could see he was a protective person, but that's a far cry from saying that he was abusive. And I totally agree with you. We don't know 100%. We weren't there. We weren't friends with them. We weren't around them all the time. So, I mean, I have to kind of give some credibility to friends of Kamel's and that. They obviously
Sure.
knew her a lot better than we did. And maybe he was somewhat possessive, but and maybe protective, or maybe overprotective. Um, I could totally see that. Like, you gotta admit, he was going. In the research he was doing, it's dark research. I know because I've looked into it, and I do look into it, and you have to definitely pull away once in a while because it really can get you in a dark mindset. And I totally admit that when you're talking about FEMA camps, you're talking about the elites. You're talking about all of that. You're going, and the police taking over and martial law. You're starting to go into some pretty dark territory, and you have to be ready for that. So I could definitely see him struggling with that. And I could see that being a point that he struggles with, especially doing
Yeah.
the movie he was doing. Like, what do you think about that? Like, you think that's
Yeah.
accurate?
That's funny because I was actually just thinking about that, and I was thinking David is a filmmaker.
Hmm.
So he's researching this stuff for a film. He's not a guy who's going to he's digging into this so he can take to the streets with a bullhorn. He's not a protester.
No.
That a protester doing something like that, I would think would be a little more apt to go crazy. You know, you're out there, nobody's listening, et cetera, et cetera. David is a filmmaker. He's researching this stuff for his film. So first and foremost, that's what I think is everything he's doing here is for his film, is for this film. It's not because he really even wants to wake people up.
Hmm.
He's already realized you're not going to wake people up. People have to do that on their own. David is not out on the streets at these protests and stuff like that. He's not doing that.
Hmm.
He's making films.
Hmm.
He's giving speeches. He's not trying to have people follow him.
Hmm.
And so I think he gets very frustrated with that, with a lot of people that are kind of following him. They're leaning on him. A lot
Yes.
of his gray state goon friends, they want his approval. They want to leech on him. They want to be part of this thing.
Hmm.
And he's a filmmaker. He's making a film. He's a family man. He wants to keep all that separate. And
Hmm.
I totally see that. I wouldn't want my family around a bunch of those weirdos either.
Right.
I mean, that's like you have to be like that. A good husband has to guard his wife, has to guard his family, period. And
Right.
that's what I see with David, regardless of who it's from.
Right.
According to the journals, David was not stopping Kamel from talking to her family. She was having lots of fights, lots of issues with their family. But
Hmm.
according to what Kamel's dad was saying, that it was nothing big. People made a lot of things out of it to say, oh, well, David and Kamel's dad were, they didn't like each other, et cetera, et cetera. I know firsthand. Kamel's sister told me. She said no. They were close. David and Kamel's family, they were all close.
Hmm.
He may have been closer to that side of the family than with his own family.
Right.
You know what I
Right.
mean? Like this was a very loving guy, and just uh yeah, he was passionate
Hmm.
about what he was doing. But man, to say that he is a domestic abuser, that he had PTSD, it's like we know real people that go through those struggles. To start accusing somebody of it because you want to desperately believe David Crowley is guilty, that is completely wrong.
Right.
Because then people, it really discounts the people who really have PTSD, the people who really are out there beating up women and choking women and doing things to women that they shouldn't do.
Hmm.
They want to put David in that same camp, and then say, well, he was making this movie, he was doing all this stuff, and then it puts all those people that want to do that in that same camp. It's just the stretches, the things like that we see. But I definitely think, talking to Kamel's friend, I think you're right. I mean, I don't doubt anything that she's saying, really.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there may have been one or two things that she may have gotten wrong, or I think she was wrong on. But for the most part, hey man, this is directly from the source. She was there, I wasn't there, so
Exactly.
this is what
That's the way I
she
see it.
she's saying.
Right,
Yeah.
and that's another thing that you were saying. Like as you were saying, David Crowley was a filmmaker, and that he actually you're 100% right on that because I was watching the Gray State Extra Extra on your channel where it shows an interview with David, and I think doing the
Danny
interview,
Mason.
Danny Mason doing the interview, and a few times in that interview you can hear David. You can watch the video yourself. I'm not making this up. He says, I'm not trying to change anybody's minds. I'm not trying to
Right.
lead anybody to a revolution. I'm just a filmmaker telling a story, and hopefully, it's something in this movie will touch you to make you go and research it yourself if you want to. He would. I don't think he had any type of agenda where he was trying to rally everybody together and start a revolution or anything like that. He was telling a story. That was what he kept saying in that interview was up front is that what the most important thing was to have the story, and it was actually a movie and it was a fictional movie. So I definitely think that a lot of people were using David as kind of like their the tip of the spear, if I can try lack of better description. But I think a lot of the groups that are into that all of those topics kind of gravitated towards David, rightfully so in a lot of ways. I mean, he was.
Sure.
You look at his trailer; he hits on a lot of things that these people and I've even researched. So I mean, naturally, they're going to kind of gravitate towards him. And I think somewhere in the middle of all of that, it kind of, in my interpretation, is that maybe the reason David was pulling back from a lot of these people was that it was getting too into a too real of an area where he was trying, like you say, stay true to making the movie and stay away from getting too deep into all of these topics. That's the way I see it. I could be totally wrong. But I just think that maybe that's one of the reasons he was pulling away. I know there's a lot of reasons that people say he was pulling away, whether it was, they were leeching off him. He was going to get this big $30 million deal to make the series, or something like that, and it was a money
Mhm.
driven that he was trying to get rid of them. But I can definitely see like him pulling away. I would think that maybe one of the reasons he was pulling away was just try to isolate, like not to be, just to kind of focus on the movie, the story of the move of his movie, his script, and kind of stay away from those groups that were kind of in his ear all the time. Do you think there's some truth to that? What I'm thinking, or am I way off
Yeah.
base?
No, no, I totally see that. I can totally see that.
Okay, cool. I just thought
Yeah.
maybe I'm way off base. That's just the
No,
way
I
I.
don't think so.
It just, yeah, it's just when I saw him do the extra interview on your channel, I just really realized that he was really stressing that at some points, that it's just a movie, it's just, a work of fiction. It's
Right.
not real life. Mind you, a lot of it, what's
Right.
going on now is kind of scary to what he was kind of
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, like I kind of look at what's going on now, and I'm like, I don't know, man. David was into something. He was on to something. I don't know if he
He
just
must have knew something,
he
right?
knew
Yeah.
something, right? And that's the thing. Now, when you did the interview, I listened that you did with Judy,
Mhm.
her the neighbor. What did you take away from that interview? I think she commented on my last video with Catherine. I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure if her YouTube name 100%. Is it Deep State Granny? Do you know?
I'm not sure. I'm not
Okay.
sure. You're talking about Judy Prochnow,
Right. I'm
right?
not
Judy
sure if that's
Prochnow.
her or
Yeah.
not. I'm not. I had a few comments from people, and I think somebody told me that she was one of the people commenting. I could be wrong. If I am, I
I don't.
apologize. But I'm just.
Yeah.
What did you take? I was very shocked
Yeah. So
actually when I saw that interview. I
mhm.
was like, oh my god, he actually
It's
interviewed her.
3 hours long. Yeah, it's 3 hours long.
Right.
Um,
What did you take away from doing that interview? What were your thoughts on her, and what was your like? What she was saying?
yeah. So I think the main thing is if you listen to the last couple minutes, the interview ended great.
Mm-hmm.
We ended on good
Yep.
terms. She even says one of the last things she says is this wasn't that bad.
Yep.
And that's the way that those things should always go. Now, it was supposed to be a debate, but obviously, since she couldn't have provide any facts that proved David Crowley guilty, that was quickly done.
Yep.
I feel like I pretty much won that within a couple minutes. She couldn't prove David Crowley guilty. Okay. And then the rest of the talk was just us kind of talking, me asking her questions. I had a list of questions for her. She was open to answering those questions. And I thought it went really well. I really did. Um and then all these weird things happened. Then she started posting my bankruptcy from 2013 or 2014, and I'm like, what the hell is this about? I thought we ended up on good terms. We may have could have even done a second one,
Right.
and then you go and you do this. I just thought that was really weird. There were a lot of things that I thought that she got wrong. There were a lot of things that I did put in my book too. So people, if you read my book, you'll find some of that in there. Um, Especially regarding her actual the 911 call is probably the strangest thing, because I don't know anyone who calls 911 and one of the first things that they say is, I think there has been a murder or a suicide.
Right.
Weird, weird. Okay.
Right.
I want to just tell people, please don't ever do that. Just report what you see.
Right.
If you see something like that, please don't do what this lady did. It is not the right way, in my view. Just
Right.
report what you see. Then she goes on to talk about that the dog was eating these bodies. So by the time that the cops get there, obviously they have to take that into
Mm-hmm.
consideration. It's just, to me, that was just kind of weird and totally unnecessary. And so it's like, wow. So I always think about, well, the police jumped to the conclusion within 24 hours. Here you have this neighbor who jumps to the conclusion within 24 seconds.
Right, right.
You know, it's just odd. And I think some people, when I say that, I think some people take, oh, well, then you're saying that she's in. I'm not saying she's in on anything. I don't know anything about, and I don't go into who did. Oh, it had to been these people, these people. I'm open to all of that, but I'm also open to the possibility that David Crowley did this.
Right.
But I mean, it's just when you look at it, obviously, hey man, if I could find some evidence David Crowley did, I would definitely, I would love to see that, and I would definitely
Right.
make sure that people have access to that. I would not hide it. Um, so those were some of the things that I took away from that. That I remember that 911 call was a big one. She really believed that there was a pack theory, which again goes against what the police are saying. So how do you say that the police did a great job, that the police theory is true, and then at the same time you say that there was a pack theory? The police say there wasn't a pack theory. They have confirmed there was no pack theory.
Right, right.
But yet here you have this person who it just disregards that, but yet says that the police did a great job and they got it right. Which one is it?
Right.
Did they miss that it was a pact, or did they get it right and it's a double murder suicide?
Right.
So you can't have it both ways. So I
Right.
think that was another big thing. I think the only other big thing that I had an issue with was was about Chris Klein. So Chris Klein was a guy who came. Chris Klein is the only reason, by the way, that we know about the bullet that was found 1 month later.
Right.
He's the only reason.
Right.
Nobody saw it.
Yeah, and I do remember in that interview, if I remember correctly, she was quite adamant, saying, like, you guys kind of went back and forth on that interview, saying she was saying that you were saying he was actually probably there alone. She was saying that I could have that reversed.
It was the other way around.
Yeah, there was like he wasn't there alone, and there was multiple cars there. You guys definitely didn't agree on that one, and you guys agreed to disagree on it.
Yeah, and that's cool. I mean, I'm just going by what the police documents say.
Right.
The police documents say that he was there on January 19th. Okay, it's clear that he says that.
Mm-hmm.
I talked to one of David's other friends, and he pretty much said the same thing, that he was there. You have 5 or 6 people that were all there in this house. The problem is Klein says that he was in the house with David's father and David's brother. The police questioned David's father, and David's father is like, I was not in the house with them. So you have some issues there. It's like, when people are telling the truth, everybody's story will line up.
Right. Right.
It's as simple as
true.
as that.
And
now Judy
yeah.
is she's just giving her view, and there's nothing wrong with that. If she thinks, she said that there were two cars there.
Right.
That Mason Hendrix's car was also there. When I talked to him, he was not happy that she mentioned that, by the way.
I don't blame him.
Yeah, he was like, what, just called her crazy and stuff like that. But the police report, the actual 911 call on January 19th mentioned a suspicious person at the house. That's it. Now, speaking of that, we were able to speak with someone who, we were able to speak with a source, and the source said that Chris Klein's car, it wasn't like Chris Klein's car just kind of, pulled up and then got out, et cetera, et cetera. Chris Klein's car drove by slowly at least 2 or 3 times. That's why somebody called the cops, because
Okay.
it was 2 days later. This was on January 19th. The bodies were found on January 17th. The police were gone by January 18th. The cleaners had not come to the house yet. The cleaners may have come that same day. January 19th is a big day, by the way, just for so many reasons. But the main thing is because of Chris Klein being there, saying that he was there with all of these different people. Hendrix is saying that he was there with him, that Hendrix, as soon as he walked into the house, he saw the bullet hole and said to Chris Klein, or said to somebody else, that the police couldn't see this.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, Hendrix, how do you know that the police didn't see this? And if you know that the police didn't see this, why didn't you tell them that?
Right.
So it's just a lot of, these things. And this is why I wanted to talk with you. This is why I wanted to talk with some of these other guys. I think they got spooked after the 3 hour conversation I did with Judy, because they saw exactly where I was going to go, what I was going to do. I was not going to attack them. I was not going to go after them. I was going to catch them in any lies, and anything that they said will be used against them later on.
Right.
And that's it.
Right, and that's the thing. Like you were bringing up the 911 call that I found weird too. Is like as you said, she went right to that it was a murder suicide, and I mean, if she was just looking through a window, I have no idea how you would come to that. Because if I looked through a window and my neighbor's window and I saw that, that would not be. I'm just saying for me, and
Sure.
that could be where she went, but I'm just saying for me, I would not immediately think, oh my god, it's a murder suicide. I would be like, oh, but there's bodies in there. I got to call the police, and that's probably where it would end. I would call the police and let them do their job. Um,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah. It only came out later that she had said that she hated David. And so since she hated David, once I heard that, then I could understand why she would want to accuse David and want to believe that he was guilty, that he killed everybody.
Right,
But that's totally biased, and that is definitely not. If you're going to look for the truth, and if you're going to help other people find the truth, and you're not telling them that you hate David, that's where you're starting out, I mean, that's not right. That's not fair. I tell you exactly. I did not like David. I didn't know him. I didn't live next door to him, but I did not like him. I did not like his 2012 trailer. My view has completely changed. 7 years later, I do
right,
like the trailer. I do like a lot of things that David was doing. I have a lot of respect for all of our soldiers.
right.
So that is just a whole. So that's my bias there. But that it was just kind of weird to hear that. It's like, wow, you already hate this guy. You're saying that there was a murder or a suicide, and I mean, it just gets odd. It just gets odder and
Right.
odder.
And that's
So
the
that's why
thing.
I just
Yeah, and
yeah.
what I was I where my mind kind of went, and I'm not saying that this is what happened. Let me make this clear. I'm not saying that this is what happened. I'm being honest and letting my
Hmm.
viewers know and you know where my mind went when I heard her interview, and the amount of detail that she went into describing the hand and how little Ranya's hand looked and how the bodies
Right.
were, and like she went into quite a bit of detail if you listen to that 911 call, and if you also listen to your interview with her, like you guys kind of talk about a lot that she saw, and I'm thinking that's a lot to see through a window. Not saying that you can't. I've never looked through the window. I can't. I have no idea. I can only go by what I see in pictures and that. So I don't know exactly what you would see in that window. It just seems like a lot to me to know like the discoloration of the hands and to go to it was a dog that did this and ate the bodies and stuff like that. Did the police ever? You may not know this, but this is where my brain went. Did the police, when they get there, is there any evidence or anything in the documents that the police check to see if anybody was walking like around that, like kind of follow me on this, but if the police were walking, did they walk around the house to see if there was footprints or anything leading up to the patio door? Because where my brain went was maybe somebody, before they called the police, they knocked on the front door, they look through the window, they see bodies or what they think are bodies. It may not be.
Yes,
It could have been. They said it could have been a mannequin. Is
that's
it
right.
that far of a
That was
stretch?
Colin.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
what is it that far of a stretch to say that they would go to the back of the house and maybe see if the patio door is open, give the door a little bit of a nudge, open it up, walk in, and this is how they saw everything that they have so much knowledge of what they saw, and then kind of get the hell out of there when they saw what happened. Like that's where my brain went. I could be
Sure.
totally talking out my ass right now, and that's not what happened. I'm just saying, to be honest, that's where my brain went. Is that maybe somebody went in to check the patio door. The door was open a bit, or the back door was open. They went inside to see what they could help or what was going on. They saw the condition of the house. They got out of there very quickly, not shutting the door totally, which kind of explains why the dog didn't open the door if he was there for 3 weeks to try to get out of there, to get out of the house. That's always bothered me that if the door is ajar a little bit, I know dogs can put their nose between a door and open it quite easily. I've seen my own
Hmm.
dog do it. So was there any evidence that there was feet print around the house, going around the house, like they were looking in the windows and all the house? Anything leading up to the patio? Is there any photos? I haven't seen any photos that I could even tell if there was anything like that. Do you know anything if I'm even close?
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that the police were doing that because obviously they don't when they get there they don't know if there's somebody in that house either.
Right.
So the police do walk around 360. So if
Okay.
there are any prints, it could be theirs, and so they could have trampled over somebody else's
Right.
prints,
Yeah.
and so they don't really know. They do find some animal tracks in the backyard.
I saw that
um,
picture. Right.
yeah, yeah. But I mean, even if somebody did, even if one of the neighbors or somebody around went in the back and kind of opened it up, that still shows that it was open still, you know what I
Right.
mean?
Yes.
But according to the police documents, there's nothing in the police documents that says that anybody did that. It looks like they all look through the front window.
Okay.
Even the police were like, "Whoa, what the hell?" But they did have a cop, one or two cops that went 360 around the whole house,
Okay.
and so there were tons of prints
Okay.
there.
That's what I
There
kind
were
of figured.
also yeah, there were also prints that were leading away from David's house too. So that was kind of weird too. So there were some weird things with that, and I
Right.
think that's why police were taking photos. Some of the 464 photos that they took, some of the last ones are of their shoes, and that's to kind of show that, hey, these are our shoes. These are our
Right.
footprints here. And it's like, okay, they could have been anybody's. You could have trampled over, but because the actual neighbor, Colin, Judy's husband, because he came there first, so obviously his tracks are gonna be there
Correct.
in the front, but they don't really mention too much about finding somebody else's
Okay.
footprints or
It's just where
anything.
my mind went, and as I said, I want to make it very clear to people listening. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying that's where
No,
my
it's
my brain kind of went to, was because saying that because I did have a friend once that I had to check on him every once in a while, and if I would go to his front door and it
mhm,
wasn't open, he would always tell me to go to the back door. So I would go around to the patio door, and it was usually open, and I could go in and check on him. So I just thought maybe a neighbor would think to do that. That's just why my mind went there. That
sure,
maybe they went in and that they saw what happened. They got out of there very quickly and made a 911 call. But as you said, there's no evidence of that. It was just I was just making an observation that that's where my brain kind of went to, and it would kind of explain why they knew so much of what was going on inside with the bodies and that. It's a very weird for me that 911 calls. It's very strange to go to that right away. Like it's just like
yeah,
immediately right to that. So I can understand why people are a little wondering why she would say that. But in the heat of the moment, who knows? I mean, I've never walked in on a scene like that. I've never looked in the window, so I don't know. I could say the same
yeah,
thing. Who knows? I'm
sure, yeah.
totally
I just
open to that.
I just hope people don't do that. That does not help the police,
Right,
period,
right,
at
right.
all.
Well,
Just
no,
report what you see.
exactly.
Yeah.
And what I wanted to speak to you a little bit more about is now with not a lot of people are talking about what was going on with. He had a laptop with music playing in the background. Is that true that he had like a big song list playing on loop? And that's
There
kind
was
of
yeah, there was a song list playing on a loop. But what's weird is that it was connected to a Bluetooth speaker. So it's like you couldn't once that Bluetooth speaker died, then that's pretty much it. So obviously, if he's going to keep it on and he wants people to hear it, he's going to make sure that that Bluetooth speaker does not die. And so that's why I never paid too much attention to that playlist, because and what is really sickening is that if you look at the documentary that was made, they actually play that song at the very end. So there's a screenshot of one of the crime scene photos that shows a song that is just playing at that moment, just at the moment when the crime scene photo is snapped. And that is the song that is played at the very end of that film. But to me, it's not so relevant because why didn't he just keep it on? Why didn't he just keep that speaker on where people would hear it? It doesn't make too much sense to me.
right. Yeah, I've just brought that up because I just found it. A lot of people are saying that because it was the playlist was titled Ascension, that that's where they're kind of giving credence to like this was a pact or it was that's why he named it that and stuff like that. So I just found it kind of interesting that, and a lot of people didn't really talk about it. I just happened to come across a video where people were talking about this playlist, and I love the way that you said in one of your videos that it doesn't matter who did this, whether it was David or uh, someone else or anything. It was definitely staged, no
Yeah.
matter who did it. I think you
Right.
some. I think that's an amazing comment that you made because you're so accurate when you say that. When you really break it down, like somebody staged that. It was definitely a staged. Whoever did it, whether it was,
Absolutely.
and that's.
Yeah, because who, I mean, they have everything out there. You have three notes in three separate places.
Mhm.
You have this laptop that is open. You have a note that is there, another open thing. You have his computer screen that is open right there. You have the bodies all nicely laid out on the actual living room. It's chaotic, but it really does look staged to me. The back door is open. Anybody could come in and just mess up that crime scene too. The dog, by leaving the dog in there, I'm glad that the dog did not die. But by doing that, it's you could stage it so that way, hey, you blame this dog for it. You have the paper open to a certain page and flip it open. It's not like David was just writing, like this page is purposely flipped open to say submit to Allah now, open the Rise, the most recent version. So it's all mind play to say, hey, that's how you tie it to that David was working on the script. He must have went crazy, not realizing that so many people work on scripts every day.
Mhm.
David had been working on the script for a long time. It doesn't make sense. The Rise is not his fictional film. The Rise is a companion piece. So it's yeah. So to me, everything did kind of look staged. Just the way
Right.
that the laptop is just right there, open. As soon as police come in through the back door, it'd be the first thing that they would see.
Mhm.
And once they swab it, it turns on. I mean, everything is turned on right there. There's no passwords on. The password is on other things, but it's not on the laptop. It's not on his computer in the other room. Um, I don't know, yeah.
Right. It's definitely that's the a thing. It was definitely a stage event, and that's another thing that I just thought about thinking about the staged event with the
Mhm.
bit of marijuana that they had on the
That's another
counter.
one. Yep.
Right, and
Hmm.
I found that very funny in a way because I mean I do smoke marijuana myself, and I do have a grinder like the grinder that they show in the picture, and
Hmm.
I've never had my marijuana heaping over the top of the grinder like that, like in a pyramid. it I've never done that. I've never seen any of my friends do that. I've never seen anybody I know that smokes marijuana do that, have a big pile in their grinder like that. I'm not saying that you couldn't. I'm sure there is some people in the world that do. I've just never seen it. And um and I also noticed that to kind of tie in the marijuana and the drug use in the interview that you were doing with Kamel's friend, she was saying that Kamel is very upset that David was wanting to do certain drugs, and that she had to lock him in a room once because he was doing drugs, and she was upset that he was wanting to do mushrooms and all of that.
Hmm.
Like,
Hmm.
is there any proof that he was like doing a lot of drugs? Like, I mean, from what I can tell,
No.
maybe a bit of marijuana or something.
Yeah, I think the journal gives us a really good
Right.
view of that. So what Kamel's friend was talking about was something from Kamel's journal, which we've never been able to get, and she hasn't been able to give us that proof of what is said in Kamel's journal. Because the only thing that is said in David's journal is that he tried shrooms once. David only didn't start smoking until he was 28 and a half. He
Hmm.
died when he was 29. So he had been smoking not even a year, maybe, you know what I
Right.
mean? So, but it was weird that he compared shrooms the one time that he mentions it, that he compared shrooms to weed. I had never heard that comparison. So that made me think maybe they're very weak shrooms.
Yeah.
Because when I hear people talk about shrooms, I've heard my friends talk about the shrooms, man, they throw up, and after they throw up, they are just ripped.
Well,
Things
yeah.
are talking to them and like weird, and that scared the crap out of me. I'm like, I'm never doing
Right. I've done. Yeah, I've
that.
done shrooms a couple times, and I would never compare them to marijuana. It is
That's weird,
totally,
right?
oh, it's very strange. Like, I had a friend I was talking to him about it, and I'm like, you've done shrooms before and acid and stuff. He's like, yeah, a few times. And I'm like, would you ever compare that drug to marijuana? He's like, they are totally opposite. Like, marijuana, it kind of chills you out. You kind of get on the couch,
Yeah.
you want to order a pizza, watch some TV. You get into shrooms and that, you're going on a trip. Like, it's not. So I find it weird that, like, I'm not sure if her friend was intentionally trying to make it sound like he was getting really heavy into drugs. I'm just, from what I've read in the journals and from what I've seen in other researchers, he wasn't some big druggie. Like, I don't think they have a leg to stand on when they kind of try to point him down that path that, he was like getting into drugs and
Correct.
stuff like that. And Kamel smoked marijuana, like her friend said too. So I mean,
Yeah, yeah,
you know,
yeah. Well, that's a big thing, and she also drank. They also drank too,
right,
but that's a big thing. You bring up a great point because even the cops say that that is not a part of the actual motive. They have no motive, by the way,
right,
and that's a big thing too. Because you would think if they're going to accuse David, you need a motive. I would think that would be one of the first things that you would have, and they have no motive for David doing this. They just say because we couldn't find anybody else that did it, David did it. Well, that is not how you do this. You can ask any cop. Maybe not in the AVPD. But you may be able to ask some cops in the Apple Valley Police Department, but obviously they don't want to lose their pension, their retirement. They may not publicly talk about things that they may privately talk about. But
exactly,
yeah, it's that was just one of the strange things is that they're talking about weed and but there's no motive for that. But yet you still have people that are saying, well, he was doing this and that's what led to it. It's not in his system, which is weird. That's another strange thing. It's like it makes it look more strange because the weed is out there, but yet it's not in his system there. I mean, he has pipes, he has bongs, so I have no doubt that he was smoking weed as casually or in a general way from his 28 and a half birthday on up until then. He writes about it, what he's using it for. It's the same stuff that I used to actually use it for to write.
hmm,
It would help me write whether I was writing books, writing songs, whatever, writing scripts. It helped me write. So I used to use it for that same thing too. So that's not a big stretch for him to do that. But he even writes in his journal that he saw there was a light at the end of the tunnel, that at some point he couldn't do that. And it sounded like because of his daughter, he needed to keep a clear mind
right,
for her. He had already sacrificed so much stuff for her. With this movie, with this project, he had already sacrificed all of this stuff, those years that you just can't get back with your kids. Even as a soldier, he was actually stop lost, so he had planned on coming back and everything, and to be with his family. He got stop lost, and then that didn't happen. And then he gets back. He's in film school, so obviously he's going to school. He doesn't have that time to spend with his daughter.
hmm,
I don't know if his daughter was autistic, but Kamel did say in a comment that she cured her daughter of autism. That is a fact. So I know a lot of people have asked me, don't bring that up, but it's like, well, if we're going to bring up everything, if we're really going to try to figure out what happened here, we have to bring it all up.
right,
Everything,
right,
everything. And I'm talking about everything that's in that journal, including the sexual stuff too, that I
hmm,
know people don't want to bring up. It may be relevant, it may not be relevant, but this is a crime here. Okay, that's why everything in their life is open, for in my view. And I know some of my closest friends totally disagree with that point, and that's fine.
hmm,
But it's all open because it's all actually relevant, because it will either help prove yes, no, or maybe so, or maybe it just will show nothing. I think a lot of the stuff is just a big nothing in this case. There's a lot of rabbit holes, like we know, a lot of things that, a lot of trails that you can go down, but you have to go down that rabbit hole in order to see how far that it does go.
right.
So it's, for me, man, I go down every hole. So people may hear me talk about things, twist it, take it out of context, and think that I think that the government killed them. No, but I'm going to look into that. for
Right.
sure.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look into everything, uncover, leave no stone unturned, and I'm also not going to kind of keep documents that I think that the public shouldn't see. I'm never gonna do that. If I
Right.
get it, you'll get it. Everybody gets it. Case closed. That's it. That's my view on it. The Just one more thing about the whole weed thing is,
Right.
remember that fake document that we were talking about?
Yes.
The fake document pretty much tries to go down that route, that the motive was David smoking weed and doing drugs. And
Mm-hmm.
so that is completely, that's one more reason why the document is fake, but it's completely counter to what the police actually say and to what they found. They're very clear. There's no motive in this case, and definitely weed. For
Right.
anyone to think that weed was, you'd have to think maybe Reefer Madness was a documentary in order to believe something like that.
Exactly.
So
And I just don't think that he would leave how protective he was over his daughter. He wouldn't leave it on his dresser like that. Like it
that's
just,
weird too.
yeah,
Yeah.
I just find that really strange. I mean, I've never left my weed out on a dresser like that. I'm not saying other people can't do that. I'm just find knowing how protective he was. I think he would try to keep that so far away from her, and
Yeah.
so I
I
just
think
it's
you're
a
right on that.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
just something to think about. And
Sure.
another thing I wanted to ask you about too was um, at the time of his of this the murder suicide, what was, from what you've researched and what you can tell, was David in they keep saying he was in this dark place and that he was losing grip, and that I all the story that people say, um,
Right.
from what the research you've done, where right up to the point of where this happened, what have you found? What do you think? How is his life going from what you can tell from his journals and what you've researched? Was he going in? Was it everything that you can tell going in a positive place? Like what was the trajectory that he was on at the time of this happening?
Sure. Yeah, I think what we found in the documents, in the crime scene photos, looking at his house, is he was planning for the future. And I think that's a big thing. If you're planning for your future, it's a pretty good chance you're not going to kill yourself, which is another motive that police could not find, right? They should have seen the downward spiral. That's why they didn't talk about David's deal. They didn't want people to know about David's deal. They didn't want people to know about the $14,000 check that was found outside of his house. They just, it was a subconscious thing. So people who wanted to believe David Crowley was guilty would think he didn't have money. The deal was done, which apparently some of his family even thought, which
Mm-hmm.
is a whole nother thing that we should definitely, because there's some interesting theories on why David wouldn't tell people that he actually had this deal.
Mm-hmm.
Who did he really trust? Who was he really trustworthy of? But he had this deal going. He was writing, he was posting on Facebook, talking about the documentary that he was working on. He was talking about that, saying, it's done. It's got a few more weeks. This was on December 9th, and that's one of the posts that was removed from David Crowley's Facebook
Mm-hmm.
page after David died, and that's one that the police found too. But so there was a lot of evidence that David was planning for his future. And so you would have to weigh that against, okay, what is the evidence that he was planning to kill everybody and himself? And I see lots of evidence of him planning for his future. He's got a deal that is working. He is supposed to be working on a treatment for this new TV series. The deal is not dead. The deal is fine. In his journal, he's talking about his future. He's talking about his daughter's 18th birthday.
Mm-hmm.
He's talking about all these things that he wants to do. He's talking about moving to California.
Mm-hmm.
There may even be some evidence that they were really moving to California, that they really took some of those major steps to get there. But if you compare all of that stuff, of all of the planning for his future, it's hard to discount that. It's hard to discount all of that, and then to just say that he went to this dark place and just snapped. It doesn't line up. We're talking, it's like two parallel worlds that are just
Right.
converged, that haven't converged. Let's converge them and let's see what the real truth is here.
Right.
Was he planning for his future? Was he planning to kill everybody? and then kill himself too when he had everything going for him. That's the
Exactly.
way that I see it.
Then no, I see, and that's the thing too. Going talking about that, about him, um, the way that they're painting him into this dark place. I remember I was very excited when I heard about the documentary coming out on Netflix. I was like, oh my god, they're doing a documentary. I'm hoping that they're going to show both sides of this fairly, like I'm trying to do in my interviews with people. Um, I was very excited about watching it. I remember like I was right there when it finally you were able to watch it on Netflix, and I watched it, and very quickly got a little discouraged because they really hammered like this going to a dark place. I find that kind of disturbing that in this documentary that they really lead the person down this path of him going into a dark place, and this is what happened, and it could have been PTSD, nobody knows, is and supposed friends that these people in his life are great friends of his and best friends, and they're on the team, but meanwhile he's not talking to them. They haven't talked to him in like a month and stuff like that. I'm thinking, okay, you can't be that good of a friend, in my opinion. Like, it's kind of weird. And
Right.
so that kind of really, like, I just found, what did you think about that, the Netflix series, if you
Yeah.
did see it? Like, did you get that same feeling that they were definitely trying not to look at both sides of it and
Oh
kind
yeah.
of lead you down a path?
Yeah. It was so bad that Kamel's family had their footage taken out of that film.
Oh,
That's how
really?
bad, yeah, that's how bad it actually was. They had gotten a early screening of it, and they were like, "What the hell is this? What is this film? Like, what are you guys trying to say?" They were trying to push the pack theory
Okay.
because Sean Wright believes there is a pact. We know David's dad also believes that there is a pact.
Okay.
Um, and so they were trying to push that, and of course, Kamel's family is like, "What? What?
Right.
Where is this coming from?" So at that point, I think Kamel's family kind of opened up to us too, and they were a little more willing to talk and like, man, we need to get our side out too. And these are the only guys that are actually open to it,
Right.
So they started reaching out to us too.
And that's
Um,
amazing. Like, and that's what,
yeah.
and I want to let my viewers know that you and Dan Henning were actually in this documentary a little bit at the beginning, and a little bit I find near the like kind of near the end. Now, how when they came to see you, how did they present this to you? Were they selling it to you as that we're gonna do a fair, right down the
Hmm.
middle, look at it both sides? And how long did they actually I've always wanted to ask people this that do interviews
Sure.
for movies and documentaries. How long did they actually interview you for? And did they look at the evidence that you have and that you've shown people?
Sure. So they had contacted Dan Hennon. They contacted me. Yeah, I was very reluctant to do it, but I figured, okay, whatever, let's do it. I talked to my wife. She did not want them coming to our house. And at the time, I was like, why? What's the big deal? I understand now. I understand now because it was a big setup. Um, the people that came to Dan's house, one of the people was Chris Peck. He should not have been there at the house, inside of Dan's house. There were some weird things that happened while people were inside of Dan's house. Um, I could tell you that if stuff like that would have happened in my house, would not have went well for anybody.
Okay.
But so, anyways, my wife was adamant they're not coming to our house. The interview was done at my mom's house. And so they showed up there. I had a lot of people there, just there, family, just chilling, hanging out and stuff.
Yep.
They were nice. The film crew, very nice, 3, 4 guys, very cool, no problems, et cetera, et cetera. The guy's name was Robert Erickson, Streetcar Dreams, and he was like a contractor. So he was hired to come to the house. And so I was chatting with him, very nice guy. We were learning more stuff about Jim Gummert. We didn't have any of the documents at that
Right.
point. We didn't have any of the DNA, the phone records, the electron. We didn't have anything really. We had the 94 pages and the 464 photos, and that's really it at
Wow.
that point there. So I don't even think I had done the interview with Detective Gummert yet, the 21 questions. I may have done the 21. Actually, I did do the 21 questions because I remember telling Robert that we had caught Jim Gummert in a lie. Basically, Jim Gummert had said something to me, and he had told Dan Hannon something completely different.
Okay.
And he had admitted that he was wrong at that point. But Robert Erickson, he interviewed me for about 1 hour, and then he hung around for another hour while Dan Hannon and I did a live show. That show is still out there somewhere too.
Okay.
But during the interview, I completely felt like he wanted me to just bash Sean Wright. He wanted me to just, he wanted to talk about, he wanted the dirt, basically. He wanted all of the dirt, wasn't really looking at, okay, look, man, they have this bullet hole and they missed it. They have this bullet, they have this thing, they say that they don't have any actual motive, they don't have any proof, et cetera, et cetera. They weren't really interested on the facts. They were just more interested in getting me to talk bad about Sean Wright. That's the way that I really felt. It was
Wow.
more about that than about, and I didn't understand why they were even talking to me. I didn't know David Crowley.
Okay.
I was just some guy who was doing videos on it, and that's really it. Like, why
Right.
what do you guys want to talk to me about? And so, but I was very very disappointed because I tried to focus on the facts. I tried to focus on what those 94 pages showed and what these documents showed, and how there was no evidence that David Crowley was guilty. And you can see what they put into the documentary and what they didn't. The part that they put into that, where it says, I don't care about my credibility means nothing to me, that is a direct quote from the conversation that I had with Sean Wright.
Okay.
So they use that out of context, which is fine. I really don't care because that's how I really feel. But it was just weird the way that they use that. And I was like, what are you guys trying to do here? You're trying to, you know, that to get me to admit that I don't have any credibility. I don't give a shit about my credibility. My credibility means nothing to me.
Mm-hmm.
I care about truth. That is 100% accurate then. It's 100% accurate now. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if I'm right, if I'm wrong. I want to find what the truth is here, and I want the people to have access to it.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. And to be able to decide for themselves. That's what I was hoping that this documentary was going to do, and they did exactly what I hoped that they wouldn't do.
Right.
They just set out to make David Crowley look guilty without providing evidence, without providing any facts, and that
Right.
was troublesome,
Oh,
very
I
troublesome.
no, I totally yeah, and it probably definitely left a bad taste in your mouth about the whole documentary, the way they shoot documentaries and that. Like, I know I would be a little upset about that because you think that they would have, if they were doing a fair assessment of the whole case, that they would show some of the evidence that you were showing them and bring some of that up and have you a little bit more in it. And as you clearly stated too, you can see by halfway through the movie that they're leading you down a path that they want you to believe. And I
Right.
mean, I've had people argue with me on that. I've had a friend argue with me that I'm close to say, no, I didn't see it that way. And I'm like, well, you're entitled to that. I'm not telling you what you're seeing or what you're not seeing. I'm just showing. My opinion is that they're leading you down that path. And I was
Right.
really troubled by the ending too. It just seemed to kind of abruptly end, and they kind of throw like a funny, like a happy song at the end with the dog Paleo. And I just found,
Yeah.
did you find that it ended kind of abruptly like that? I found it really a weird ending. Like they tried to, it was really dark, and then it was like the producer was like, okay, we needed to put something happy in here now, so let's play a nice song and show the dog. And it
Yeah,
was,
that song is the song that was in the crime scene photos. So that
oh,
that
okay,
that was kind of weird. It's also kind of weird that they used David Crowley for the whole soundtrack. So they're actually using someone, they're calling David Crowley a killer, but they're using his music for the soundtrack of that film, which I thought
right,
was kind of weird to kind of
right,
have the way you guys playing both sides again. But the film was not supposed to end like that. The film was supposed to end with Kamel's sister having a baby, and it was supposed to show them coming full circle. But when Kamel's family, um, did I lose you?
nope, you're
Oh,
there, I see you.
okay, yeah. But when Kamel's family had their footage taken out, they had to scramble, and so
Okay,
what you saw was the dog at the very end, which yeah, to me it also didn't really make any sense either. You're showing this dog, um, and then the dog was very uncomfortable too, with the people that were also there.
Right.
So it was just a very weird thing. It really, to me, it made absolutely no sense. Why, like, what, you're happy that the dog ate all the people and didn't die or something? I didn't get it.
I didn't
I
get it
really didn't
either.
get it.
And I'm sure somebody's going to ask me, do you know what happened to Paleo? Is he alive still?
Yes,
Is he been
yes.
adopted by a family member? What's the status on him?
He went home. He went back to where he was actually born.
Okay.
So he was where he was born, and where David Pert bought him, I guess. I don't know what the correct
Adopted
term,
him.
whatever. Yeah, yeah,
Right.
where he adopted him. It's the same place that Sean Wright also adopted his dog too. But that's where the dog went back home to be with his mom.
Okay.
So
Okay. So
that's
the dog
that's
is.
what happened.
That's amazing. It's good to know the dog is still doing good. I've had somebody ask me that. They're like, "Well, whatever happened to the dog?" And I said, "I'll ask them." I didn't know
Yeah, I
that.
mean that's
So,
that's what they should have. I don't know why they didn't put that in the documentary. If they're gonna put the dog in that, do the whole
ex-
happy ending thing.
exactly. And they did interview a lot of people for the documentary. Now, before all of this happened, were you friends or did you know anybody that was part of the Gray State team? Like, were you friends with Sean Wright
Sean Wright.
or
Yeah,
Danny
I did know
Mason?
Sean.
Like, who
No,
did you?
just
Okay,
yeah,
go ahead.
just Sean. Yeah, Sean was the only one that I knew.
Right. And were
Because
you good friends with them or was it just
no,
casual?
no, it was casual. I was in the We Are Change East Bay group, the We Are
Okay.
Change San Francisco group, and and he was running GCN. He wasn't running it, but he was like working with them. So he was recruiting people. And there were a lot of strange things that I found out later that people felt like he was some type of informant. I don't know if that's true, but I've had multiple people from We Are Change tell me that's how they felt, that they felt like he was hitting on girls there when they would go to these different things.
Hmm.
I can't verify that. I'm just saying what trust people that I trust have that's what they've told me. I never saw that. I never witnessed that. I know he does have a criminal record, an extensive criminal record too. But it always felt like he was recruiting people, and so I never had really any issues with him. He was recruiting people. He tried to recruit me to do some blogging, basically, and so I think I sent him something that it really sucked at the time. Whatever I did was not good. I'll tell you, it was not good, and so I kind of knew him from that, and that was it. And then a couple of days after David's death, I get a call from Sean, and he's like asking me, or I don't know if he called me first. No, I think he sent me some messages on Facebook and was just pretty much telling me to stop asking questions. And
Okay.
all that is public, all that's out there too. That's all public stuff. But yeah, he was basically telling me to stop asking questions. They know David is guilty. They know what happened, and they will tell everybody when the time is actually right. And 7 years later, here we are. We're still waiting for that.
Okay, so
So
is he leading? Do you feel he's leading you to believe that there's more to this case than is being presented, and they're kind of sitting on it? Is that not a crime? Like, you have to, if you know something, you have to tell the authorities.
yeah, you
Do you?
should.
I would
Yeah,
think.
yeah,
And so,
yeah. Yeah,
okay,
he
go
was he
ahead.
was acting like yeah, he was acting like he had some knowledge, some secret knowledge
Right.
about stuff. When I asked the police about certain things that had come up about him, where he had said that he saw this hand in the basement or something, there were hands in the basement. The police were like, "There's no hands in the basement." It really just felt to me like Sean was just trying to mislead people and was trying to tell people, hey, we know David's guilty. Let's just not talk about it. We still want to move forward with his project. We can't do that if you guys are going to keep this up. Don't do this, all of this stuff. He actually told me, that I should not be associated with Dan Hinnon and this other guy named Thomas Lapp. They both created a Facebook thing at the same day, at the same time. It was pretty crazy. But he told me that I should not be associated with those guys because I would not want a spotlight put on me by the DHS and the feds.
Okay.
And at this point, I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? And even when we talked to the cops, one of the 21 questions that I asked Detective Gummert was, were the feds ever involved? Was DHS ever involved? And he's like, no, they were never involved in
And
this.
why and
So you
why
can,
would they why would they wanna why would they put a spotlight on you just for asking questions?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. That's the weird thing. Like unless they're involved in something, why would the hell would they care about some guy who has 30, 40 views on a video? It
Right.
didn't make any sense. It was just all to just kind of scare me, to get me to stop making videos, to stop asking
Right.
questions on it.
That's really strange. And have you had any like when's the last time you were speaking with him or anyone from that team, or have you spoke to anyone?
Once he threatened me, I stopped talking to him. He threatened to come over to my house with some off-duty police cops.
Okay.
And so so at that point, I'm like, dude, like, that's pretty much it. So I stopped talking to him.
Wow.
Um,
So it goes that
and
there is
yeah,
people actually being threatened. There's people
yes,
for real. There's
yes,
people being like I said, I'm writing this in the middle, so I don't know, but like
sure,
there is
sure,
actual people being threatened for just asking questions. Like
correct. That's right.
that is crazy to
It
me.
makes no sense. It makes no sense. Like if you're so sure David's guilty, you got the evidence, you got the proof. What the hell do you care if people are asking questions? Why not help them? Why not show
Right.
us the evidence? That's what I asked him. Show me the evidence. Oh, I can't show it to you. Well, then you don't have it.
Exactly.
The police don't have it. How could he have it? And if he has
Exactly.
it, give it to the police so they can solve this case and we can move
Exactly.
on.
Yeah, that's really strange. And do you know what the like is there anything actually moving with the gray state? Is there do you know if anybody's trying to get this movie made? Who owns
They
this?
had tried.
Who owns this movie now? Like is it just in limbo now, or is there actually
It's
owners
in
to it?
limbo. It's in limbo. I mean, there's theories about that. I really don't know. I don't really think anybody does really. David's dad might have the most legal rights to it. Danny August Mason obviously thinks that he has rights to it because he tried to go forward with it too. Um, when he did that, I was still in talks with Mason Hendricks, and I was continuing to talk to him until I felt like he was lying to me. Then I stopped talking to him. But while I was talking to him, he said there's no way Danny Mason can go forward with anything without David's dad.
Okay.
So it was like, well, what about Kamel's? What about? And that's what Kamel's sister had told me, is like, dude, that stuff is never getting made. They will have to go through us, and we are never going to let them do that. So
Wow.
it's the craziest thing. Think about this. They are accusing this guy of killing a 5-year-old child,
Hmm.
of killing a young woman, and then killing himself, and they want to take that project and make money off of it. What Hollywood company in their right mind is going to say, "Oh yeah, this is great. Yeah,
Hmm.
let's take the project from a killer and go forward with it."
Right.
Once David is accused of that crime, the project is dead.
Right.
That's a
Yeah.
motive.
Oh, for sure. That's what I was going to ask you about. But kind of bring this all around. Like,
Sure.
um, who like I'd understand from what I understood that somebody who like the people that could kind of to sign
Hmm.
over all what was he trying to get him to sign over like all rights to the gray state like he want
Basically,
okay
yeah.
and then how did that go did that ever get resolved or was Dan fighting him
No.
on this all the way
Danny August Mason was basically stalling all the way up until David died. So
wow
yeah, David is pushing for this. And what's weird about this is I don't know if you've seen the interview that Dan Hennon did with Mike Boggio, the Hollywood producer that David was actually working with. He had no idea that David was doing this. He didn't understand why is David even doing this. He didn't feel like it was necessary.
okay
Basically, for whatever reason, David did, and he had his friend Mitch Heil. He had him sign the same document. Mitch Heil did, no problem. Danny August Mason kept delaying it. They were going back and forth on what would Danny August Mason get, what he wouldn't get. He wanted rights to this other film. He wanted rights to the character, et cetera, et cetera. Which is weird when we got the 2014 script, and you can see Danny August Mason's character is not in that script. So by 2014, Danny August Mason's character is completely gone. And that's probably why Mike Boggio is like, I don't, what does this have to do with anything? His character is not even here. But obviously, from my view, I believe Daniel August Mason does have some rights to it. He has a story credit.
I agree.
And David clearly gave him story credit. David, makes it several references of Daniel August Mason being involved in this. So I believe Daniel August Mason would have some type of rights to this, maybe not legally. I don't know, but obviously David felt he would, or he wouldn't have asked him to sign these documents.
Right, and I can see him being very protective over signing that over to David because they worked on this for a lot of years. And if all of a sudden I was working with my friend and he sent me a paper saying, I want you to sign all of your rights over, I'd be a little hesitant too. I mean, if I was putting that much work and blood, sweat, and tears into this project, I mean, I kind of wonder why David was trying to isolate, like get everybody off of it and kind of keep it just to himself. I don't know if he thought that he had to do that to get a deal. I don't know what his mindset was. I just find it kind of weird that, in my opinion, that he was trying to get everybody to sign off their rights to that project since they were part of it, from what I can tell, from day one.
And David doing this as late as December 17th, December 19th, 2014 also shows that David was planning for the future, not planning to kill himself and kill his family within a couple of days or a couple of weeks.
Exactly. No, that makes total sense. And so that's it's just so many things that are just really strange about this case, and so many characters involved. Like, who do you think? Say it was somebody did do this and set it up to make it look like David did. In your opinion, from your research, who do you think had to benefit from David being totally out of the picture? Like, what? There has to be a reason if somebody did this to him. Like, I can't just. What do you think would be a reason? Like, or who would have a reason? Just your opinion. If you don't want to give your opinion, that's fine. I totally understand if you don't want to say that, but I'm just curious if you have any theories on who would benefit from David and his family being taken out the way they were.
Yeah, I think the only two things that I would want to say on that, because I do try to keep it focused to, just the facts of what proves him guilty and what doesn't. But the first thing that I would say on that is, I think that the motive, as far as David's friends, the Gray State goons, as I call them, I believe they have motive to make sure David doesn't die. Really, because if David follows through, if he becomes rich and famous, they're going to be able to ride those coattails. Even if David has distanced himself from them, they're going to all benefit from Sean Wright. All these guys, they're going to benefit from it. So I've always had a hard time with the notion, the theory that, man, these guys have that motive, to do that. The only thing that I would say is it would have to be, somebody who felt David was a threat and did not want David to live on this earth. Unfortunately, that's a very bland, generic answer. But.
No, I totally agree. Like, I've always thought that too. That everybody's like, oh, the people in this team closest to him may have taken him out because they wanted the rights to the movie and all of that. And I'm thinking, if David Crowley dies, the project basically dies with him. Like, he's the one that was gonna, he was the writer of it, the main writer. He was the one that was working on the screenplay for it and the movie and everything. So why? It doesn't make any sense to me to take him out, because the project, as we said earlier, is dead in the water, basically. So I have kind of trouble buying that. Only
if they really didn't care about the project, if their motive had nothing to do with the project or something like that. But I don't know. Yeah, to me, it just seems like, man, if David dies, they all
lose.
They all lose. You're right. That's a great way to say it.
Yeah, they all lose. So I've never really bought into the whole government, like the government came after him and stuff like that. And my wife was the one that brought that up, because I was like, well, maybe it was a government. When I first started looking into it, my wife was like, maybe this is maybe he was getting so close to the truth in this trailer that the government came and got him. And I'm like, my wife said, there's a lot of people that make movies about the topics he was talking about. There's a lot of people that make videos, and they're not all getting killed basically for a concept trailer. I think that's a big stretch. What do you think? Like that the government?
I tend to lean towards that. You know, the more that I research David, and the more that I realize how talented he is, how brilliant he is. Maybe not this project, but maybe a project later on. You know, you look at what year this is, 2015.
Right.
This is about 1 year before Donald Trump gets in office. This is about 3 years before the whole coronavirus thing, which does have the lockdown, the police state. I mean, it pretty much is. It's different, but it's very, very similar.
It's very similar. You know, I agree.
It's very similar.
Right.
So, I mean, picture David working on a film about this stuff happening right now. You know, so I mean, but again, it wouldn't be the government. It's not like it's like, you know, the president sitting in the White House. Oh, we got to get rid of this guy or something like that. You know, it could be, you know, and people who know how the whole black ops work, the whole deep state thing, whatever you want to call it, these cults and stuff like that, which, you know, I think there is a lot of stuff. I believe David was involved in some paranormal stuff. And I don't know how far back that stuff goes. I believe that there is proof that he talks about it in his journal.
Exactly.
He talks about seeing this orb or something like that. And so, I think that there is something there. And if you're involved in stuff like that, your enemies are now not of this world. and that takes it to a whole new level. So the motive, the people, you know, all the things that could have happened, that takes it to a whole new level. And there's so many different theories, and I'm fascinated by all the theories. I love hearing them. You know, I love talking about them, working them out.
Right. Like I totally agree. I'm fascinated by that topic too. And what I wanted to ask you was, from what the only bit that I've researched so far is I definitely saw that in the documentary on Netflix that you could see Kamel was having some weird things going on. Where she was talking about seeing figures, and her daughter was hearing voices, if I'm correct, and stuff like that. Can you, through your research, do you know how far did they ever talk about paranormal stuff back, like in their journals, or from what you can tell, has this been going on for a while, from what you can tell?
When I spoke with Kamel's sister, she had a paranormal experience, and that would have had to have been back in 2013, not when they were at this house either. So whatever it is, it didn't start at this house that they died in. What the sister basically said is she was sleeping with the daughter. She woke up. She saw this dark figure standing over their bed. She thought it was David. She called out to him. It didn't answer. She realized that it wasn't David. She freaks out, runs out of the bedroom. She sees the daughter's toys flying off the shelves, books flying off the shelf, stuff like that. She sees David down on his hands and knees praying, and he's just saying that something felt off this night. And that's pretty much all that she said. That was supposed to be in that film too, but once Kamel's family stuff got cut out, that got cut out too. That's kind of why the stuff that you see in the film is kind of like, it's a weird context. There's no real context to it because a lot of the footage that probably would have added more context to the ghosts, whatever that they were seeing stuff, you know, that would have been there. But the fact that Kamel's sister said that, and she's like, I didn't believe in demons, and I didn't take it seriously until I saw it. So I think it probably goes back, and we don't know whose side. I tend to believe it is something from David's side.
Okay.
But I don't know. It could be something from Kamel's side too. They know about jinn. They know about these demons, these things in the Pakistan, Afghanistan region. You know, even in like Russia, where my wife came from. She came from that area. You know, talking about demons and stuff like that it's a more common thing I've talked to my father-in-law before he passed away. He's seen a lot of stuff. Thank God I've never seen anything.
I know,
don't
me
want to
too.
see.
Yeah.
I have no desire to see any of that
No.
stuff. But that stuff is real, and I think some people kind of shy away from that with this topic because then you have to worry about the credibility, your credibility, because now maybe you're crazy. You think
Right.
this stuff is all real. Danny August Mason was a ghost hunter. He was hunting ghosts, and he's done some ghost stuff. So he kind of knows about all of that too. So yeah, I don't know. That's all that I know about.
Wow. And is
the,
there anything
the paranormal stuff.
Is there anything in David's journal other than what we saw in that documentary? Was he ever talking about this continuing, or was he being what was his? Did he mention anything about this?
He mentions the one about the whole rapture thing, but
right.
he mentions that he saw something. He and his dog are sitting there, and he sees this like white orb, and it just flies off. But the way that he talks about it, and the way that Kamel talks about it, except for when you hear that one thing where she's just crying, aside from that, they both talk about it pretty normally. Even Kamel's sister, like it's just a part of their life, and not really that big of a deal.
Okay.
So.
And I wonder, since you know a little bit about this topic, is there anything in the crime scene that would lead you to believe that this, like, we might as well go there. I mean, if we're talking
sure,
about
let's go there.
Why not go there? I mean, I'm totally, do I believe there's a spiritual side and stuff like that? I totally believe that. So I'm not going anywhere that I'm definitely not uncomfortable going in this topic. So why not?
Sure.
Is there anything that, just from what you think, this is just your opinion, is there anything in the crime scene that would lead you to believe that there was something more, this was something that was done spiritually or demonically or an entity? Is there anything other than, I would think, to put the blood on the wall kind of thing?
The only thing is I just plugged in my charger.
Not a problem. Okay. Sorry. I didn't think it was...
No, it's okay. No, the only thing, let's see. Well, I mean, the whole blood thing obviously is kind of weird, right? There's nothing like in the house that I saw there. The submit to Allah is kind of weird. It kind of, that's where the whole jinn and demon thing kind of comes in too. Right. Not really. I mean, the missing hands, but all that stuff is just kind of like, it could be, but then it couldn't be. My view is that, because I'm sure you have too, we've looked at other cases with demons are right. involved, and a guy thinks there's demons, and they're not this clean, really. And I know it's like, it's a staged thing. This would not have to be staged. I believe if there was a demon involved, like if a demon was in David, and David thought that Kamel and his daughter were demons, so he had to kill them or something like that, which is one of the scenarios that I've been playing out. I don't think it would be that cut and dry. I think I think it would be more cut and dry. It'd be very clear to say, okay, yeah, he killed them all. There would be blood on a bullet for him. Yep. First of all,
exactly.
There would be a lot more things. There wouldn't be all of this weird stuff that is happening, that we're seeing, all the stuff that we've already talked about.
Right.
So, I mean, I'm definitely open to it. I don't know. Whoever did this to him, whatever did this to him, that could definitely be a part of it. It could be part of the cover up too. When you think about the police and you think about all this stuff, and it's like, they don't really know what happened here. If a demon was involved, if something like that was involved, they're not going to say, oh, they're not going to bring that up too. Right. But I can't really find any evidence of that. I remember we've had a couple mediums go into the house, which I'm not a fan of the mediums, but we have had them go into the house, and it didn't seem like they could really find anything. I personally talked to a medium who kind of felt a different way, and this person actually pointed out who they thought the killers were and everything. Wow. And what actually happened and who did it and stuff like that. And it's like, man, it's hard to verify, and I don't want to falsely accuse anybody, because I don't want to be falsely accused of anything. And it's like, as a Christian, you have to treat others the way you want to be treated. So I'm not going to run around and start accusing people because that's not fair unless I have proof.
Right.
If I had some proof, yeah, I'd probably tell the cops first before I just go on a show or anything. But I do remember early on one of the crime scene photos, because like orbs and stuff like that, we always hear about orbs, and that's why if you watch the crime scene video, I was looking for anything, and I didn't see anything. But I do remember somebody had brought it up, and this is where we need a photographer who knows the difference between flare and orbs. This is why I don't talk about it too much, but there is one of the photos in the bedroom where people say that it looks like orbs. It looks like flare to me. It looks like flare, but again, I don't know. And I've never had somebody who is a professional photographer say no, this is a flare because of this. It looks like a flare because everything looks in line. Orbs tend to be a little more out of focus or just over here, over there. But it just, to me, it looked like flare. That was the only physical thing that I saw as far as the crime scene, related to the crime scene there, that had anything to do with it. But as far as in the house, we didn't find any like occultist books or anything like that.
That's what I was going to ask you, because I do, from what I could tell in the journals, he was definitely on a spiritual journey, and I think so Kamel was. I think they were kind of exploring, is what I like to call it.
I think you're right. I think you're right.
And I know people right now that are listening are going, oh my God, they're talking about demons, they're talking about spirits. But let's not forget, even in the documentary, you hear them talk about she saw something. He saw something, and the daughter reacted to something. So we're not, how far off the mark are we when we at least bring this topic up? I know it's a strange topic to a lot of people, but we're not just pulling it out of thin air. There was actually, he mentions it in his journals, and we saw it in the documentary. So this was something that, whatever it was, they were experiencing, whatever it could be. I mean, I've heard people say that maybe the government was zapping the house and making them crazy. I mean, you hear some crazy stuff.
I've heard that too.
Yeah, I've heard some crazy stuff, like theories of what was going on, but it's definitely something that they were experiencing. And, I mean, I don't think it would be drugs or anything like. I've never heard of marijuana doing that, where you're seeing spirits and stuff like that. I mean, nothing that I've ever smoked done that. I find it it's an interesting topic, and it wouldn't surprise me. Nothing surprises me anymore, and especially with this case. The more I see this, the more I read about it, and the more I watch videos on it, it's just leading me all over the place. And I think it's you got to be kind of careful not to get too lost in all of these different rabbit holes, because everybody's kind of got an opinion of what happened. You got one camp saying, like I was saying at the beginning, that firmly believe he did it. Then you got the other camp saying that there's no way that he did it, and it's a fine line to walk. So, I mean, like, does your gut tell you, like, what do you really don't think there's enough evidence to say that he did this, right? Like, you're in that camp.
I don't think there's any evidence. I think it's zero evidence.
Wow. Zero
and
evidence.
I based on the documents, the police documents, the police photos, it's very clear. They have no evidence that David did any of this stuff. It's all right there.
Okay. I'm just saying, I think that's a bold statement. I just know when people are going to say it, they're going to be like, he's crazy that there's no evidence. And I mean, they're entitled to think
there isn't. I mean, okay, maybe there's maybe there's circumstantial evidence, I guess, right? Maybe there's a lot of theories, but if you read what the police are saying, their conclusion to why David Crowley is guilty is because they couldn't find any evidence that anybody else is guilty.
Right.
Yeah, that's it. Well, that has nothing to do with the evidence that shows David Crowley. What evidence did you find that David Crowley is guilty? That's what we're looking for. The physical evidence. If this was in a court of law, okay? I mean, come on. We can't, because here's the precedent, the bad precedent that this sets is that anybody could stage a suicide and make it look like a suicide after seeing this case and think that they could get away with something like this too. We don't want that.
Right.
That's why it's very important if David did it. And again, I'm open to David Crowley being guilty, doing this. You got to have the evidence. If there is no evidence that David Crowley did this, then he is not guilty. It's that simple. And I have found zero evidence.
Wow. That's a big statement to me. That's like I know I'm serious, and I admire you for that, because you like I said, you've done a ton of research into this. You're not just saying this based on a couple things that you've read. I've seen everything you've done and seen the videos, and I've seen how much you've looked into this. So I mean, the fact that you're saying that is very impressive to me, because it shows that you're really looking at everything, and like as you said, you're open to the fact that he could be guilty. You're not
Sure.
I've never heard in any of your videos say like I mean, there's no way that he didn't do this. Like, you're like, I'm totally open to the fact. And I think that's very important, that you're not dug in on your side. You just want the truth. You want
Right.
evidence, and that's what we base crimes on, and that's how you have your guilt or your innocence, is you need evidence. And I find, like, so really, like, that really threw me when you said that there's zero. I'm just trying to think about it. I'm like, I'm going through my head of all the evidence, going, there's got to be something that
There's got to be something. There's got to be something. Yeah.
yeah. And
So this is why it may be good for you to have people on that, hey man, we have the evidence, I'm sure that many people would love to hear it. I'm sure they would I'd love to find the evidence too. I'm sure many people would, but in my experience, what I usually get is it's not the evidence. They don't have the evidence. It's little nitpicking things. It's these stupid things that can always be debunked later on. It's more about me and my personality, or things they don't like about me, or stuff like that. Never about just, okay, what evidence proves David Crowley guilty?
okay, and is there people on, like, I know the other people on, I've seen some YouTube channels that do have videos saying that he's guilty, and but they don't really show any evidence. Are you aware of any channels that actually have evidence that they sit down and prove that he's guilty, like you're doing?
I'm not, but I got to be honest with you, is I have not found any other channels, or I don't pay attention to any of those channels. So
okay. Well, no,
yeah.
that's understandable. I was just wondering, because I noticed that with when I see you and Catherine and people that I've watched their videos, you guys actually show pictures, you show documents, you show police reports, you show evidence, and then you give a reason why you think that the evidence is not what they say it is, or that it's leading you away from what really happened. So that's why I was asking if there's anyone putting time in on the other side, showing that he did do it.
There might be.
I haven't found any.
There might be. Yeah, I mean, I would hope so, but I would also hope, hey, if there is, make sure that the cops have that documentation, have those videos, because they don't have the evidence. So if you have evidence that they don't have, please make sure that you get it to them.
Exactly.
Because as far as they're saying, the case is ruled exceptionally clear. It's not David is guilty, case closed. There is a difference here.
Okay.
So,
and that's what I was saying at the beginning too, is that I'm more than willing to bring on other people from the opposing side. If they want to bring evidence or have a debate with you or anyone else, I'm willing to set that up, as long as it's kept respectful and it's based on evidence. I just don't ever want to get into a situation where I'm doing an interview or in the comment section where people are just lobbing insults at people. And
yeah, I've made 2 short videos, a 2-minute video, a 3-minute video. Ask them to debate that video.
Okay.
And you'll pretty much be able to gauge if they're really serious or if they're full of shit.
Okay.
You'll be able to really see it, because if they can say, okay, well, I can disprove everything in this 2-minute, 3-minute video, great.
Okay.
Great. Then I would consider a debate with them. But
okay.
I will debate Danny August Mason. No problem.
Okay.
No problem with that. He's challenged me. He has not accepted. He has backed away from it for whatever reason. People that were involved in it, that would be great to kind of get them on and to have them prove it. But the problem is they're not going to be able to prove David Crowley guilty. So the debate thing was always kind of just a way to get them to talk. so that
Okay.
they could get tripped up.
Okay,
and
I
it, and
see.
it worked. It worked with all
Right.
of them. It worked. And so then, but the people who are like, well, yeah, they want to debate. They wanted to debate Catherine, I think, and they didn't show up.
Yes.
She showed up to their debate. They didn't show up to their own debate.
Right.
Actually, William Rail, same thing. He set these things up, and I tell him, I said, you guys are just wasting your time. I said, that's why I'm like, here's my video. Here's my 2-minute video, my 3-minute video. If you can debate this 5-minute video, you can have them on. Play the video for them, have them debate that. Let's see how that goes.
Okay, that's a great idea. No, because that's a problem I kind of run into is I don't know who is like just trolling me and who is serious about it. I want to interview people that are serious on either side. I want to hear. I'm very, like I told you, I want to hear both sides. I don't think it's fair. I hear one side and then not give the other side a chance to make their case. But I just have to find the people that are very passionate about their side, pro or con, and then they can make their arguments. So that's a great way if they can debate, like you said, that 3-minute video. It's going to kind of let me gauge if they're serious and if they do got some evidence that they want to bring forth, because we're all for the evidence. We both stated that, and that's a great way to do it. Like I that's a really cool. I'm going to do that. Because I do want to debate. I do want to have the opposing side. I just got to figure out who is serious about it enough. And I don't want just somebody coming on here and just saying they're wrong. They're wrong. They're blah blah blah. I want evidence, and so that's a great way. Now, sorry, babbling a little bit there.
It's all good.
I remember when I was speaking to you. You were saying that if we did do an interview, that you would wanted to bring up some things about your book that you wanted. I hope you remember that. Was there anything about your book that you wanted to bring up, that you wanted to say? Do you remember what do you remember what we were talking about?
Yeah. I think we did kind of mention some of those things. Some of the stuff that we have talked about is stuff that probably people have never heard.
Okay.
Before. One of the other things is the distance from the neighbor's house, the neighbor across the street, because one of the first things that I wrote in my book was about the neighbor who saw David on Christmas Eve.
Okay, I didn't know that.
And so, he had seen David. He was at his house. He walked over to the curtains. He saw David. David saw him. And when we kind of looked at like where the two houses were, was like where I thought this neighbor had seen David Crowley from. I was like, there's no way, because it's not directly across the street.
Right.
Well, they moved out of the house in 2017, this couple, and who had seen David. And that's in my book. You can find out, you can read more about that. But the thing that was not put in the book is that if you're in the neighbor's house and you're looking from a certain angle inside the house, you can see David's front window. Okay. And I do believe now that that neighbor did really see David Crowley and knew that it was David Crowley. The police questioned him about that, making sure, and they really wanted to know, are you sure? Several times they asked him, are you sure that you really saw David Crowley? He was 100% sure. So in order for him to say that he saw David Crowley between 6 p.m. and 9 p.m., that obviously shows that David Crowley did not die on Christmas Eve before that time. Okay. He would have had to have died late Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. So because the police kept pressuring him about this, it made me think maybe the police actually thought that they had all died earlier, maybe early Christmas Eve or something like that. But I just want to let people know, because I have talked about this on some of the podcasts and some of the shows, that from the neighbor's house, from across the street where the neighbor was, yes, you can see to David's front window, even though the houses are not, right here. From where the neighbor was standing, it is highly possible that he could see them, that he could see David Crowley without any doubt. Another thing was that on October 31st, David and Kamel were both seen outside of their house, acting like things were normal. Now, if you remember, on October 18th, October 17th is when Kamel's sister had come to their home, and she felt like David was holding them hostage. And this neighbor pretty much had seen David. They had talked with David and Kamel, and they were there like, you know, everything was kind of cool. Everything was basically normal. There wasn't any issue like that. So it kind of disproves what Kamel's sister was thinking, that David was, you know, holding them hostage, which doesn't seem like it. Just seems like David and Kamel did not want to talk to Kamel's sister for whatever reason.
Right.
Which again is, you know, kind of strange.
No, I find that very strange. And another thing that before I forget, I keep thinking about it while we're talking, then I remember it. And so I want to ask you before.
I do too. I do the same thing.
Exactly. So I don't feel bad. Yeah, I'm learning as I go here. So now, in the police reports, do they know who died first? Like, do they know the order of death? Because to me, as I stated to you before in your last, when I was watching your video and we were in the live chat, to me, that's the heart of this case. Like, if they can prove who died first, is there anything in the reports where they can definitively say who died in what order?
No, because they don't even know what day that they died. They guess, and there's internet activity, I think, up until December 25th, maybe December 26th. I may have gotten that wrong, but definitely up until Christmas. But they do not know when these three people died. So in order for them to say, well, who died first, who died second, they can do some really good guessing, obviously.
Yep.
You know, you have the daughter on Kamel's leg. Mm-hmm. So you would think that the order should be Kamel, Rania, and then David.
Right.
But as we talked about, who was laying next to that recliner, it makes more sense that it's actually Rania. Mm-hmm. Because she was closest to it. The dog could have easily took Rania, tried to drag her to the mom, move the body, broke the arm. I don't know about the rib or anything. Pulled the arm off, maybe ate the arm for whatever reason. Just still kind of weird. I don't know, but they don't know. They really don't know. I mean, they can't even put the gun in David's hand.
Right.
You know, and so it's hard. How are they going to say that David killed anybody? That he even used that gun?
Exactly. That's so strange. And is there,
I know,
God, that's just, to me, that's the heart of the case. Like, if they could have proved the order of it. I know I'm sure there is a way that they could have at the time, if they really dug into it, and they maybe just would have their best guess. But like, could you imagine just the upset if they found out that, you know, David died first or something? Like, has there ever been anybody that the groups that you've talked to that thinks, my wife kind of brought this up too, because Kamel was seeing spirits, and she was like, you know, from what we saw in the documentary and that, she was obviously seeing something going on around her. Is there anybody that's thinking that maybe Kamel did this? That maybe Kamel is the one that broke? Has anyone ever brought that up?
Yeah, it's a theory that has been passed out, and you know, there's nothing wrong. We need to do this. We need to talk about all of this stuff. So people need to feel okay with talking about this. Don't feel like you can't bring this up because it's going to get shot down, or et cetera, et cetera. We're all going to think about this. Why not talk about it? Why not just get it all out there?
Right.
And of course it is something to think about. There are a lot of problems with it. And I think obviously she was shot at least twice.
Okay, you know, that's a good point.
I think unless you're Gary Webb, you know, you're probably not going to shoot yourself in the head twice. But you know, we all know about that one too.
Oh, exactly.
But, you know, and there's 3 bullets tied to Kamel, so that means she could have been shot 3 times too. The other thing is how much blood is there, and she would have had to have lost so much blood in order to do that blood writing and everything. That's one of the reasons why I don't believe the whole pack theory too, is because there would have been, there's so much damage, the brutality to her, to her body, to everything that happened to her. If it was a pact, I just have a hard time thinking that it would have been so gruesome, so
Agreed.
messy. Why
totally
would they
agree.
leave a knife on the ground? Why would they leave a spent round on the ground, or an unspent round on the ground? You know,
Yes.
all those different things. But the other problem is obviously where the daughter is found. The daughter is found on top of Kamel. Kamel is face down. Where the bullets are, where the bullet casings are, seem a little bit off. All of the Quran pages that are actually ripped out. You know, most of the pages are by David, but there are like one or two pages that are on the other side of Kamel,
right,
which is kind of weird too. You know, and yeah, she would have had to have been writing on the keyboard in her own blood. She would have had to have been writing the note in the office in her own blood, and then, or with, you know, while bleeding, I should say, not in her own blood,
correct,
but while bleeding, because it's all her blood. They had fingerprints. You can clearly see in the crime scene photos they were, but they could not match those to David. They could not match those to Kamel or to anybody. So again, they can't put David writing anything there.
That's a
basically.
big deal. That's a big deal.
It is a big deal.
You should find his fingerprints all over the place.
Yes, and we were told that. Yeah, we were told by Hendricks, by Sean Wright. They said that they're all there. His fingerprints. They have. I mean, they flat out told me that, and they are liars. They're completely liars, because when we got the documents, it said conclusively they do not know. They could not tie those prints to David.
Such a big deal to me. Like, you think?
Yeah.
And then, like that, I totally agree with I kind of see what you're saying with Kamel not being able to do it, and also that it was weirdly staged, because if it, to me, where I'm let you know where mine kind of went. And you're a wrestling fan, am I correct? I heard you say
absolutely.
You like then you're gonna follow me perfect. So. I think of a murder-suicide, and I think right away, you know where I'm going to go with this,
I think
Chris
so.
Benoit.
Chris Benoit, yep.
And then he took his life and took his children and his wife. But the way he did it was so, like, he wanted it to be presented beautiful. Like, that's the only way I can say it. Like, he laid them in bed. He had the Bible with him. He, you know, like, he didn't put all of this staging, the writing on walls, and you know, putting a song list up. And from what I can tell, he made it, like, to me, that's how, if this was a pact, that the theory that they're saying, and this was something they agreed to, it wouldn't be as brutal. Like, you said it perfect when you said it was so brutal. And it seems like they just threw everything they could to throw people off the scent. Like, let's write on the wall, let's have a song list, let's have the dog do something, let's, you know, like, it's just so much. And I found with the Chris Benoit story, that's more, if I think of a pact, or some man that's going, like, you know, he loved Kamel with all of his heart. That's evident in his journals, and you could just tell. You know, he loved his daughter the same way. I just couldn't see a man that, even if he snapped, PTSD, dark place, whatever they want to paint this brush of David with, would be that brutal. I can't. I mean, I could be wrong, and it could very well he done this, but it just seems so brutal when you said the same word, brutal. And what do you think about that? Like, do you not think if he did do this, it wouldn't be this violent to me? That's the only word I can always bring up, is it's so violent.
Yeah, he wouldn't. It wouldn't need to be that brutal. But I mean, when you think about it, we're talking about a 5-year-old child.
Exactly.
It is.
That's what bothers me.
It is not just. Yeah, I mean, she deserves a lot better, because there may still be a killer out there who killed a 5-year-old child, shot her in the head.
Yep.
Like, to me, if it's David, I want to know it's David.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that those police officers, a lot of them, feel the exact same way like we do too.
Mm-hmm.
They want to know. They don't know. They do not know. Right. And I'm sure they're frustrated. I'm sure they have to live with that. I'm sure they dream about it. I'm sure they have nightmares about it. I'm sure it bothers them.
Right.
And I hope that they will help us. that they will help us get the case reopened, man. Because these people, they deserve better. Whether, if you don't like David, if you hate David like Judy Prochnow, if you don't like his wife, you don't like she's a Muslim, whatever it is, man, we're talking about a 5-year-old child that was shot in the head. That is just so brutal. In order to do that, you've got to be a sick, twisted human being. Yep. And it's very important to find out who did that. And if it is David, there should be some evidence. There should be some proof. And if then they don't have that, remember, they didn't have that bullet. That's the bullet that rolled out of the carpet on January 20th.
Okay.
So, up until that point, when they left the house on January 17th, they did not have the bullet tied to the daughter, which is item 53, and they did not have the bullet tied to David, item 57. Now, at least the one tied to Rania had blood on it.
Yep.
The one tied to David did not. But how the hell do you miss a bullet in the living room carpet?
No,
that is, it doesn't make any sense at all.
No.
And I've talked with Catherine. I mean, she's probably right. It's possible that they just missed it. That's fine. That they missed it. But I mean, we're talking about a child here, and I can't stress that enough to people that just want to blindly just believe David Crowley is guilty, that are so quick to believe it. How the hell could you do that when we're talking about this child? Don't you want to be sure? Don't you want to know based on the evidence, not the feelings?
Yeah.
It's just crazy. So, I mean, if a child wasn't involved in this, I'll be honest with you, I may be a little more open to some of those things too. Okay, maybe it was David. Maybe he and his wife had an argument and things got out of hand or something. But to do that to a child, no, man. I mean, that's just hardcore. And there's nothing in those journals. There's no motive or anything.
No, I totally agree. And that's another thing I wanted to ask you before. Like, I'm going to let you go shortly. I don't want to keep you much longer, but I'm enjoying this conversation. So
yeah, me too.
was there any point where people heard gunshots? Because you would think that if there was this many shell spent rounds, somebody would have heard something. I would think. Any reports of gunshots, yelling from them, fighting? Anything?
No yelling, no yelling, no fighting. The neighbors say they were, never saw anything like that, never had any issues, nothing like that. Wow. Colin Prochnow was asked about because he heard something that he said sounded like fireworks. And first he was like December 10th or something like that, and somewhere between December 10th, December 19th. So he wasn't really sure, but whatever he heard, it was it was well before they had died. It was well before, Christmas Eve or anything like that.
Okay.
So whatever he heard could not have been, the killings, because David Kamel and Rania were all seen up until December 18th or December 19th. Wow. So whatever Colin heard around December 10th or so, or December 17th, could not have been those gunshots. So he may have heard gunshots,
but they weren't those gunshots.
Now there was.
Go ahead.
Yeah, there was one other neighbor who did hear gunshots. He was not sure exactly when, but he believes it was between Christmas Eve and the New Year's. So he's not really sure when, but sometime between then. And so that's when you get the whole neighbor, when the neighbor says that he's sure that he saw David on December 24th, and you have another neighbor who says he heard shots December 24th. Obviously, that can't be the shots that killed David or his family either. Wow. So it's, and then when you then think about maybe New Year's, right? Mm-hmm. If someone is going to kill them, if someone is holding them hostage, or if David is going to kill everybody, New Year's Eve would probably be a good time because fireworks are going off all night, So, but even that wouldn't line up with the police's their 3-week theory. And I think what Catherine said is based on the decomp that's where you can really tell. That's the best way to tell who died first, who died second, who died third. And she's done some great videos on that. And I would go with that.
Wow, so that's true. Like, I mean, I just find it really strange for this to happen the way they say they did, that nobody would hear gunshots. Nobody would see
Seven shots.
Yes.
Yeah, 7 shots.
And I mean, that's very strange to me. Like I said, just gets stranger the more I think about it. And that is very crazy. I thought maybe that somebody would have heard noises or them fighting or arguing or something. I mean, it just seems like this just happened out of nowhere. And then you have the police, they're saying, if I'm correct, that bodies were there approximately 3 weeks. Is that
That's what they think. That's what they say.
But the evidence that, from what I can tell, what Catherine and other people have shown is that they were not there that long. Like, just from the composition of the body. That's strange. That's really strange, Greg. Wow. All right. Well, I think this was a good first interview, my friend. I mean, I'm sorry I kept you so long. I know I'm going to think of another 100 questions as soon as I get off with you. I'm going to be like, I forgot to ask him this. But I want to give you a chance, my friend, to talk about your website, if you have one. Talk about your Facebook page. Tell me about your book. Tell me what you got going on. Let everyone know, my friend.
Yeah, sure. So I wrote a book last year, it came out last year. It came out in 2020. It's called The Gray Stage. And so you can buy that. You can go to my website, thegraystage.wordpress.com, and you can download it free. So it's if you want a physical copy, you will have to pay for the physical copy. But if you just want to actually read it, you can go to my website right now and you can download that free. All of the documents that I have, all of the photos that I have, everything I have, you can find on the website, and you can download them. You can read them for yourself. You can go through them. We have a podcast with the same name, The Gray Stage, and we have a YouTube channel with the same name. I have a Facebook page that I haven't really utilized that much with that same name, but I'm now starting to post stuff on that Facebook page because I've decided to work on kind of a documentary on this case. I don't know, it may take me another year or so, but
that would be amazing. I would love to be a part of that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'd love to have you part of it. And I'm hoping that it's just one of many. I'm kind of treating this as kind of like a trailer, kind of how David treated his 2012 trailer, in order to get a real documentary, a big budget documentary made and stuff. Perfect. So that's pretty much what I'm going to target this as, is try to use this to hopefully pitch it so that a documentary filmmaker will take it, and with the big budget, will be able to do something very powerful with it. So mine will, I've had a ton of notes here of things that I'm kind of focusing on, and like videos that I'm going to make. So I literally just started thinking about this maybe yesterday, and I wrote down some stuff. So I've been posting some of these notes. I know you can't really read that, but I've been posting some of this stuff to my Facebook page. So if you follow the Facebook page, not the group, the Facebook page called The Gray Stage, I'll be just posting. I'm going to post something hopefully every day, at least every week, of just kind of what we're going to talk about, what it should focus on. And, it's nothing that we haven't talked about in my 20,000 other videos or anything, but I do want to have just one condensed video for everybody to who is just kind of getting started. I don't know if you've ever watched the documentary series called Missing 411.
Yes, I love that.
So yeah, the way that if I could get it into the hands of somebody who can make a film like that, and I think the biggest challenge is just a lot of people. There's so many cases out there. There's so many different things out there that this case has just not got the attention that it should yet. So I'm hoping to make a documentary. I'm just going to post it to YouTube, to Rumble, things like that. That pretty much will be pretty much what I have in my book too. It'll pretty much be all that same stuff, but just to have one long video, because I don't have like one long video that is just covers everything, because it is impossible. Exactly. But I figured, well, if I could do it with a book, I should be able to do something similar with a film. So that's what I'm working on. It's a kind of ambitious project, and I don't know how long it's going to take me, but that's what I'll be working on here.
That's amazing.
For the next year or so.
That's amazing. And then you're also administrator for the Justice for David Crowley and Family, if I'm correct.
Yes, that is correct. Justice for David Crowley and Family Facebook group.
Okay.
And then there is a Justice for David Crowley of Gray State, and that's a Facebook page. So Dan Hinnon created the Facebook group. A guy named Thomas Lapp created the Facebook page. Right now, Dan Hinnon is pretty much running both of those. So, but yes, so I am an administrator in the Facebook group, Justice for David Crowley and Family. We have about almost 4,000 people a part of that group now. Nice. So, and we get new people, so many times, so many new people. It's just nonstop. There's always somebody new that wants to join. We get some of the spam people, some of the trolls, and it's not hard to really weed those people out. I mean, the rules are pretty much just we want to get justice for David Crowley and his family. That's really it. And we are very, very lax on it. Dan Hinnon, when he created it, he was very lax, and we still keep that too. So, obviously you'll be able to tell those trolls, and they do get weeded out, but we do try to respect everybody's freedom of speech, and as much as possible, we'll let you go. We'll let you talk about whatever, as long as it's relevant to the case. We have some people that post literally just spam stuff, and we have people post like porn links and stuff like that too. So you can tell how deep the hatred for the group goes.
Oh,
but
for sure.
Whatever.
I got a rude awakening when I did that with Catherine, that interview. I thought I was going to get a couple comments, and then after an hour I got like 50 comments, and I was like, wow. Like, there's a lot.
Well, that's 50 views.
Yes, and I'm totally, and I didn't mind it. I'm, like I said, I just didn't. Anybody that posts a link, I'll say it again. If you want to post a comment, keep it respectful. You can say whatever you want, as long as it's important to the case. If you do want to do a debate or an interview or anything like that, I'm open to that too, and I'm sure I could set that up. And just don't post any links, because they posted a lot of links in my comments, and I just removed them. I'm not going to let people start posting tons of links in my comments. But if you want to leave a comment, I'm all for that. Like I said, I want to hear both sides. But is Dan Henning still doing work on this? I haven't seen many interviews with him.
Absolutely. Yeah. He definitely is. He gets on some of them. He covers a lot of different topics, and he has a lot of different groups. But yeah, he's a big part of our monthly podcast too. So on the first of every month, we always put out a brand new podcast. So if people want to subscribe to that podcast, wherever you listen to your podcast, just type in The Gray Stage, and I'm sure it'll pop right up. We have tons of shows. We're on episode number 22. The next one will be coming out at the end of this month. So again, on the first of every month, we are putting out a brand new podcast. It's based on my book. So we just kind of read through the book. Dan Hinnon reads through that book, and we just kind of talk about it. So I think we're only on like page 90. It's like a 200-page book. So we're not even about halfway through yet. I'd love to get you on one of those.
I will
podcasts.
Definitely. Oh, I'm going to be there for sure. I would love to do that. And I'd like to actually set up maybe where we could do have a group where maybe Dan and you and Catherine and me and some other people all kind of get in and just kind of. I would really like to do a interview with Dan Henning too, because I mean You should. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely interested in doing that, because I've seen a few videos with him, and he does make a lot of great points, and you can tell he's done a lot of research into this, and that's what I really like about that. I like the fact, as I told Catherine when I did her interview with her, when I had her on, is that's what I really liked about her channel, was that she actually wasn't just giving her opinions. She was actually showing evidence, same way you do. You show it. Like, that's one thing I love about your channel too, is that you don't hide any of the files or any of the documents or anything. If you get it, you post it. That's amazing. That just shows that you're very transparent and you're looking for truth. And if you get evidence, you're going to show it either way. And that's all we can ask for in the end, right?
That's right.
We didn't know David personally. We didn't know Kamel, and I always tell people that. I'm like, I'm going just by what I'm researching and what people have told me. And I want to make it very clear, like you stated, that I'm totally open to the fact that David could have done this, and he may not have done this. And you've said that too, and Catherine said the same thing to me on my interview. When I interviewed her, she said she's open to the fact that he could have done this. So I just don't want anybody listening to this thinking that I'm trying to stay in the middle the best I can, hear both sides, and uh, let the evidence take us where it goes. That's what all I can say.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, man. So I want to thank you, Greg, so much for your time. I know it went a little long, but I've been wanting to do this interview for a while, and I had a great conversation with you. I mean, as I said, I'm probably going to have 100 questions for you after this, and maybe I'll get you. I definitely will get you on again if you want to come on.
Sure, absolutely.
Discuss some other
Yes,
things. I'd love to go on your podcast. You know what I mean, and listen to discuss your book and that. I think that would be great.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sounds like fun, man.
Sounds great.
That'd be awesome.
Oh, definitely. So thank you so much for coming on here, Greg. And if you want to put this this interview, I post it. If you want to put it on your Gray Stage Pod channel,
I'd love to.
You're free to do
awesome.
that. Yes, that would be
Thank
great.
you, man.
More eyes on it, the better, I think. And then the more discussion, all the better, too.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Not a problem. Thanks for making the time to come and see me this morning now, I should say. In my time anyways. And you have a great evening, or well, I should say great morning. I'm just getting...
Great morning.
Yeah, great morning. And I'm looking forward to having you on again.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Take care, my friend.
All right, you too, man.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye now.
Well, there we go, friends. Another great interview. I tell you, I am really, really enjoying this doing interviews with a lot of great people that